here, where the Americans met their fiercest resistance from the Nazis. D-Day was underway, but the Nazis had dug in atop the cliffs, and the Americans were wide-open targets as they came across the beach. It took an entire day before the 1st Division finally battled their way to the top of those cliffs and secured a foothold, but they took heavy casualties. Atop that bloody ridge rests the Normandy American Cemetery. There are 9,386 American casualties of war buried here.
Brent, thank you. Past some of those same monuments today, it's going to be a long day in the Cannondale saddle for Super Mario, close to 6.5 hours. But you always got to watch your back, There's Bjarne Riis. More of Stage 2 when we return.
To compete overseas, you can't go it alone. You need to be part of a team. A world-class competitor that's fast and well-trained. A team that knows the territory around the world. Global delivery services from the U.S. Postal Service. If you're going places overseas, ride with us. No one delivers like the U.S. Postal Service.
Hi.
Oh, I'll have a fresca.
Why? Are you ordering it because he has one?
No. No, I mean, well,
Can I bring you something else?
I can't just have a fresca?
I'll come back later.
Crisp citrus fresca. It's not for everyone. It's for you.
Excuse me. Could you get me a fresca?
Nie mówię po angielsku.
ESPN's presentation of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Fresca, the official soft drink of the U.S. cycling team. By Comfort Inns and Suites, where great rooms are guaranteed. And by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. You may never see a more unselfish or harder working American cyclist, Frankie Andreu from Detroit, Michigan. 13th overall, 29 seconds out of first place in his 6th Tour de France. With 42 miles to go in Stage 2 now, 28-year-old Thierry Gouveneau, born in today's finish line city of Vire, has a lead of over 4 minutes on the peloton. Now, the second bonus sprint today, Mario Cipollini in the yellow jersey beat Frédéric Moncusson. Remember yesterday he won the first bonus sprint and the sprint to win the race? Paul, Chippo seems so motivated. He's already wearing the yellow jersey and, by the way, the green jersey as the Tour's best sprinter.
Adrian, the reason he's sprinting is because the seconds he won in the time bonus sprints yesterday are why he's wearing the yellow jersey today. There are 38 seconds to be picked up along the first 8 stages of the Tour de France, and they're broken down like this. At the finish, the first 3 riders to cross the line get 20 seconds for first, 12 seconds for second, and 8 seconds for third. But probably more importantly, also on the route at 3 designated points, there are 6 seconds, 4 seconds, and 2 seconds for the first 3 riders across the line. Now, once we go into the mountains, that competition stops, and then the riders will be fighting for minutes and no longer for seconds.
And look at his Seiko teammate still dominating the race. And look at Alex Zula on the attack, Phil.
Well, how about this? Looking for his chances today. They've just come over the last climb, the Côte de Saint-Marc-d'Uy, and the bunch has split here. Alex Zula has seen his chance and is going to try and get some of his own back on the race today. Now, this has caused the situation, Paul, because he split the field here.
Well, that's quite remarkable. The man we saw down on the ground yesterday is up at the front of the race today, trying to put himself back into the Tour de France. He lost more than a minute and a half, but what a remarkable attack he took over the top there.
Well, in fact, we've got the attack here of Alex Zula. Race Radio is also saying that there may well have been a crash back in the main field. A little breakaway starting to go clear. Zula has now been joined by one of the Batik riders. This will be one of the newcomers, Giuseppe Tartaglia.
Well, he won't get much help, I don't think, from Tartaglia, Phil, because he's riding for Evgeny Berzini. He doesn't want Alex Zula to put himself back into this race overall, but Zula, after that incredible crash, really looking for a chance to try and pull back a few seconds.
truly a remarkable rider. In terrible pain yesterday. In fact, there was a very strong rumour at the start this morning that Alex wasn't going to even come to the start because his shoulder was very sore. There's the leader, and the message is it's going to be all over very soon because the big gap he's had, once they turned the pressure on, there they are in the distance, and Thierry Gouvenou is going to be caught, and he's going to be caught somewhere in the region of 25 miles from the target, which is the finish at Vire, where he lives. Well, it's a sad end for him, but the race now is taking on a very different appearance now as Alex Zülle is spearheading the attack 1 day after having to chase all the way home to the finish and lose more than a minute and a half.
So injuries and all, it appears Alex Zülle will take the lead from Gouvenou. Still a hometown hero with a great effort today. We'll be back. George Hincapie, 24 years old, from Charlotte, North Carolina, carrying the mail for U.S. Postal. 23rd position overall in the second tour, only 37 seconds out of first. Highly talented, all-around rider, known for his ability to read a race. You know, many cycling fans are also soccer fans, so here's a special treat. The Major League Soccer All-Star Game Wednesday night at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN. It's an East-West showdown as the league's best converge on Giant Stadium in the Meadowlands. The MLS All-Star Game Wednesday night at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN. First Once punched with Zülle, now they counter-punch with Jalabert.
And the other two riders, the man who actually put in the attack was Gilles Magnon from one of the smaller French teams, quickly joined by Jalabert, one of the old-timers, Eric Breukink. I have to say, I thought we'd seen the end of Eric, but he's come out with good form this year and he's back in the Tour.
Well, he wasn't expected to ride this year's Tour de France, but I think because of the form that he's got, he's come in and he's a lot more relaxed about it. He doesn't have the pressure. He's not one of the leaders of Rabobank, and I think that's why we're seeing him slip into breakaways like this today.
But he has the all-valuable experience, and Eric Breukink's been around a long time. A third place for him in years gone by in the Tour de France at the finish. There he is, the second man in our picture here, off to the right. And Magnon setting the pace. Jalabert willing to work, of course. 3 teams represented here, which means that at least there are 24 riders behind who are not going to create a chase pattern. It's going to be left to Mario Cipollini and his Seiko team to try and bring these riders back. But they have put themselves a few seconds ahead. At the moment, it's 16 seconds. And they're not that far from the finish. They're about 17 and a half, 18 kilometres. Small bonus sprint about to happen, Paul. And Jalabert here gets a 6-second bonus if he wins, and he should. He's a very good sprinter, and that'll move him right up the overall classification.
Well, 500 metres to that sprint. In fact, Jalabert just 11th overall this morning, 28 seconds behind Mario Cipollini. Now, there are 20 seconds on the finish line. Jalabert would have to stay in this group and have a little bit of time when they get to the finish, but looks now as if a little bit of the excitement has gone out of this breakaway. Jalabert looking over his shoulder to see what Eric Breukink is going to do.
Well, Jalabert will want this sprint because if he gets it, he moves up indeed almost into the top 6 in the race. And if he continues to the finish where a 20-second bonus awaits him, well, he'd be right there breathing down the neck of Cipollini on tomorrow's stage. Super crowds again in Normandy. Normandy and Brittany are possibly and arguably the 2 most popular parts of France for cycle racing. They've bred some great champions, both of these departments. And look, Jalabert is just toying with them. They're not going to come and take him on. So he is going to get the 6-second time bonus. Breukink will be second, and Magnon will get the third.
So the sprinters have their workhorses pulling at the front, eating up any breakaway attempts. We'll be back.
Some mountain bikers get psyched by attaining spiritual oneness with nature. Some meditate to a higher power. Marla Streb gets psyched by running into a tree. This woman is serious. That's why we invented VO2 Max.
Our performance core is clinically shown to enhance recovery by supplying antioxidants to fight oxidative stress.
That felt good.
VO2 Max.
Are you serious?
For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. Back in stage 2 of the Tour de France, where Laurent Jalabert has been absorbed by the Telecom-led peloton.
Well, no sooner has the Telecom team brought everybody to heel than the frisky ones are starting again now, trying to slip away. They're trying to force all of the big teams on the defensive. There's always the chance, Paul, for an opportunity to make it succeed, isn't there?
Well, that's what it's all about. You wait for a group to chase down a little chase-away group, and then what you have to do then is there's always a slowing, and that's when you have to launch a counter-attack. This is Chantonnay of the Casino team. They've ridden exceptionally well so far. They had a man in the breakaway yesterday, and they're looking for the same situation again today.
Well, Chantonnay is a very strong rider. He's been in action today. Earlier, he was third over the Côte de Saint-Marc-de-Buis. That was where Zula launched his attack over the top, and he was sent back into the big field, but it looks as though he's going to try and have a go now.
It's going to be difficult for one man to stay away on this run-in. Very long, straight run-in once we come up to the main road down to Vire, and that's when the big teams will organise themselves at the front and take the speed up to round about 40 miles an hour.
Well, the Telecom team are putting themselves back in order, I think, because after all the problems yesterday with Bjorn Rees left in that crash and losing 58 seconds behind closed doors last night, and I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall. There was a major row broke out, I think, and Rees wanted to know just where he stood in the Telecom team, and as a result, all of the Telecom riders have said they will race for Rees, including Ulrich, and that whatever happens, there will always be at any time 2 riders on the shoulder of Rees should he have any further problems, and they will only help Zabel win the race for a stage victory when it's in the last 20 kilometres, and that's where we are now, and I should imagine the whole team, bar 2, are looking after Eric Zabel right now.
On the longest stage in 4 years on the Tour, all of these breakaways eventually have been pulled back into the peloton, but now watch Telecom put their game plan to use. After we take a look at the race summary, brought to you by Degree. Thierry Gouveneau, born and raised in the town where we finished today, Vire, had the stage's longest breakaway, 68 miles. There were 3 different winners of as many different bonus sprints. Mario Cipollini took the honors in sprint number 2. The biggest story, Team Seiko, Chippo's workhorses, controlling this race, ready to pull their thoroughbred, Cipollini, into position to win for the 2nd day in a row. Now Team Telecom has taken over the lead, forcing at the front, firmly in control at the end of the race.
And there goes Chantonnay back into the pack, put in his place by the tempo being set here by Bjorn Rees's German Telecom team. And now, of course, they're not thinking so much of Rees, but setting up Eric Zabel for the sprint victory on his 27th birthday.
Phil, it'll be a nice present, but Cipollini may crash this party. Back in a moment. ESPN's presentation of the 1997 Tour de France has been brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Final miles of stage 2, and we're all wondering, can Mario Cipollini do it again? In these situations, in the final miles, it is his power and his experience that makes the difference.
Cipollini has the uncanny knack of finding his way through this bunch in the last 50 metres to the line, when it is certainly the most dangerous. We are now just 2 kilometres from the finish, so we've got the roundabout coming up, and then it's everybody full bore for the finish. There is the roundabout. Breathe in, because it looks a lot, in fact, they've widened that since we drove down, because they've actually pushed everybody way off the road to give them every possible approach, which makes sense because it is so dangerous. Anyway, they're all safely round, and now about 1 3/4 kilometres to go to the finish. TVM have got to the front. Their man, Jerome Bleilevens, who is a great sprinter, usually takes 1 stage in the Tour each year. So they're trying to bring him into position as well. There are so many good sprinters this year.
Most magnificent selection of sprinters. The best fast riders in the world have come to the Tour de France this year, and it's amazing to see how much confidence each of these teams has in their sprinter. We've seen Batik Del Monte, we've seen Mapei GP, now it's TVM with just 1 kilometre to go.
1 kilometre to go. Watch for the man in yellow. He's over on the far right of our picture, still a long way behind. Steels has come over to the far left in the green jersey. The white jersey just in front of Steels is Frederic Moncassin. He's trying to get through, but I'm wondering if fact, Cipollini has done it all wrong this time because they're all coming over the top of him. Watch the left of the picture, steals his poise too. We've also got Bortolami trying to get out of it here as they're coming up to the sprint now. And Fabio Baldato also trying to get a lead out. Andre Abafe for the US Postal Team is tucked in there as well now. As the big lead out is coming now, it looks as though Bortolami is trying to do something, but there's no sign of Eric Zabel. No sign yet of the yellow jersey of Mario Cipollini. Robin McEwen, I think, also has blown it off the fire. Here comes Cipollini now. Far right of our picture. Top steals his cross out of it there. As Cipollini, how does this man find his way through such a mess? As Zabel goes on the far right with Cipollini on his shoulder. Oh, he's done it again. He's done it again with Eric Zabel and Jerome Blyleven's alongside him. That was the situation on the line, but I do not know how Cipollini does it. That man comes through on automatic pilot. Now let's have a look at that again, because this was some finish here. Look at this. At this point, as we look at the picture, there is no sign of the yellow jersey. And the same has to be said. There's no sign of Jerome Blyleven's. Then Zabel starts the run first at the bottom of our picture, and then off the course virtually comes the yellow jersey of Mario Cipollini. He starts to go for the back wheel of Eric Zabel. Then comes at second gear as he moves up onto the shoulder of Eric Zabel. And as Jerome Blyleven's best of the rest as he comes through over the top of them. And then it's into top gear because he's just drawn to that finishing line like it's a magnet. He is so quick. This will be his 16th win of the season, which means he has now won more races than any other cyclist in the world this year. And he comes straight up to the line. Zabel just gets second, Blyleven's third, and I guess that's Moncassin back there in fourth place.
Phil, you said autopilot. It's more like heat-seeking missile. Mario Cipollini, his second stage win in as many days. Beating Eric Zabel today. Look at Adrian Karsten of U.S. Postal Service with a sixth-place finish today. Overall, Mario Cipollini with 36-second lead over Chris Boardman. Then comes Jan Ullrich, Frankie Andreu, and George Hincapie, 16th and 23rd, respectively. But the big news is Bjarne Riis now 149 behind the leaders. Team Telecom has made the decision to support him, but how much longer will they ride behind him with Ullrich doing so well? Did you see the contact? Mario Cipollini literally pushing a rider out of the way on his right side as he made that mad dash to his second straight stage win and second consecutive day in the yellow jersey as the leader of the Tour de France. So with just 287 miles down, the Tour still has to travel 2,174 before the finish in Paris. Stage 3 takes us south with the start in Vire and the finish in Plumelec. You can catch Stage 3 on ESPN2 tomorrow, beginning at 7:30 Eastern Time, with a repeat on ESPN Wednesday at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. For Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. He used to have this reputation as a playboy, but now that reputation has been replaced with the respect that comes by winning 2 consecutive stages of the Tour de France and wearing the yellow jersey as the leader of the Tour those same 2 days in a row. His original goal was to come to the Tour, ride the first 10 days, get his glory, and then go home. But now, with all the success, he's talking about making it all the way to Paris, winning the stage on the Champs-Élysées, and that would really be an accomplishment for he and his team. Now, the question becomes, with all that suffering he'd have to go through in between, can he win a 3rd straight day? Well, Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen are standing by at the finish line with a look at today's route and an analysis on how Mario will ride today.
Well, Adrian, we have to go back 49 years in the history of the Tour de France to find who was the last rider to win 3 consecutive stages. It was Gino Bartali. He also won the Tour de France that year. And by the way, it came 10 years after his previous win because the series of the race was interrupted by the World War. Well, there are similarities. Mario Cipollini is Italian, and like Bartali, he wears the leader's yellow jersey right now. But the finish here in Plumelec, Paul Sherwen, it's difficult for Mario.
Oh, certainly. There's a 1.5-kilometre climb right up to the finish line here. Not an ideal terrain for Mario Cipollini. But, you know, over the last few days, with 2 victories under his belt, he's already proved that he's the fastest sprinter in the world. Mario Cipollini is untouchable when he leads a sprint from the front. He uses all of his power and turns it into pure speed. Once he has a clear run to the line, no one can match him. It's his ability to read which way the others will go and his courage and determination to force his way through. that's given him 16 victories so far this year. But the secret of a real sprinter is the man who can feel his way through a mass of bodies hurtling towards the line at over 40 miles an hour. It takes courage and ability to keep your lane clear. Super Mario uses his shoulders and handlebars to find a way through. Even Eric Zabel, the second fastest man in the race, can't outfox or outride Cipollini when he sees the flag. On his terrain, power, speed and agility have given him the greatest reward, the yellow jersey.
Well, here's Mario's Cannondale, conceived in Connecticut, built in Bedford, Pennsylvania. And here's a pat on the back to all those folks at the factory. Made in America. You know, a week from today, this will be a different tour. In the mountains, where all-around riders like Bjarne Riis may take control. But right now, he's a minute 49 behind the leader. Two members of U.S. Postal Service actually riding in their native country, Pascal Durham and Jean-Cyril Robin. And there's Bobby Julich from Breckenridge, Colorado, actually riding for a French team alongside George Hincapie on his Trek bicycle made in Waterloo, Wisconsin. George riding for U.S. Postal Service. Earlier today, led by one of the most powerful and popular men in cycling, the peloton rolls off the start line in Vire. Now, you know, this is about as close as Bjarne Riis has been to that yellow jersey since the tour began. Now, look at today's route, brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. 139 miles from Vire to the famous cycling town of Plumelec. This is a stage that will certainly fatigue the riders with constantly undulating terrain. This ride through Brittany features 3 bonus sprints, and we have to wonder if Mario Cipollini will continue his assault on these bonus races that reward first, second, third place with time credits. At the 23-mile mark in the town of Saint-Hilaire, revenge on the right side of your screen in the green jersey. That's Eric Zabel, who was edged out by Mario yesterday, winning the first-time bonus sprint. Now, today's weather will do nothing to affect the outcome of the stage. Dry and sunny, about 80 degrees, about 11-mile-per-hour crosswind. Had breakfast with Brent Musburger this morning, and we decided to take different roads to the finish line today. Right now, we have an opportunity to hear about his detour.
Stage 3 of the tour today is rolling within 30 minutes of the most famous abbey in France, Le Mont Saint-Michel. This treasure sits on the southern tip of the Normandy coast, and it rises 500 feet above sea level. Work on the very top of the rock began in the year 1017. 973 years after construction began in 1990, a stage of the tour ended here at Saint-Michel. On that day, Johan Museeuw of Belgium poured down this narrow causeway to a triumph. And that year also bears great significance for the Americans because Greg LeMond would stand on the podium in Paris wearing the yellow jersey. It's the last time that an American won the tour. It's interesting to note that the entire population of the Abbey, 62, is less than 1/3 the number of riders who started out this morning from Vire.
Brent, thanks. You know, stories like that are all part of the fabric of the tour. 37 miles into today's race, 16 men said we're going to break away. Among them, George Hincapie, aggressive and confident.
I definitely want to win a stage. I would love to win a stage in the Tour de France. I mean, it's a bold thing to say, but, you know, I've been feeling great, and I think it's time for me to make a step up in the right direction.
You know, before the tour started, he said he wanted U.S. Postal Service to finish in the top 10. Well, in the overall team classification, they're 5th right now. He's a big reason why. ESPN's presentation of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. By the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. And by VO2 Max Sports Performance Nutrition. Are you serious? Welcome back to stage 3 of the Tour de France. At the 58-mile mark, there are some new names who went 1, 2, 3 in the second bonus sprint. Danny Nelson, Francois Simon, and Gianluca Bartolami were part of a 4-man counterattack with Orlando Rodriguez, who took off 8 miles before the sprint. Fashion update. It's been 2 days since we saw Mario Cipollini sporting those star-spangled shorts. Well, look what he's wearing today, yellow shorts. The ruling body of cycling says you make any more fashion statements, they may disqualify you. Tony Rominger in his 7th tour likes to have fun too, but those gray men who make the rules certainly do not. Now, with just over 18 miles to go to the finish of stage 3, the gap between the four-man breakaway and the rest of the peloton is 1 minute 27 seconds. As for the third day in a row, Team Seiko, Cipollini's mates, have done most of the work trying to reel these guys back in.
But look how the gap is coming down. That's never 1 minute 27 back to the Chateau now. And I think it's even better, about 1 minute 10 on Paul Sherwin's watch, so they are closing very rapidly. But the road situation does change dramatically now once they clear the town of Josselin. It becomes narrow, very twisty, and it ducks and dives. It's a great racing road, but you know, normally I would have said, Paul, it would aid the escapers because they'd always be out of sight. There's no long straight roads anymore.
Well, it would normally, but these riders have been at the front for so long now, they're starting to slow down. And the main field, again, have been kept at a reasonable distance by the Seiko team of Mario Cipollini.
The pack today has never relinquished a tremendous pace. At one stage, we did 53 kilometres in an hour. And now on this little climb we told you about, there is an attack going clear. And I think it's the Portuguese rider who's gone. No, it's Francois Simon. It may be the colours of Chris Boardman's GAN team. It is confirmed there. And Francois Simon, he's a former leader of the King of the Mountain over these small climbs in the last couple of tours. He knows the area very well, and he's decided it's now or never because the bunch are just getting too close. This is where the attack was, Paul.
Well, this is a chance for him to see, because the other riders in front of him were starting to slow down a little bit. He went down the right-hand side of the road, took them by surprise. Bortolami didn't respond, and nobody else then wants to close the gap.
Well, I don't think that anybody there except Simon was expecting an attack at that point. He's gone now. He can disappear into these narrow roads. It ducks and dives through beautiful woody countryside as we're heading up now to the third and final sprint of the day at Guégon. And that'll be 198 kilometres covered, and it looks like he's going to win the small time bonus here. Just 500 metres to go. So a good time for Francois Simon to snatch the bonus, and 6 seconds as well. And also stops Cipollini, of course, getting any further away from his team captain, Chris Boardman, at the moment, who is still lying second overall in the Tour de France.
Well, that sprint's not going to be too important for Mario Cipollini because, in fact, now he has 38 seconds lead over Chris Boardman in second place. And Francois Simon is going to very easily take this hotspot sprint, which will give him 6 seconds. But the important thing is the main field are closing in rapidly behind.
But do they know if there are 4 men in the lead or not? Sometimes, you know, many riders do not know who's in the lead. And if they catch those 3 behind, they might think they've caught everybody. And only 1 or 2 riders will realise perhaps that Simon is still up the road and going like a rabbit to the finish. Here we are, 25 kilometres to go now. So he knows what he's got to do, and he must know that big circuit. Once we get into the town of Plumelec, we turn left and immediately leave the town and disappear into the Breton countryside for 12 kilometres before we come back to the uphill finish.
And remember that Paul pointed out earlier that is the least desirable finish for Mario Cipollini. Back in a moment. The guys in red, Team Seiko, have got to be getting tired. For 3 days now, they've been pulling in the breakaways while getting Cipo in position to win the sprints. He just saw Eric Zabel in the green sprinter's jersey, who got some revenge earlier today against Cipollini in one of the time bonus sprints. Well, athletes will be in a saddle of a very different kind Monday night on ESPN2 for the Calgary Stampede Rodeo. Hundreds of international cowboys from many countries will compete in saddle bronc riding, bareback riding, and bull riding, but I promise you, not bicycle riding. That's the Calgary Stampede Rodeo Monday night on ESPN2. We are just about to enter the traditional cycling town of Plumelec.
Well, at least for 3 of the 4 breakaways, it's now over. We are about 11 miles from the finish, and these 3 riders have been caught. But, of course, one man has gone clear at Josselin, and Francois Simon has actually started to increase his lead over the main field. His lead now, Paul, has gone to 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Well, that will have caught 1 or 2 people by surprise. In fact, Bortolami there looked across to his teammate and said there's 1 man in front, so there's no worry about nobody knowing what's going on in this race. The news to the main field now is 1 man at the head of affairs, 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead.
And I have to say, that's the first time I've ever seen a cyclist do that, signalling into a teammate that one rider has remained out in front. And this is where he does it again. He looks over his shoulders first. Gianluca Bortolami, former World Cup holder, sees his teammate second in line there and indicates 1 man still clear. Well, everything's fair in Livermore, I suppose.
It's going to be a very hard ride now for Francois Simon to try and stay clear, because even though he has built it up to 1 minute and 10 seconds, there's still about half an hour's racing to go.
Well, let's review the race so far with the summary brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service. Super Mario started stage 3 wearing yellow for the second day in a row and is trying to become the first man in 49 years to win 3 stages in a row. The question is, does his Seiko team, after reeling in all the breakaways, have what it takes to get him into position for the uphill finish? Now, here's Francois Simon doing everything he can to hold off the field.
But now into Plumelec, and Francois Simon is still clear. He pushed his lead out to about 1:10. The latest check we've got is down to 50 plus. But the whole field has picked up the other 3 members of the breakaway. And Gianluca Bortoloni held up one finger and told the leaders of the chase that one man was still clear. And so the Seiko, who aren't chasing at the moment, surprisingly, it's being left to other riders on other teams. They are now closing to inside 40 seconds. And this is the town they will finish in, but not for another 12 kilometres.
That's a sorry sight, I think, for Francois Simon, because he has to do a 12-kilometre loop before he comes round to the bottom of the climb, which will bring him back into the town square here off Plumelec, and a very hard 12 kilometres it is as well.
Courageous effort by Francois Simon, but right now he can feel the heat. He is the target of 190-odd riders. Tour has entered the city of Plumelec for the first time since 1985, when the great champion Bernard Hinault was riding these same streets en route to a 5th Tour de France victory. Things have changed here with 10 kilometers to go, and Francois Simon 38 seconds ahead of the peloton.
Francois Simon is still holding out hope he might do it.
Well, he's been at the head of affairs since the 58th kilometre of the race, and doing a very good job to find just a little bit more energy to try and stay clear.
And we're hearing, as we're looking here at Francois Simon, there's been yet a crash, another crash in that main field, and here it is. Riders again queuing up, and they're going onto the grass as they try to get through. Now, whatever has happened, I think there must be riders down in the centre of the field here. Now, watch out for big numbers. We'll give them to you as we pick them out.
Tom Steels is there from Belgium, wearing number 27.
So the champion of Belgium is delayed. Riders have gone off to the right into the ditch here. And that's where the problem has started. The Roslotto team are in amongst it. Onse riders are here, but I don't see Alex Zula yet. And let's hope we don't either.
Well, again, it happened in the middle of the main field. The doctor's in there looking after some of the riders. There's a telecom rider down in the gutter there as well, and Dr. Gerard Porte is trying to help him and untangle him. It'll be interesting to see Cofidis also looking for spare wheels for their team men.
Well, up come the bikes here. The cars cannot get through, and we feared this when we checked the course out this morning. This road is again narrow, but all of the roads are narrow around here. Cofidis rider who have taken 1 or 2 nasty tumbles as well.
This is Rominger.
This is Rominger on the floor. Now, Tony Rominger has taken a nasty head knock, I think. Gerard Porte, the doctor, is right with him. But he is not looking as though he is really in touch with us at the moment, Rominger. And if he isn't, the doctor, Gerard Porte, will not allow him to continue. And he also, for the way he was holding his right shoulder, he may well have broken his collarbone there. Well, that is sad news indeed, because we felt that Rominger was about to have a great tour. Anyway, all of this is happening behind the leader on the road, Francois Simon. Rominger is the most seriously injured in that fall for sure, and we've seen him sitting on the roadside.
But that is a sad day for Tony Rominger, because it looked, after all of the criticism he's had this year, that he was riding well. He was lying in 4th place in the overall standings. At the front of the main field, though, now it's the pink jerseys of Telecom taking it over, I think, to try and get Zabel up to the front.
Well, not only Zabel, but they must surely have Rees with them as well, because they agreed 2 days ago that they would watch after Rees wherever he went, and they would only think of Zabel towards the end. So one must presume if they are driving at the chase, then Bjarne Rees is in that group. And what a touch of irony, because they could be pulling him away to a time gain over other stars, just like happened to him in reverse 2 days ago.
Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles in the sport of cycling. There is Francois Simon with about a 500-metre lead, but interesting, Phil, to note just how small the main field is. It's been split apart by that accident, but a lot of US Postal riders in the front too, and I noticed Adriano Baffi and Vyacheslav Ekimov.
Well, there's 4 riders. They're trying to recapture that group, which looks to be about 45, 50 riders. Looking out of our helicopter here, there's an awful long gap, and there's some big time gaps due at the finishing line today in Plumelec for sure. That is why we have here the champion of, I think it's champion of Austria, isn't it, on the front at the moment, George Totznik. And also 3 men down the other white jersey is Ulrich of Germany, the German champion. So the Telecoms have got it right this time. They have survived this fall big time. Zabel is here. We will assume that Rees is here. Well, these are the helter-skelter roads here around the back of Plumelec as we dive down again. Another descent. This man, we've rather ignored him in the last few minutes, but he is doing an absolutely superb piece of riding here. They have been right up behind him twice, and he's got away again. Well, this time, Paul, I don't think he's going to get away this time.
Well, this is the hardest part of the running now. We start to climb up all the way to the finish line. Only little kicks to begin with, but then once you reach the final 1.5 kilometers, it's all uphill to the finish, and it is all over, I would say, now for Jérôme Simon. He's looking over his shoulder, and he can see the pink squadra of Telecom at the front.
Well, they didn't leave him much of a chance because the crash caused a major reaction at the front from those that didn't fall down, and they were off and running straight away. They heard the tangle of twisted metal, and so for poor old Francois Simon, it's curtains now as the Telecom team, the team champions of 1 year ago, the team that provided us with the green jersey and the first and second in the Tour de France, they're now getting themselves organised and back into this race big time.
Phil, this shows how delicate this sport can sometimes be. A pro for such a long time. Tony Rominger in his 7th tour. He may be out at this very second. His career may be over. ESPN's presentation of the 1997 Tour de France has been brought to you by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. Here comes Jalabert. No, not Laurent, but Nicholas, his younger brother, making an early move in the long uphill sprint to the finish, but behind the big guns.
Attack on the far side. This time it is Gann going now. What's the bet? That's not Henk Vogels who is going to give it a dig.
Well, I think it is Henk Vogels. He's decided that is a chance for him, but moving up into second position, the polka dot jersey of Laurent Brochard there. He's the man they thought could win. Right on his wheel is Laurent Jalabert, so it could well be that today is going to go to France.
Well, Henk Vogels also in his first Tour de France is finding some terrific strength here as he keeps it going up towards the line. Henk Vogels chased by Laurent Brochard. Brochard, though, is a good man in this situation. Henk may have gone just that little bit too much. Brochard trying to get on terms with him too. And also Ulrich is going to have a dig here. Ulrich gone across to the left of our picture. He is now behind Henk Vogels as Brochard comes to the front. Laurent Brochard also may feel that he's hit the front too much. Watch out for the green of Zabel. He's coming up into 4th place. He is the sprinter, if it is going to be a sprinter. Andrea Taffy is the other rider who is up there. Toe-to Frank van den Broek, this is now at the front. Zabel is on Van den Broek's wheel. Eric Zabel is going to try and come off his slipstream. I'm not so sure he can, but can he? Here comes Eric Zabel. What a way to win a stage. A sprinter has had to work so hard to get it. Eric Zabel gets it. Frank van den Broek will be second. Bjarne Riis gets third. He will gain a time bonus as well today. I think Jan Ulrich may have got 4th. What a result. And look at the time gaps. There'll be a time gap too to Mario Cipollini, who comes in that second group. This has been a tremendous finish to the day's stage.
This was a day of revenge for Eric Zabel, who was edged at the finish line yesterday by Mario Cipollini. He wins today just in front of a big star of the future, Frank van den Broek. And guess who was third? Bjarne Riis. We explained the time bonus sprints for going first, second, or third at the finish line. Bjarne Riis, who finished third, gets an 8-second credit, picks up 20 seconds overall, is now 22nd position overall, 129 behind Mario Cipollini, who almost lost the yellow jersey today to Eric Zabel. He's in first place by 14 seconds. Eric Zabel just can finish and sprint stronger uphill than Mario Cipollini. He can now wear the green jersey as the best sprinter outright.
Great courage shown today by the young Italian star Michele Bartoli, bleeding after a crash continued to climb. And really bad news about Tony
Rominger. Our best goes out to him in his 7th tour. A broken collarbone, he cannot continue. But Mario Cipollini, as the leader of the 97 tour, certainly can. Looking forward to the final days in the flat stages before the Pyrenees. Bjarne Riis came across the finish line today, one of 3 telecoms in the top 10 of that final sprint, pumping his fist for the team. Remember, 20 seconds today may easily become 20 minutes in the mountains. Now, the Tour de France has traveled 426 miles through Stage 3 with 2,035 to go. Stage 4 takes the tour from Plumelec to Les Puy de Fou. ESPN 2 tomorrow has complete coverage beginning at 7:30 Eastern Time, and on ESPN, you'll see it Thursday at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. For now, for Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Get swallowed up and the public be damned.
Angelo, I think you deserve the
4 millimeters, 4 seconds. Today, 3 sprints, 2 men, 1 winner. It's a special day in Chantonnay as the Tour de France, a very tight race at this point, comes to this French town for the very first time. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. You know, in a race that takes 2,500 miles and over 3 weeks to complete, right now between Mario Cipollini and Eric Zabel, there are only 4 seconds separation. You know, this rivalry, I think, Phil, was really initiated in 1995, but it has become bitter the last couple of days in those bonus sprints.
Yes, it has. The 2 riders taking each other head-to-head. And today, D-Day, I think, because there's only 4 seconds separating the 2. There's 36 seconds available out on the route if you win everything. And I think we might see a change in leadership.
By the time we finish today's stage, over the last 3 days, the cyclists will have covered over 450 miles. Fatigue becomes a factor for Team Saeco trying to help out Mario.
Yes, they haven't been the same strong team that they were in the Tour of Italy, where Mario Cipollini won 5 stages, bringing his total in that event, by the way, to 21 over the years. And I think the team is looking for help from other teams because they've got big sprinters as well. And, you know, the winner today might be neither Cipollini nor Zabel. It could be somebody totally different.
But consider this. If Telecom does what they have to help out Eric Zabel, the Berliner, he could be the first German in 20 years to be in the yellow jersey tonight.
Number 9, the bicycle of Eric Zabel, who today, just 4 seconds behind Mario Cipollini, will be going for the time bonuses out on the road. Now, if he can get that time bonus and get in front of Mario Cipollini, he's going to be the first German rider to lead the Tour de France for 20 years. The last man to do that was Klaus-Peter Thaler in 1978. But I was always told if you want to win the Tour de France, you have to save your energy right up until the last week. Now, we know Team Telecom are very strong. Are they going for too much? Zabel in yellow in the first week and Riis in the yellow at the end?
Paul, the French call that chasing 2 rabbits at once. The question is, when will the door open for Bjarne Riis and he become the main man for Telecom, perhaps finish with the yellow in Paris again? And Eric Zabel, remember in Paris, he was alongside his Danish teammate in that very same green jersey he's wearing today. 192 cyclists led by Super Mario in yellow from head to toe leave the start line here in Chantonnay, deep in the heart of France. The route they will take is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Stage 5 to Le Châtre. Basically, get on your bike and ride due east. You won't miss the finish line. 6.5 hours in the saddle, over 163 miles through rolling terrain. We'll have 3 more potential opportunities to see Zabel and Cipollini go one-on-one. Mario will keep a very close eye on his direct competition, Eric Zabel. Now, when we come back, we're going to show you just how intense these battles have been. Presentation of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. By Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. And by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Great day in central France. Another sunny but hot one. 90 degrees or better with very little wind. The cyclists love these conditions. Team Telecom cruising along close to 30 miles per hour. Bjarne Riis, the German national champion Jan Ullrich, both working for Eric Zabel, trying to get him in the yellow jersey, which is currently being worn by Mario Cipollini. Now, today's race summary brought to you by VO2 Max Sports Bars. The sprinter's duel between Mario Cipollini and Zabel really began after stage 1 when Mario won the yellow jersey, 35 seconds ahead of Zabel. Stage 2, on the sprint finish, Mario defended the yellow and won a 20-second credit. Stage 3, Zabel beat Chippo in the first bonus sprint, and then Zabel also won the race, giving him a 20-second bonus. The difference, 14 seconds. Stage 4, sprint 1. Zabel is first, Cipollini second. Zabel picks up another 2 seconds. Sprint 2. Eric Zabel on the right in the green jersey edges out Cipollini, gains another 2 seconds. Now the difference, a total of 10. Stage 4, sprint 3. Zabel in green to the left of your screen. This actually for third place. And Cipollini beats Zabel, gets 2 seconds back. Now the total difference, 12. The final sprint to the finish yesterday. Nicola Manali is out front for the stage win. To the left of your screen, Zabel just cuts off Cipollini, and now the race is for third place. Just behind the photo finish, including Frederic Marcusson in second, there's Eric Zabel, who with that third place finish gets another 8-second total time credit. And he retains the green jersey, which leaves him a total of 4 seconds away from the yellow jersey as we went into the very first bonus sprint of stage 5. But as it turned out, neither Cipollini or Zabel were involved. A breakaway group led by Jamaluddin Abdujaparov, another great sprinter, raced through that first bonus sprint. Abdu wins, Claude Lamour was second, and Ralph Yerman third. No effect of that 4-second overall difference between Zabel and Cipollini. Now up to the minute, 91 miles from the finish, this young man, Cedric Vasseur of Team Gann, went on a solo breakaway. If he's going to hold this all the way to the finish, he's going to have to stay hydrated, which is very important. How does a racer do it? Here's Brent Musburger.
This is one of the most important spots of this stage. This is Emma O'Reilly of the United States Postal Service team. Those are the water bottles she is adding to the food bags that they're going to pick up. Now, keep in mind that the racers have been on their bikes for 3 hours already. They're going to come down the road. Emma's going to make sure that they get the food and the additional water. That's how hot it is today. 3 perfect handoffs. But outside of the food zone, it is young Tyler Hamilton who must drop back to the team car, take the water bottles, stuff them down his back, race on up ahead, hand them off to his teammates. For Tyler Hamilton, timing is everything.
The dangerous part is if there's attacks up front, and when the pace is really fast, it's really tough. 2 days ago, the pace was super fast and we had crosswinds, so the field was towards the side of the road and strung out, and I had to go back maybe 8 times, and it was really tough.
For a bicycle racer, water is the key to survival.
And Brent, on a day like today, consider this. Cedric Vasseur at 30 miles per hour in 90-degree heat will consume up to 2 gallons of water on the roads of the Tour de France. Vasseur an opportunist because he was able to slip away from that war of nerves, a standoff, if you will, between teams Telecom and Seiko. They're content to let the leaders of these other sprinter teams do things up at the front. But right now, Phil is concentrating on Cedric.
Well, here he is now on the only climb of the day, the Côte d'Argenton. 225 kilometers into this long stage of almost 262. This has been a remarkable breakaway, Paul, and I've got that feeling he might just hang on to the lead. It's round about 12 minutes at the moment.
Well, it's not too far to go from the top of this climb here. Once he gets over the summit, he really only has about 40 kilometers remaining. And over the last couple of days, the sprinters teams have judged it just right. They were 5 kilometers from the finish when they picked up his teammate, Francois Simon. So today, the gods may well shine on Cedric Vasseur.
Well, I rather hope they do, because this has been a brave breakaway. This wasn't a rider a long way behind overall, and the bunch sort of wishing him well. In fact, when he attacked, he was well up in the overall classification, lying 21st, just 1 minute and 37 seconds off the race lead. So he's taken a big gamble. And at one stage today, as I said, he has a lead of 17 3/4 minutes. It's come down now to 12 minutes. There are 4 riders just ahead of the main field. Cyril Sogran, Rolf Aldag, Wilfred Peters, and Luciano Brassi from the Polti team. But I think they're about to be swept up, and he's gone over the top of the climb with a good lead. And they've chosen the right man for the day as well.
Well, there's still a long way to go. And remember, Paul said earlier that all week long, Telecom and Seiko have been able to reel in every solo breakaway.
5 of the 97 Tour de France, which has included so far 2 of 3 bonus sprints, nullified for Cipollini and Zabel because a young man decided to strike
out on his own. Phil?
Well, here we are. We're now at the final bonus sprint of the day. He's in about 18 kilometres from the finish, just over 10 miles. He's still leading the race, Paul, by 3 miles over the field. He has a real shot at gold now.
Quite remarkable, 8 minutes and 20 seconds the gap as he comes up to the final bonus sprint of the day, and that bonus sprint now could be a defunct thing, because if he can finish with just over a minute, he'll be the new yellow jersey this evening, and with that much time, and just, as you say, 12, 13 miles to go, he's got a great chance.
Well, he's going to need all the cheers he gets now. He's quite clearly tired over this last 10 miles or so. We've watched him slowly change his position. His tongue has come out further than ever, and he's really suffering now. But the good news is the field behind aren't organised for some reason. They are not chasing as hard as they were earlier.
Well, several teams have come to the front and started to chase, but there's no cooperation as there has been over the last few days. We're coming 50 metres from the sprint sign here, and the last time we saw the main field, they had actually shut down the chase.
So Vasseur now waiting for the last few miles of this race and just hoping he hangs on in. He's about 10 miles to go.
And Phil, very honestly, I think we're all cheering for him to be in the yellow jersey tonight. Well, a couple hours south of here in Pamplona, Spain, late Friday night on ESPN2, it's the century-old tradition of the Running of the Bulls. Live on ESPN2 from the streets of Pamplona, Spain, hundreds of men being chased by 2,000-pound beasts. Well, this is what has made the Tour de France fun so far. Cipollini versus Zabel.
Now look at this. This is the sprint for second place in the bonus. Head-to-head battle at last today between yellow and green. Zabel is in green. Who's going to get it? Zabel, I think, got it. But after I called Moncassin last night, Paul, I'm not going to say anything this time.
Well, I think I'll stick with you there. That was Zabel, I'm sure, going ahead over the line in front of Mario Cipollini. That's another 2 seconds closer, so it's really going to be incredible on the finish line. The sprint for second position is going to be unbelievable.
Well, Cipollini now only 2 seconds in the lead in the yellow jersey, and we watch the sprint there for the battle for the race lead, but it might all be academic, you know. Let's have a look once more as comes gritting his teeth, and, oh, well, it looks like it might be Zabel. I'll go with the judges. Anyway, let's remind ourselves, though, that still out front and leading by 7 minutes and 30 seconds with 12 kilometres to go is Cedric Vasseur. He needs to win by just over 1 minute, and then he will be the leader of the Tour. They have given that result to Zabel. Cipollini is third, and the gap officially 7 minutes and 5 seconds. He might do it.
Well, he's just got around about 7 miles to go, so all he has to lose is 1 minute a mile, and he will still do it. I feel now that as long as Cedric Vasseur can just keep a little bit more strength in his legs, he's going to walk away with the victory today. And what a brave move indeed, because behind in the main field, there's been no organisation for the last 10 miles or so.
Well, he's doing the right thing here, which is what Philippe Gaumont didn't do yesterday. He's eating regularly because he's trying to avoid hitting the wall like Gaumont did. And Cedric Vasseur hanging on now. He has slowed down. He now really does look quite tired. I'm not too sure he'll walk away with the victory, but I think that'll carry him away if he gets to the line. But of course, if he can win by just over 1 minute, the yellow jersey will be his, and Chris Boardman's GAN team will be in the hot seat tomorrow. He rides the bike of a very famous person in the world of cycling, built by Eddie Merckx, perhaps the greatest cyclist we've ever known.
Well, I feel sure his morale will get a lot stronger towards the end as well, because that gap of 7 minutes will make him realise he still is in with a chance of winning the stage. You can lose an awful lot of time over the last few miles, and you can lose 4 or 5 minutes, but the most important thing for Cedric Vasseur, having been at the head of this race since 114 kilometres, then it really is going to get him a little bit further into those reserves and push him towards the line.
Well, the closer he gets, the more confidence he will get. And you see the pack now, it's gone back into a big block on the road. There's nobody willing to take up the chase. In fact, Cipollini and his team, of course, don't want any reaction. They don't want to approach that man because of the 20-second win bonus. And by the way Zabel is sprinting right now, I think it would be curtains for Cipollini's yellow jersey. So he's not going to want to see this race come back together. At Felsberg, back in 1974, I think it was, 1970, Alain Vasseur, the father of Cedric Vasseur, won a stage of the Tour de France. And history, I wonder, is it about to repeat itself?
keyword ABC Sports. Well, we're closing in on the final 5 miles of Stage 5 of the Tour de France as you look at the 10-man chase group chasing Cedric Vasseur. And now the helicopter camera gives a look at the peloton. It includes the yellow jersey of Mario Cipollini. But up ahead, 26-year-old Cedric Vasseur. If he could win the yellow jersey today, how happy he would make his father. And remember Chris Boardman in the yellow after the prologue and Moccason's near miss yesterday? Team Ghana's had a very successful tour so far.
And there is what he's been waiting to see for hours and hours. La Châtre, he's into the town of the finish. He's been racing 6 hours and 12 minutes, and most of that he's been out in front by himself. And now he must begin to feel really, really good inside him. Turned professional back in 1993 for the Dutch team, well, it's a French team, really, Nova My Histoire, and he rode for them for a couple of years. Then he joined the GAN team in 1995, and he has only one victory to his name. Now he's about to have 2, and this one, a win in the stage of the Tour de France.
And as a bonus at the end of the day, a yellow jersey to go with it as well. So almost a double victory for him as the chasing group go under the 5-kilometre banner.
So they are 2.5 kilometres behind as well. They're not going to come up in time.
Well, the teams of the sprinters certainly got it wrong today. They've judged it so well over the last few days. They've judged it down to the last 4 or 5 kilometres, pulling back everybody who's got away. But today, they're not going to pull back Vasseur, and he knows it now as he punches the crowd. He punches it to show, says Boucherie in the team car behind, that he's the man who's going to give GAN the 2nd victory so far in the Tour.
Well, here is a man who wasn't going to allow the sprinters to have their moment. He was obviously coming out today thinking, I'm going to have a little dig and see what I can do. He went out on his own at 114 kilometres into the race. Before that, there had been many attacks. Big groups had got clear. None had succeeded. He went on his own, and that was it. Within about 10 kilometres, he was 5 minutes in front, and all the big riders in the field just let him go. Before he knew it, he had 17 minutes, and since then, it's becoming down and down. But now, he's outwitted them. He's outthought them. He's outridden them, and he might well get the yellow jersey too. And I think, Paul, I think it's safe to say he's going to get the yellow jersey.
I don't think anybody's going to contradict you at that one, because I'm quite sure nobody's going to pull back the amount of time needed to keep him out of the yellow jersey. You see, he's pushing it now. He realizes he's not going to cruise in over the last kilometre. He will ride right the way up to the line to make sure he has the maximum amount of time possible.
He looks over his shoulder. He's not going to see any bike riders, not even with glasses on. They're an awful long way behind him. Cedric Vasseur is the new leader of the Tour de France tonight. He's done it in spectacular style while everybody watched Cipollini and Eric Zabel. There's the banner. 1 kilometre to go. He is 1,100 metres just now.
1,100 metres, and he will be very happy at seeing that banner. He's been dreaming about it for the last 20 or 30 minutes, just waiting and hoping that he can get there with an advantage of more than a minute. And at the moment, his advantage is much more than the 1 minute. It's a lot closer to 4.5 minutes over the chasing group.
And there's a huge black cloud coming over the finish. Thunder, I would think, is about 30 minutes away. But this man will not worry about that. He is racing for the finishing line. In those eyes, I'm sure he's seeing a yellow jersey and the podium in front. He could never, ever have imagined that this would have happened today.
And to imagine his father sitting at home watching this on television, because I heard the French talking to him before on the telephone when Cedric Vasseur went away on that breakaway, and he didn't feel sure that his son could stay away for the victory, but I'm sure he's jumping up and down in his front room now.
Well, now comes the moment he's worked so hard for the last 3 hours or so out in front, and that is the ride to the line, the salute to the crowd, and the money is his, and the yellow jersey is his as well. The cars are all turned off, as Cedric Vasseur of the GAN team of Chris Boardman is the winner of today's stage of the Tour de France. There's the clock. It's the second longest stage by just half a kilometre, 261.5 kilometres. A kiss to the crowd. Cedric Vasseur of the GAN team is the stage winner. They've deserved this. He's deserved it, and he's still got the professional mind to make sure he looks good for the cameras as well. Sky. Cedric Vasseur crosses the line, then the clock will start. Once a minute has gone by, he will be the new maillot jaune of the Tour de France.
And Phil, just over 2 minutes behind the winner, there's Peter Meinert-Nielsen of U.S. Postal Service and 9 other riders in that 10-man chase group. And look to the right of the screen, there's Stuart O'Grady Vasser's teammate. Both of those riders are going to be involved in a sprint for second place. Now another minute behind these 10 men. There's the peloton. The yellow jersey of Mario Cipollini, but not for long. And next to Eric Zabel. Cedric Vasseur has already won stage 5, but now his gone teammate Stuart O'Grady and 9 other cyclists are about to be involved in a sprint for second place. Let's get back out to Phil.
Well, here's the chase group now. They've closed down the gap dramatically, but it's not close enough. Cedric Vasseur will be the maillot jaune tonight as the sprint starts now, and it was started by Peter Mellers. He's been washed away here. Watch out to see if indeed Stuart O'Grady can clean up. He's in the white jersey, lying third, and alongside him is little Bo Hamburger. Bo Hamburger looking over his shoulder, as well as the 2 casino riders here have had enough of it. Now O'Grady gets a fair crack at the line, and it looks as though Stuart O'Grady is going to make this a 1-2 for Gann. He has a tremendous sprint, this rider, and there's nobody going to touch him. Or Arne Cabello is coming at him, but no. On the line, a 1-2 for Gann today. O'Grady cleans up. The Australians get a second as well. Back down the road, this is the main field, but they are out of it today.
Literally out of it for the yellow jersey, because Cedric Vasseur is the young man who did that. So now the green jersey, the sprinter's jersey, is what both Mario Cipollini and Eric Zabel want.
Now, as the main field comes up to the line, they too closed in over those last few kilometers, just over 3 minutes behind. Are we going to see the yellow and the green take everybody on? They're there, but there's nothing for them now for the finish. It's really left to all of the other riders just to come and have a go. Lombardi leads out Zabel. Zabel is going to take it just because he wants to see if he's still got the better of Cipollini. Cipollini, though, is just a little bit proud, and this time he gets his own back, and it doesn't mean a thing.
Doesn't mean a thing except pride, and to many people, Phil, you know that means even more than points sometimes. On a very French day for Cedric Vasseur, 2 minutes and 32 seconds ahead of anyone else. Fantastic day. Remember, his father won a stage back in 1970 the same way, on a solo breakaway. And now he owns the yellow jersey. Born 1 month after his father won that stage in 1970. He leads the Tour de France by 2 minutes and 17 seconds over Mario Cipollini. And look, just 2 seconds separate him from Eric Zabel. Keep an eye on Abraham Olano, Frankie Andreu in 17th, and Bjarne Riis now in 23rd place overall. The yellow jersey actually may be worn by this young man until we get to the Pyrenees. That's the next 3 to 4 days. He led for 60 miles, sometimes 11, 12 minutes. Now, what color will Mario Cipollini's bike be tomorrow? At Cannondale sure did the job when it had to. So now the world's greatest cycling race has traveled 728 miles with 1,733 to go. Stage 6 tomorrow will cover 134 miles from Blanc to Marennes. That's stage 6 on ESPN2 tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern and on ESPN at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. For Cedric Vasseur, the leader of the Tour de France, Phil Liggett, Paul Sherwen, and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten, and this has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Sometimes on the Tour de France, when we're all hot on following the headline grabbers, some young guy goes out and grabs his own. He may not be a race favorite, but right now he's the favorite of the French. Today the Tour turns southwest through the Loire Valley. We're now setting our sights on the Bordeaux region. This is stage 6 of the 97 Tour de France. Hello everyone, I'm Adrian Karsten. Yesterday's ride by 26-year-old Frenchman Cedric Vasseur was an inspiration. He honored not only his Frenchman, but his sport and his father, who won a stage the very same way into the yellow jersey 27 years ago. Well, today's stage 6 terrain is favorable for setting up another sprint to the finish, another day for opportunists. And if you're looking for a young man to take a chance, I'm going to take a chance on George Hincapie. Here's a young rider who demands respect with his talent for his team. He's been in the top 20 of these sprint finishes all week long. You know, maybe what we need in the States is an American Mario Cipollini. Well, today would be a perfect opportunity for George Hincapie to prove it. This morning, this North Carolina native told me that he isn't concerned with any one sprinter's combative reputation, including that of Eric Zabel, whose race for the yellow jersey is over now because of one brave Frenchman. Here's Phil Liggett.
Well, you know, if the Tour de France was predictable, then there would be no point in coming here. Yes, the sprinters should have won yesterday, but instead a young man, Cedric Vasseur, broke away, got the stage and got the yellow jersey. Best moment in his sporting life. But Paul, what went wrong between Zabel and Cipollini?
Well, I think basically they miscalculated. They let Cedric Vasseur go out there to take the time bonuses out along the route. They were going to fight it out towards the finish and hopefully reel in Cedric Vasseur. They didn't do that. They lost it. And I think the sprinters will come out and fight again for victory. But, you know, for Eric Zabel, he lost any chance of the yellow jersey.
Last night at dinner, Cedric couldn't quite believe it himself. A good reason to go off the standard menu. Here's the team gone. Already 2 men in yellow in the first 5 days. This Cinderella story for Cedric started yesterday morning when Mario Cipollini entered stage 5 in the yellow jersey for the 3rd straight day, longer than he had ever worn the yellow before. Only 4 seconds separated Mario in first place and Eric Zabel in second place. And everyone here at the Tour de France felt that the 3 bonus sprints would settle the score between them, at least the race for the yellow jersey. But while they spent all this time watching each other, they lost sight of Cedric Vasseur, who broke away with 90 miles to go, a very daring move in 90-degree heat. Back in the peloton, Telecom and Seiko didn't pay him much mind until his lead grew to over 13 minutes. There just wasn't going to be enough time for the peloton to pull him in. At the 3rd bonus sprint, realizing that their fight for the yellow jersey was over, now Zabel and Cipollini began to fight for the green sprinter's jersey. The yellow about to be passed on to the next generation, if you will, because Cedric's father, Alain, did the same thing in the same way back in 1970. For his sport, for France, and for his father, Cedric won the stage and the yellow. At home in the north of France at the family bike shop, tears. And cheers. So Cedric wears the yellow jersey, which his father never did, with a 2-minute 17-second lead over Mario Cipollini. Colors clashing again, but he defended the yellow very well. But we all wonder now, what color will his bike be today? Well, multicolored Mario didn't even figure in the results of the first bonus sprint, but Eric Zabel did, second behind Jan Kisipu and ahead of Stuart O'Grady. So for now, Zabel keeps the green jersey and moves ahead of Mario into second place overall. Team gone on the front, defending the yellow jersey. Consider what this team has done, now led by Cedric Vasseur. Now look at the rest of the race route, brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Nearly 600 miles in the last 4 days of the tour, another 135 miles today. From LeBlanc to Marennes, the road's fairly flat, which potentially means Cipollini versus Zabel in the 2 remaining sprints. Phil, what do you know about that?
And the second sprint today came at Juice at 71 kilometers cover. That's around about 45 miles. A more familiar result, this one. Eric Zabel getting the 6 seconds time bonus ahead of Jamaluddin Abdu-Japarov. And Mario Cipollini beaten again. He was in 3rd place, just 2 seconds for him. So Zabel now confirmed as second overall in the race, but still more than 2 minutes behind Cedric Vasseur. Then the attack coming here now, 50 miles from the end. This is an attack by Pascal Lance. He's over 9 minutes behind Paul, but he's still a long way to go.
He's still got a long way to go, and the racing conditions for the riders today haven't been ideal. In the first part of the afternoon, there's been a lot of rain, but they can expect it to clear up as they get closer to the coast. A high of 80 degrees Fahrenheit will be much more appreciated by the riders, and a wind 10 miles an hour from the west will make it a headwind all the way into the finish.
Just look at this. There's been another pile up here. Lance has just gone away. And in fact, what has happened here, that the chase has started and Carlo Finco has gone clear, but there's a Cofidis rider down there, Paul. And he looks as though he's taken the handlebar there right into his stomach. But this again, another shunt on a narrow road, you see. And this is the first piece of action, really, we've had all day.
Philippe Gaumont, the attacker from a couple of days ago, he doesn't look too bad. The doctor's straight there in the white shirt, looking after everybody, but it looks to me very much as if one of those Cofidis riders is severely injured.
The Cofidis rider who's down and injured looks to me as though it could be Laurent Debian. This is how it happened here. All of a sudden, somebody went down in the middle. The two Cofidis riders collided with each other, and then the one that got worst injured got sat on by a rider from TVM. And that's a very painful injury, but I hope he's okay. Here he is here now. He's being held. His Debian. Gerard Porte, the doctor who's been rather busy on the Tour in this opening week, out in the thick of the action again at the wrong end of the Tour de France. Philippe Gaumont, winner this year of the Gent-Wevelgem. Good classic victory for the new Cofidis team. This, of course, the team of Lance Armstrong, and Lance out of racing this season, but happily recovering from cancer.
That's just exactly how these crashes happen, Phil. When the wind is coming from one side of the road, everyone's trying to get by on the sheltered part, and somebody just touches a wheel and 4 or 5 or 10 riders just go down like this. But it looks to me as if those Cofidis riders will be up again and riding very shortly and back in the main field.
Paul, the same kind of crash that claimed Tony Rominger. Cofidis, just bad luck. Meanwhile, Pascal Lans leads on his own up ahead. ESPN's presentation of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Comfort Inns and Suites, where great rooms are guaranteed. By the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. And by Fresca, the official soft drink of the U.S. cycling team. This is stage 6 of the Tour de France, and that is Pascal Lans with a 45-second lead on the field with 43 miles to go to the finish. Further back behind the main field, these are riders pacing themselves up to the main field after that crash we saw a few minutes ago. And just up ahead of them, here we go again.
And hold on, this is another crash. Another crash has just happened. It's the second crash that we've seen. Almost identical, and more riders. It's almost possible to ride into each other at the moment. This is ridiculous.
Quite remarkable, but it obviously indicates it's a lot of side winds, which is why these riders are going down. They're all trying to stay out of condition. There, Mario Cipollini, 114 is down. He doesn't seem to be panicking at all. He's going to wait for the mechanics to sort out his bike, and he'll get up and start riding again.
Well, Cipollini on the floor. Chance to see him today for the first time. Those red shorts, by the way, will earn him another fine because they are still against the regulation black shorts, which you can see on his teammates to his left and to his right there. New bike for Mario Cipollini. Remounts and starts to ride off in company with Massimiliano Lelli, who was the winner this year of the Core States.
US Pro Championships in Philadelphia. He certainly was a great win there. His job today is to make sure that Super Mario gets back up to the main field without expending too much energy.
A little bit of a problem here too for Robin McEwen of Australia. He was also down in that crash. The great sprinter, the young man in his first tour. He looks as though it's just a little brake adjustment problem, and he'll get back in the field.
Narrow roads, 190 riders all trying to force their way to the front after 500 miles to this point in the first 3.5 days. Naturally, they're going to be tired, including Mario Cipollini, who had been defending the yellow jersey so well. He was involved in that second crash, and here he is pulling up to the race doctor, getting treatment on an apparently injured right knee. Pascal Lans apparently ready to throw in the towel. He's getting tired as well. You can see what the lead has been diminished to. Let's get more details from Phil Liggett.
Well, it was a little escape, but it lasted for a while. He never really got much more than 3/4 of a minute, though, Paul. So the bunch are paying attention. Look, he's calling them up here.
I think he realizes it's all over. He says, come on, boys, put me out of my misery. But it was a good attempt by him. He is a good rider against the clock, a solo rider. But today, I don't think anyone wants to make the mistake that they made yesterday and let a breakaway get too much in front.
Well, the last 30 miles or so is on pancake flat roads because we go out right onto the coastline, and the sprinters might feel this certainly is one of their last chances, and so the field is all together again.
Well, Phil, with 31 miles to go to the finish, there still may be time and distance for an opportunist to take advantage of today's stage. More in a moment. This moving picture postcard from the Tour de France is addressed to all of our cycling friends back in the United States. Wish you were here. It's also addressed to all of our colleagues down in Spain who are getting ready for the Running of the Bulls, the century-old tradition, live through the streets of Pamplona Friday night at 1:30 a.m. Eastern. Hundreds of runners take to the streets being chased by bulls weighing up to 2,000 pounds. I'm staying here. That's the Running of the Bulls, late Friday night at 1:30 a.m. Eastern. Jamaluddin Abdujaparov and Ralph Yerman still leading the peloton. And now more bad news. This is not an instant replay.
And there is an absolutely horrendous pile-up down there. It looks as though virtually all the field have been affected here. Now, who is involved this time? This is the third one of the day. That is Indigo Shero Polti, number 53.
Saladari, 139, also straightening his saddle.
And it looks like one of the MG riders has hurt his left arm here, Paul.
That's Shinto, I think, Luca Shinto, the winner of the Tour of Langkawi this year. Philippe Gaumont, the Cofidis rider, again involved in that crash. And I think a lot of these riders actually holding back to see if any of their leaders are, in fact, have been infected. In fact, they're saying that, in fact, Laurent Brochard is in the middle of that group also, looking for a spare wheel.
Well, total chaos at the back of the Tour. And again, Gerard Poor here checking out the collarbone of Luca Shinto. A rider who has been in the wars over the years as a pro bike rider. He was out for a year with an injury which took him out of all last season of racing. He came back into racing and he won at the Tour of Langkawi. Hasn't done a lot since, and now he's crashed here in the Tour de France.
Well, there's a bit of chaos there over the race radar. In fact, they're calling the MG car because one of the riders has got 100 meters up the road and he's broken his machine, so they're calling the bike to come through. He's going to have a hard time getting back into the race. Shinto, on the other hand, is back up and riding, but MG are calling for a spare bike.
Well, let's have a look down there. This slow motion is all happening at the front of the bunch this time, Paul, and they went down like
Well, I've never seen so many. In fact, the riders here at the
Back haven't actually fallen. What's happened is several riders have crashed at the front and everybody behind has managed to stop, and then they're looking for a way around. They're looking onto the verge, round the back of the cars. Quite remarkable. I think there's a lot of scaredness in the peloton because of the bad crashes over the last few days.
Well, Paul, as it turns out, the opportunistic ones today are Abdujaparov and Yerman, who have been safely out in front of all this crashing and carnage. For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. Nearly 9 miles from the finish now in the city of Marennes in Stage 6 of the Tour de France. Jamaluddin Abdujaparov at the front for the first time in some time, Phil.
Good to see a sprinter like Abdujaparov out on the attack again. You may remember he did it last year. He got into a working group and he won the stage. There's the latest news, and it's not good. 45 seconds now. They know they're being brought back, but they won't know why, and that's because of the excitement caused by that crash.
In fact, one man caught out, I think, quite badly for the overall standings is Laurent Brochard, who was in the group with Evgeny Berzin. Berzin has jumped away from that group and he's almost got onto the back of the front part of the peloton, but Brochard is losing time on the main field.
Well, these two are back, so Berzin's on the back, while the world champion Museo is on the front.
Well, the field can smell the finish line, and they're going to close in on those two out front. The race summary now, brought to you by Degree. Pace of today's race was slow, with 192 riders feeling fatigue and tension, which contributed to 3 big crashes, 2 within miles of each other. Safely staying clear of the demolition derby, Ralph Yerman and Jamaluddin Abdujaparov combined in a 2-man attack. But their lead on the field never large enough to threaten Cedric Vasseur in the yellow jersey. In fact, they now are being threatened.
Well, there's the capture, just about 12 kilometers from the finish. The 2 who broke away, Abdujaparov and Rolf Yerman, have been put back in the peloton. Andrea Taffy leading the charge here, calling to a Benesto rider to take up the pace. Peloton slowly getting itself back together again, ready for the sprint.
Phil, I think this peloton really went to school on Cedric Vasseur yesterday. They're not going to let anyone go that far, that fast again. Another thing, a lot of tension with these guys today. We've been able to see it the past couple of days. A lot of contact in those sprint finishes.
Now, let's have a look down. Just look at that at the Tour de France now. A long, long line of riders. And in fact, Laurent Brochard is still in a bunch some 15 seconds off the pace, so he's still got to get over here to this bunch. But the fact that they are now packing at the front is an indication that they are starting to slow down a little bit after that flurry of action following the pile-up.
Still, you can see riders all the time in this group moving around the outside, trying to stay in the front 15 or 20. There's a lot of nervousness coming in for the finish today because some of the teams of the big sprinters realize that their days are numbered. On Monday, they'll be going into the mountains, and that won't be the sort of terrain where we'll see men like Blijlevens and Minali.
Certainly not going to see many sights of this big peloton once we go into the mountains. As the climbers come into their own, it's a very, very tough Tour de France this year after Monday. And for almost 2 weeks, we're going to be in the high mountains of the Alps and of the Pyrenees. Well, that long, long straight road going straight out to the Atlantic Ocean on the west coast of France, and the Tour de France picking up sunshine again as the riders now tap out the rhythm at around about 30 miles an hour.
Johan Museeuw, the reigning world champion, and the rest of his Mapei teammates trying to get their sprinter, Tom Steels, into position for the finish. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. All the tension of Stage 5 we've seen building all day long could be released in one mad dash to the finish as we watch Johan Museeuw pull his man Tom Steels into position.
Another surge now as a new group comes through. Moncassin and the white jersey of Gann also trying to get in on the action. But watch out too for that green jersey of Eric Zabel on the far side of the road as they're beginning to line up for the last 2 kilometers now.
Well, this is Peter Van Piet again from TVN moving up through the outside. It was interesting, Phil, to note, in fact, that Mario Cipollini is in there as well. Cipollini, wearing the red jersey today, is looking to sit onto the slipstream of Eric Zabel.
Now, keep the pace as high as you can. Allow no one to get up from the centre of that bunch. The winner in the first dozen riders at 2 kilometres to go. As again, the Rabobank tried to just set it up now, but they've got no big sprinter left there except for probably Leon Van Bon. As Rabobank starts to go, it looked to me as though it might have been Rolf Sorensen. He's been doing a lot of work here in these last few kilometres. Big Rolf has nobody here. Well, go right the way down the line, you'll see 2 orange helmets, and one of those I would suspect is Leon Van Bon. Robbie McEwen not in this group.
Well, Sorensen at the front trying to keep the pace high. Possibly an idea for the Rabobank to try out would be to try and slow it down when they come into town here. If there's a corner or another one, you will see 1 or 2 of the Dutch riders trying to leap forward and surprise, and that's exactly how, in fact, Michael Bogert won his stage of the Tour de France last year. He attacked with a kilometre to go. Now Rabobank moving up Leon Van Bon.
Well, no sign of Big Mario. Remember, he's in a red jersey today of his team colours at 1 kilometre to go. We understand, though, he is injured from the crash he had earlier. As we now get an attack coming away from the group here.
Yaroslav Ekimov from US Postal, an almost a late attacker when it comes up to the final kilometre of a race like this, but Mapei GB want to keep control, and Zabel now has moved up into 5th position in his green jersey.
And Vyacheslav washed away there with the anxious sprint. Watch out, though, because, in fact, Cipollini is there off to our camel with Moncassin. As Rolf Sorensen looks over his shoulder, we've got Zabel, Moncassin, and Cipollini over to the left, moving to the centre. Strasser is there as well. Has a lot of switching and balking going on in the sprint here now. As again, it looks as though Strasser is trying to open up the sprint here for a change in the centre of our picture. Zabel in green is coming. Cipollini off to our left now. Eric Zabel, Jamaldin Abdou-Jafarov on the far right of the picture as they come up towards the line. Also, we've got Zabel looking right over to see if he's got it. It's going to be a very tight finish indeed. As Blijlevens also comes. Zabel gets it on the line. Zabel will take it right on the line. Blijlevens, I think, got second, but that was a close one. But Eric Zabel, that was a superb finish by him. Abdou-Jafarov was there as well. This is the big sprint finish today. Zabel had a good lead here. Jamaldin Abdou-Jafarov was coming up nicely in that red jersey. We've also got Nicola Minali in the blue jersey on the centre of the line. Then watch the approach here of the rider in the yellow jersey of TVM. This is Blijlevens coming up with a tremendous turn of speed from the depths of the peloton. and moving very quickly onto the shoulder of Nicola Manali and Abdu Jafarov, and continuing to push on to try and pick up the green jersey there of Eric Zabel. But I'm afraid that proved impossible.
So Eric Zabel, with his second stage win in 3 days, retains the green sprinter's jersey. And this the final group that was caught behind crash number 3, led by the ONCE team members. So Eric Zabel wins his second stage in 4 days and keeps the green jersey, followed by Blylevens and Abdujaparov. George Hincapie was in the middle of that wild scene. Brent Musburger is with him right now.
Hey, Brett. My friend, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell me, it was tough out there today. A lot of accidents, like a demolition derby at times. What was going on?
Okay, you hit it right on the head there. It was way more demolition derby than cup. You know, it was a headwind all day, and I really just came down last 50K. There was, with like 30K to go, there was a huge pileup. I mean, there were so many bikes right next to me that I didn't even fall over. I fell on bikes, so I didn't even, you know, crash. I was just sitting on bikes. There was like 6 bikes piled up on each side of me, and then this last couple of Ks was just crazy, you know.
Well, after complaints like that, keep an eye on Eric Zabel, spot shouted in the green jersey. Because of that headbutt, he has been disqualified from today's stage win by the race judges.
But at the end was just crazy. I mean, crazy. In the final 400 meters, there must have been 5 to 6, like, almost, for sure, big crash is going to happen. These guys are sprinters and bike handlers, and they held them up, you know? And I was going for it and getting ready to go, and then Zabel just took a left-hand turn. Just, you know, they go where they want. So you got to put on the brakes, and it's nuts. I mean, it's getting way out of hand.
And that's not all. Tom Steels, the Belgian national champion. In the Tour rule book, there are no rules. But if you lose your temper, you lose your right to race. And you don't headbutt somebody. This Tour's first wild week was for the sprinters, and today it comes to an explosive end. None too soon. You think yesterday was a wild ride? Well, this is Bordeaux. Battleground for the sprinters, and where we will finish today's stage of the 97 Tour de France. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. In the city of Marennes yesterday, it was as if the Tour took a wrong turn and went down some back alley as all those sprinters initiated a street fight. Phil, it was the wildest single day of the Tour de France that I've ever seen.
Yes, but sprinters by definition, they live on the edge. They love to get into a big ruck, and yesterday they gave what probably was the most dangerous sprint I've ever seen in a Tour de France. I'm surprised everybody stayed upright. But you see, time's running out for the sprinters. They know that from Monday, they won't be at the front of this race probably ever again until the very last day in Paris. There's a lot of riders that want to win stages. They want to think of contracts for next year. They got tough yesterday. Here in Bordeaux, well, the American Davis Finney knows what it's like to win here. It's always a tough finish, and we could see history repeat itself again today. It could be a big one.
Cedric Vasseur, the 26-year-old Frenchman, certainly not a race favorite, but a favorite of his country after winning a courageous Stage 5 start of the day in the yellow jersey. Yesterday, Pascal Lans proved that he had learned from the courage of Vasseur and took a lead over the peloton by no more than 45 seconds. The peloton not letting anyone get any further out in front. 82 miles into Stage 6, the first disaster of the day. Particularly to Team Kotovis, who has become known as the bad luck team of this Tour. Both those riders able to get up and get back going. At the back of the peloton, the race is trying to catch up with the main group. 4 miles later, this is not an instant replay. Disaster again. And unfortunately, this time to Team Seiko. A lot of nervous tension within the peloton yesterday, particularly between Teams Telecom and Seiko. Defending that man, Mario Cipollini, who fell and bruised his right knee. Evgeny Berzin obviously had hurt his shoulder and had enough of the crashing. He actually finished yesterday's stage with a cracked collarbone. 2.5 miles from the third sprint of the day. At 33 miles per hour, crash number 3. Look at the carnage. Cyclists trying to do everything they can to get around this pileup. One man, Jamaluddin Abdujaparov, steered clear of the crash, but not of controversy. He finished the stage, but did not pass a drug test. Turned out positive. He was ejected from the 97 Tour de France. Then Paul Sherwen, all that tension that had been building all day long, finally was released in one wild, mad dash.
Well, it was a crazy sprint. At this angle, you can't really see why the judges had anything to complain about, because it looks from this angle like a normal kind of a sprint. Eric Zabel comfortably in second position there, just waiting to open up the gas and go across the line and take another victory for him. However, once the race was over, the judges went back and looked at it from another position. This one, you can see the green jersey of Zabel. He's going across to get the slipstream of the man in yellow, in with the head, which the judges deemed afterwards was dangerous manoeuvring, and he was relegated to last position in the pack. Meanwhile, Adrian, on the other side of the pack, there's another fight going on between the Belgian champion Steels and Frédéric Moncassin in the white jersey. The two of those riders want the slipstream of Mario Cipollini. Moncassin nearly goes down. In fact, it enrages Tom Steels so much that he's looking for the Frenchman who he feels has caused him to lose the race. There's the Frenchman on the far side. At 40 miles an hour, he leans down, takes a bottle and hurls it at the Frenchman. The judges said, sorry, that's not good enough. You're out of the race and out of the Tour.
Bottom line, Cedric Vasseur avoids all that disaster and still leads the Tour. Eric Zabel, however, was denied the stage win and the 22nd time credit he would have received. Frankie Andreu is 17th overall, then Bjarne Riis in 22nd. But the day did take its toll on Abdi Japarov, Evgeny Berezin, and Tom Steels.
Tom, your reaction to the commissaire's decision?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate. It's bad for me. It's bad for the team. The thing I did threw the bottle to Moncassin. It's something you don't do, but you have to also look why you do it. Huh? It's been a final unbelievable. Everybody for himself. Even when the team was riding, you couldn't stay behind him. I think everybody was crazy. And then he come to the last kilometer, you good placed, you on the wheel of Cipollini. And then he come to then they give you a hit angle, unbelievable. Huh? You almost crash, and then you're mad. And then you do something that isn't good.
Abdi Japarov of Uzbekistan requested a second analysis of his first drug test. Those results positive as well. So that leaves 187 cyclists in the Tour who are led by Cedric Vasseur off the start line in the city of Marennes. Eric Zabel in the green jersey looking for some vindication today after he was denied his stage win yesterday. Today's route for Stage 7 brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. 5 hours southwest of Paris on the Atlantic coast, the 121-mile ride from Marennes to Bordeaux will finish with the sprint of all sprints. Win here and you're remembered forever. The world-famous wine country, there are 3-time bonus sprints with only 7 points separating Zabel and Cipollini in the battle for the green sprinters jersey. Almost from the gun, a 3-man breakaway led all the way to the 30-mile mark and the first bonus sprint. Adrian Obafi, Marco Salagari, and Flavio Vanzella went 1, 2, 3. None of them any threat to Zabel's green jersey. There doesn't seem to be the buildup of tension we all felt yesterday in the peloton, and that is a relief. This is where we join Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
Well, I think this is a very good move today, Paul. This is the sort of day when, after all the problems of yesterday, maybe the race will relax just that little bit. And Baffy, Salagari and Vanzella have read this move, and they're still clear. We're now heading up towards 60 kilometres covered.
And an interesting move too, Phil, because all 3 of these riders are Italian. They know each other, and they're all very experienced professionals too. So they'll work together, and that could be the success for them.
And it'll be a good day too for the US Postal if this succeeds, because they're enjoying their first week of the Tour and they've managed to stay away from all the controversy and all the big time losses.
Most certainly they have, and Adriano Baffy is the man that gave them their first European victory this year in the Paris-Nice race, the first man to notch up a win for them, and it may well be that he could notch up their biggest win if he could get a stage victory here at the Tour de France.
Now, the breakaway continuing sensibly, because over the top of the first climb of the day at St. Thomas de Cognac, Salagari going over there, sharing out the prize money, these 3. I don't blame them. Vanzella second and Baffy third. The race heading on towards the Côte de Goriac, And again, a different change of leader. Van Zeller, the one that hadn't won anything so far, he got the sprint, followed by Baffy and Salagari, and so on to the second sprint of the day. Now we're at 113 kilometres, Paul. Salagari taking that ahead of Van Zeller and Baffy. The gap's still 3 minutes 20 seconds.
It is still hovering, but you know the riders will eventually start to bring it all back together. Some of the big sprinters then are certainly going to start and finish it off.
Paul, we've got some bad news behind the main field. Yep, this is Mario Cipollini off the road and now off of his bike. We knew this was a possibility after his crash yesterday. Look at his right knee. There's the bandage. The pain in that knee might have been too much for him. He wore the yellow jersey as the leader of the Tour de France for 4 consecutive days. This tour that's longer than he has ever worn it before. And on a lighthearted note, he intended to wear French flag shorts and ride a red, white, and blue bicycle on Bastille Day, July 14th. That would be the day after tomorrow. But instead, it appears he is out at the Tour de France. ESPN's presentation of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. By VO2 Max Sports Performance Nutrition. Are you serious? And by Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. This is Adriano Baffi of U.S. Postal Service. 34 years old, once a world-class sprinter, but now he's not quite as fast, so he's trying his hand at a breakaway. His father, by the way, Pierino, won this Bordeaux stage in 1957. About 3 minutes, 20 seconds behind Baffi in the peloton are his American teammates on U.S. Postal Service, including this man, Marty Jemison, a Tour rookie at age 32 from Salt Lake City. Now, this is the very first Tour for this only American team in this year's Tour, and their debut has been a great one. They're third in the overall team classification as of today. Now, the overall position of a team is determined by their top 3 riders' finish on a day-to-day basis. So after a great prologue a week ago today, U.S. Postal has been consistently strong. Below, the world-famous vineyards of the Bordeaux region. 35 miles from the finish now. And the crashes continue in the Tour de France. In the middle of the road, in the telecom uniform, off his bike, on his back, this is Jens Hepner. Once 10th in the Tour. A huge aid to Bjarne Riis in his attempt to repeat as Tour de France champion. A very good climber. And remember, we're going into the Pyrenees on Monday. This could be a big blow to Bjarne Riis and Team Telecom. Up ahead, it appears that 3-man attack is about over as the peloton continues to close in. Let's go back to Phil Liggett.
And now we are 16 kilometres from the finish. It's the end of this breakaway, which has been clear since 3 kilometres into the stage today, which means that Flavio Vanzello, Marco Salagari, Adriano Baffi have been in the lead for 175 kilometres. A really brave attack, the biggest attack we've seen of the Tour this year, Paul, but it really was never going to succeed.
Well, they needed a little bit more time in the middle part of the race. They only got just over 5 minutes, and they needed to build up around about 10 if they were going to succeed. But you can see now it's the teams of the sprinters have come to the front today. Again, Torsten Schmidt of Roslotto. He's thinking about Massimo Strazza, and then the light blue jerseys of Batik Del Monte. Now that their leader, Evgeny Berzin, is no longer in the race, they're going to look for a win for Minali.
And they'll need one early because they don't have much left for the mountains after we start those on Monday. Incidentally, during the day, Jamaldin Abdul-Jabbarov has been on television saying about his disqualification that he doesn't know what he has taken that has caused his disqualification from the race, which I find difficult to understand because the laboratory who tested are obliged to tell him what he's taken. And also apparently he did take a pill for a back pain though, but he remained mystified. We do understand that his team masseur from the Lotto team though has been fired on the spot yesterday evening. That's the latest news on him. Now we're back with the day's action here. All of the field are together, but the crash which took down Jens Hepner is some 6 minutes behind the race right now. He never got back.
That's going to be a tough blow for the Telecom squad because over the next couple of weeks they're going to need as many riders as possible if either Jan Ullrich or Bjarne Riis are going to win this Tour de France.
A little bit of a traffic jam here as they come to the town again, but the riders now are all looking up to a mass sponge sprint again with trepidation, I would imagine, because now they know they're going to have to behave themselves. Otherwise, there's a very good flight out of Bordeaux going to most countries around the world.
Well, certainly, I think the Tour de France banged on the table yesterday and said, look, we don't want any more of this aggressive riding. Keep the sport clean. We do know you have to take risks, but please keep them to a minimum.
Paul, in the streets of Bordeaux, remember the reputation. The greatest sprint in the sport. So anything is possible after what we saw yesterday. We'll be back. Welcome back to Bordeaux. Stage 7 of the 1997 Tour de France on ESPN as the riders head into one of the greatest sprint finishes in the world, their unofficial World Championship. Tomorrow on ESPN2, another international event. It's the Federation Cup, Japan versus the United States from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. The United States team is captained by Martina Navratilova. Now the winning team gets back into the World Group for the 98th Fed Cup. See the 97 action tomorrow at ESPN2 at 2 p.m. Eastern. Through the hairpin turn, and then we set up for perhaps the greatest sprint of all time. At least that's the way the riders see it in the city of Bordeaux.
If Evgeny Berzin hadn't been out of the race now, I would have said this was him at the front. He's got the same little crouching style as he tries to get the race back up to form.
It's an amazing ride by Berzin yesterday. I could see he was suffering at the back of that main field, but to finish with a crack in your collarbone really shows the guts of a rider. To get up there after a crash is already difficult, but with a broken bone and to finish, that's quite remarkable.
Well, there's no race like the Tour de France. Nobody wants to abandon it. It is the pinnacle of every bike rider's career. And when something happens like that puts you out of the race. And there's another crash, Paul, as we're talking about crashes. Happened just before they went under the bridge. We'll try and get down there. Here it is again. Can you believe this? At the end of another stage of the Tour, this is either the 4th or the 5th day, we've had a huge pile-up. They must have clipped those straw bales in the middle as riders are starting to remount. And let's have a look. The Kelme boys are in this one again.
Well, Frederick Guedon, the winner of Paris-Roubaix, is in there. There is one of the Kelme riders wearing number 174. That's Francisco Cabello, who was in the sprint yesterday. There, in fact, is the winner of Wevelgem. He's gone down, Philippe Gaumont, but there is complete chaos down here at the moment.
Oh, Gaumont's typically fed up because he's been down a few times. Laurent Gentil is the rider there for the Big Mat team who's looking for help. This is the chaos at the rear of the Tour yet again. These riders will be absolutely fed up today. They can't believe yet again there's another huge pile-up, because they've always prided themselves in their great riding spirit to help one another avoid such situations. And now just look at this at the front. The Rabobank have got themselves on the front for Robbie McEwen, the Australian. They might be sensing now this could be the day for the newcomer to the Tour with just 5 kilometres to go. McEwen delayed by the crash yesterday, yet he still got up for 7th. I can't remember now after all those disqualifications whether he finally finished 6th or 5th, but now he's got a chance of winning.
Phil, 2 of the Tour's top climbers, Marco Pantani and Richard Berant, got locked up in that crash and they're losing time. We'll be back. For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. For the 76th time in 84 tours, the scene has been the same. The best sprinters in the world flying into Bordeaux. But there are some racers who will not be involved in that finish. To that end, today's race summary brought to you by VO2 Max Energy Bars. Just today, Mario Cipollini abandoned with a bad right knee. Gauky, his teammate, an injured neck. Avdi Jabrov disqualified with a positive drug test. Prior to that, Tony Rominger, broken collarbone. Zula, the same. And Evgeny Berzin, who cracked the collarbone yesterday, couldn't start today either. The list gets longer with a lot of big names. 198 riders started. Phil.
This is the finish in Bordeaux where the sprinters usually triumph. The last 2 years, we've seen a Moncassin last year, Zabel the year before that. They're the only 2 men in the race this time around who have won here in Bordeaux before. And now the Telecom boys are really starting to wind up. Christian Hen at the front now. And in 3rd place, you've got Eric Zabel, Fabio Baldato trying to butt in as well. Jerome Blylavens is there now. Robbie McEwen, the little sprinter from Australia, is going to have to find a way through this lot.
Well, what's happened now, in fact, Zabel's not too happy. You could see his arm come up there. He hasn't got enough teammates in the front. There's still a couple of kilometers to go with only 2 men. He's wanting the rest of his team to come up and keep the speed up. He doesn't want to get boxed in. He doesn't want to have to find a way through the pack like he did yesterday.
So Zabel wants more ammunition at the front to lead him out so he can be perfect in the sprint. It is a superb sprint in Bordeaux. A little bit of a rattle over the cobblestones there, just to remind them they're nearly at the finishing line. Sharp right here. Telecom around it first, I think. 3 or 4 of them are still there. Everybody safely round that bend.
With memories of yesterday, Eric Zabel now with a chance to be crowned king of the sprinters in Bordeaux when we come back. This is one of the most anticipated moments in this sport. The final sprint to the finish in Bordeaux. Telecom in front, commanding Jan Ullrich and Eric Zabel.
Telecom are armed to the teeth now to bring Zabel to the line and take revenge on yesterday. And I think that's what they want to do. They're very angry at the way the decision, because there were a lot of offences in that sprint yesterday. More than 2 riders should have been penalised if that was to be the way the game was going to be played. Anyway, Jan Ullrich has now got to the front. The champion of Germany, high up in the overall. He doesn't care. He wants to bring his man Zabel to the line and get the win.
Well, all he has to do now is bury himself. You see every now and again he gets onto the low-profile bars in the middle just to keep the power there. But there's another train coming on the left-hand side, and they switch off the wheel of Ullrich. In fact, now it's the Français de Jeu who've come to the front, and they'll be trying to lead it out for Nazon.
Well, Damien Nazon, remember, is the rider who clashed with Zabel in the sprint at 1 kilometre to go. They're not very far apart again now. Sharp left-hand bend as the Français de Jeu bring the whole field around to the final kilometre. Good acceleration by this rider. I haven't got his name yet, but he's just about sprinted clear. No, closed right down by the boys from Telecom. And now we've got also coming in, we've got, I think it's Bjarne Riis who's taking up the chase here now. As Zabel has got 4th wheel in line. Moncassin has got the wheel of Eric Zabel. They're the 2 winners in the past 2 visits to Bordeaux. Their faces they're pulling now as they start to go for the line here now.
Moving up into second position, Frankie Andreu looking for one of his sprinters too, but still the Telecom boys taking it over. Andreu's in the middle here, but he's going to get a challenge on the outside by Zabel.
Andreu swung away. He's gone too early. Jerome Verlevens is on the wheel of Zabel. Zabel is going for it now. A little bit of a shoulder clash there as they went for the wheel. But now Zabel is going to make this one for keeps. His face will tell the story. He's being challenged right on the line. He's going to be very close, but Zabel gets it. This will be rather special. Pascal Jan Kersipou was the rider who got second, but Zabel, I don't think anybody can say there was anything wrong with that.
Well, you can hear it from Eric Zabel, certainly a day of retribution, who comes across the finish line first 2 days in a row, but because of all the blatant contact, was not allowed the stage win yesterday. Today, totally different situation, however. Here comes that second group now that was caught behind the crash, led by Festina's Richard Veron, a very good mountain climber who lost a lot of time today. His Festina teammate, Laurent Dufault, another good climber, was caught back there too. Eric Zabel wins the unofficial World Sprinters Championship, followed by all the big sprinters' names left in the Tour. And a great day for U.S. Postal Service. The long breakaway by Boffey, and a top 20 finish for 2 other team members.
We knew it was Adrian on the attacks in the very beginning, so we went to the front to kind of slow down any counterattacks. And if there was a counterattack, we'd be present. And then it's unfortunate. I mean, it looks like they had quite a bit of power still towards the end. So it was pretty darn close. But the peloton was obviously strong and wanted them back pretty badly for the sprint. And Tyler and I got pretty aggressive there in the sprint and got up in the top 20 just to make our presence known a little more.
Overall in the Tour de France, the only change you're going to see in the top 5 is that Mario Cipollini abandoned, so Chris Boardman jumps into 3rd place. Frankie Andreu, 11th overall, then Bjarne Riis, 15th, about 4 minutes behind the leader, Cedric Vasseur. This is Riis's teammate, Jens Hepner, and if Riis wants to defend his Tour de France title, he's going to have to hope that Hepner gets healthy fast. You can see the limp because of a crash earlier today. So Cedric Vasseur, a young man who is in the yellow jersey for the 2nd consecutive day, said not a mile of the past 2 days has passed without some one of his Frenchmen calling out his name. Said once you race the Tour de France, it changes you. It's a big responsibility to defend that jersey. So now the world's greatest cycling race is 1,100 miles with about 1,500 still to go. Tomorrow, stage 8, 100 miles from Sauterne to Pau. You can see it on ESPN2 at 8:30 p.m. Eastern and at 12:30 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. For Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Richard Virenque, the reigning king of the mountains, who would love nothing more than to win here in France, in his home country, on Bastille Day. Something to keep in mind as we enter the mountains today, 20 seconds ahead or behind can easily turn into 20 minutes. Jan Ullrich is already more than a minute ahead of his teammate Rees in the overall standings. But for Jan and Eric Zabel, they're just looking out for Big Brother.
We are like in a family. And in a family, it's normally 100% confidence. And so every rider give everything for the other. And so the team leaders like Ulrich and Rees give everything what she have any legs for me, and also I give everything what I have for Rees and Ulrich.
This is where Richard Virenque makes his assault on the polka dot climber's jersey. Now, Phil Liggett is in the Tour Mountains for his 25th year. Phil?
High winds, a blue sky, a thread of thunder, a thread of lightning. I think you could say this is a typical first day in the mountains for the riders in the Tour de France. Here at the finishing line in Loudenvielle, I think it's safe to say Cedric Vasseur will not be coming here and finishing for the next leader's yellow jersey. He'll lose his lead today, won't he?
Certainly, if he is still in the yellow jersey tonight, Phil, it's going to be a major surprise for everyone, because this is the first day in the Pyrenees. Not one, not two, but 4 major climbs. The giant of them all, the Col de Tourmalet, followed by the Aspin. But the last climb, the climb of Valouron, I've never seen anything like it. 18 months ago, it was just a mere cattle track. Today, it's been surfaced. It is very narrow and a treacherous descent down to the finish. Anybody who wants to survive has to drag their body over that final climb.
Some of the 186 cyclists already dragging their tired bodies, following Cedric Vasseur in the leader's yellow jersey off the start line this morning in the city of Pau. Now, the mountainous route they will take today to Loudenvielle is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. The 113-mile stage moving southeast through the Pyrenees is really going to be a shock to the bodies of these cyclists. There are 4 major mountain climbs evenly spread throughout today's stage. The most difficult ascent is to the top of the Col de Tourmalet at the 66-mile mark, 6,500 feet to the summit. Climbs for the polka dot jersey competition replace the bonus sprints now, and Laurent Brouchard currently in that jersey, followed by Richard Virenque over the top of the first climb, the Col du Soleil. On the descent of the Col d'Aspin, Chris Boardman crashed but was able to get up and continue, while Pascal Hervé and Pascal Rodriguez took off on a 2-man attack, now on the Col du Tourmalet.
And there's always the sign you are coming to the top of the Col de Tourmalet when you see the little winch house on the right. The riders, these 2 men who broke away before this climb started, Javier Pascal Rodriguez. Pascal Hervé is leading here as they come up to cross over the summit of the Col de Tourmalet, and it looks as though Javier Pascal Rodriguez is going to take the prize over the top. He is first over the Tourmalet, followed by Pascal Hervé. And it's going to be probably just a handful of seconds indeed before the third place rider comes over. It looks as though it might well be Richard Virenque. Dufault is with him on his back wheel. The men who finished 3rd and 4th in last year's Tour de France in Paris. The rider who finished 2nd is just behind him, and just behind him is the rider who won it, Bjorn Rees. So Virenque goes over the top as we go further down the climb. Well, the clock is saying 28 seconds since Pascal Hervé crossed over the summit. But I'll tell you what, this man is a few minutes back now and still in trouble because Brochard is also dropping him.
Interesting to note, Phil, with the acceleration over the top there, although Duflo and Virenque went across the top of the King of the Mountains in 3rd and 4th positions respectively, in fact Bjarne Riis dropped off just a little bit over the top, instigating the fact that maybe he's not having one of his greatest days in the mountains for the moment.
But Paul, this is a great day for Cedric Vasseur. That, oh, by the way, breakaway on Thursday has taken him in the yellow jersey into the Pyrenees Mountains. They say when you wear the yellow, you go with an extra set of legs. We'll be back. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. By Visa, a proud sponsor of USA Cycling. It's everywhere you want to be. And by VO2 Max Sports Performance Nutrition. Are you serious? In Stage 9 of the Tour de France, you're looking at Chris Boardman, who after a crash on the first col got back on his bike. You can see the dirt on the back of his jersey. Wore the yellow jersey after the prologue and now really has his sights set on finishing in Paris. Courageous rider. Now on the climb up the Col d'Aspin, Pascal Hervé of the powerhouse climbing team Festina. Very aggressive tactical race, making a bid to win today's stage and add to his bonus climbing points. Let's go back to Phil.
Well, they've come out with a plan. They've come out to take on the telecoms, and they've had a very, very good day indeed. Brochard winning the Col du Soulor climb, and then Pascal was just pipping Hervé here at the top of the Col du Tourmalet. And now Hervé, this really is his swan song. He might get to the top of the Col d'Aspin, but I don't think he's going to be in the action when we come down to Loudenvielle.
Certainly not, having been at the front for such a long time. It's put pressure on these riders, the riders in the pink jerseys and the whites, obviously, of the champion of Germany, Jan Ullrich. They've been at the front now for the best part of 40 kilometers, 25 miles, just setting the tempo, tapping it out, while in the meantime, Richard Virenque has been sitting in their slipstream.
So the yellow jersey just dropped from this group, which remains select, but this time, Paul, Abraham Olano, there he is, has managed to hold his position.
Well, as often happens on the first day in the mountains, riders can have a very hard time. They've been used to pedaling big gears, and they have to change completely to the other end of their clusters, which is why I think Abraham Olano had a very hard time, and it may well be that he'll recover to be competitive over the next few mountain stages.
Here we are, top of the climb, the Col d'Aspin. Pascal Hervé gets the first place there, so he may manage to stay away with that little attack at 1 kilometre. And the main field were right behind him, and it looks as though possibly Kepi Gonzalez went over there in second place. Number 199 at the back here, Jean-Chély Robin, who is the climber on the US Postal team, and he is the only member of the team to make this very select group here today.
Phil still climbing d'Aspin, American Frankie Andreu, who said yesterday he was going to be dropped like a rock. Well, this year he's riding for the French team Cofidis, and had Lance Armstrong been healthy enough to ride this tour, they would have been teammates again. Brent Musburger saw Lance this morning.
The nerves of the riders the night before the first mountain stage, does it change for them? Does everybody get a little antsy with the mountains coming up?
I think the climbers do. Other riders like Frankie or the flat guys, the flatlanders, they realize that it's not a day for them, so they just try and conserve as much as possible.
Can anybody challenge the telecom team with the great sprint?
I think Benesto can.
Can you?
Yeah, I think so. I told you before, I think Olano's the favorite. Everybody talks about telecom, but for me, Olano's the favorite.
All right, Lance, we shall see. Now on the descent of the Col d'Aspin at 60 miles per hour, Cedric Vasseur in the yellow jersey, right behind Laurent Jalabert. Back to Phil and Paul.
They've been just riding within the limit call on the climbs, and then they chase so quickly down the mountains.
I'm amazed to see how well Cedric Vasseur has been riding today. Every time he's gone uphill, he's been dropped. He's never given up, though, and recuperated and come back on the descent.
Now, this is the leader on the descent here. Unfortunately, the picture's not so good with him. This is Pascal Hervé. He went over the top just 2 seconds ahead of the main chase group, led over by his teammate Laurent Brochard, the leader in the King of the Mountains. He's had a great day today with a first on the Soulor, a second on the Col d'Aspin, and still the climb towards the finish to come. Well, Vasseur knows that if he can gain contact on the descent of the Aspin, it's a twisty old descent, this one, eventually going through the woods out into the village of Arreau at the bottom. But if he can get back and just lose time on the final climb, well, you never know. He just might salvage something out of the day yet.
Well, Phil, it's Festina proving they're not afraid of telecom, taking this race right at him. Led by Richard Virenque and just behind Jan Ullrich. Look at the difference in the riders. Ullrich almost effortless. as Veronk works harder. The question is, where is Bjarne Riis?
Well, this attack here by Richard Virenque, in fact, followed easily by Ulrich, but he's put Bjarne Riis in trouble at the back of this very select group. We are still 4 kilometers from the top of the final climb of the day. Now then, Bjarne Riis hasn't had a good day. Ulrich has had a perfect day.
Well, he's had a hard time. Every time his teammate Jan Ulrich has gone to the front to control these attacks, he's gone to the back. He's recovering a little bit at the moment. He's on the back of the group here, but he must do something special to stay in contact with the attacks of Richard Virenque.
And up front, and now Laurent Brochard has got rid of the Swiss champion, Oscar Kamazin. He's riding alone, not too far ahead from this group, which again is becoming very select. Just off the back of those 5 leaders, you can see struggling, but slowly coming back, the defending champion, Bjarne Riis.
Well, Richard Virenque has seen the trouble there, and he's gone again. Marco Pantani with the bald head in there. He's riding an exceptional race today. Everybody said that he was going to have a hard time when it came to the mountains, but there he is. The little pirate from Italy is back in the running.
And Paul, there is Bjarne Riis in this, the first real defining moment between he and Jan Ulrich. Now, a reminder, before our Tour de France coverage Wednesday night, check out a Major League Baseball doubleheader that starts with the Colorado Rockies visiting the NL East leading Atlanta Braves. Now, the Rockies are led by Larry Walker, who's batting over 400. The second game, the Minnesota Twins visit the Seattle Mariners, who are leading the AL West. It all starts at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN. Festina has been controlling this race, and here comes another attack.
An attack now by Virenque. Virenque has decided to be near enough to the summit now to have another go.
Well, this is the 4th time. This is the 4th time, and this time he split Riis off again as Ulrich just pedals up as calm as you like. Jan Ulrich is such a strong man in this year's Tour de France. Virenque has made 4 attacks, and this one he's not going to sit up. He's making the others claw the way back if they can. Quick check over his shoulder. Ulrich is glued onto the back of it and is content to stay there, but still Ulrich's concern is, where is Bjarne Riis?
But Bjarne Riis, in fact, is not on the back of the line this time. The gap has opened. Virenque waited until the time when he thought that Brochard couldn't succeed, but about 50 meters off the back of this group is Bjarne Riis in serious difficulty.
Now, what's Jan Ulrich going to do? Wait and take him back, or just go with the move? After all, Bjarne can't complain if Ulrich doesn't make the attack. Anyway, Virenque this time is not going to ease up. He did on the 3 previous occasions. He wants now to try and make it a 2nd place for him on the mountains. He's climbed up to 2nd overall in the competition he's won for the past 3 years this year, and he's riding nicely behind his teammate and leader of the King of the Mountains, Laurent Brochard. And little Marco Pantani is there. Are we seeing the return of this man? I sincerely hope so.
He told his teammates on the flat stages when all the crashes were happening, don't panic, I'm going to be okay once the road goes uphill. But a great move by Richard Virenque. He's blown away the winner of last year's Tour de France, Bjarne Riis, but Riis will not panic as they catch the leader, Laurent Brochard, with less than a kilometre to go to the summit.
Well, let's remember the Tour de France doesn't end today, and Riis also will recall that. Anyway, as Brochard struggles on, now Richard Virenque is coming to the summit. He's being challenged by Jan Ulrich, Marco Pantani. Brochard knows if he digs and holds just to the top of this climb, then he will stay with them to the finish. Richard Virenque drives on. Pantani is coming. He is going to take it because he wants to. He wants to remind everybody he has come back to the Tour de France. Pantani, Virenque, Ulrich, the order over the top of the last climb today, followed by Brochard.
But the important thing is to see the time of this man wearing the pink sleeves now of Telecom. He's round about 25 seconds in arrears.
Well, Bjarne Riis in big trouble today. He is conceding time while his young teammate races towards yellow.
So, Phil, in this first measure of strength between the two, Ulrich definitely the stronger rider. This is going to make for some interesting table talk at Telecom tonight. For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. With one of the bravest efforts of this tour, Cedric Vasseur in the yellow jersey, the first day in the mountains, beyond anyone's expectations, may actually keep that jersey. Over the top of the climb, Jan Ulrich playing with Virenque and Pantani.
The reason that Ulrich is not riding is because he wants Rees to come back, but that could, in fact, this afternoon steal the chance of a yellow jersey away from him, because if he went to the front and started to put a little bit of power into this chase, he could stretch the gap to over 3 minutes, and he would have the yellow jersey. Virenque here is looking at him. Please come and work with us. We can build up a lead. But Ulrich is saying no.
Frustration. I think Virenque is accepting Ulrich, but he would like Marco Pantani to come and give him a hand. But on the way down, quite honestly, you may as well do it yourself. The gradient's in your favour. If you want to take the risk, take them and pull away, because it's not unknown for fast descenders to leave the more nervous riders behind as they go down to the finish.
13 seconds is the gap to Laurent Brochard, who was at the front of the race for an awful long time. So very shortly he could come back up here, and that would be good for Richard Virenque. There'd be 2 riders from Festina, and they would be able to work very well together.
Back with the yellow jersey, the man who is taking all of the risks now. He sticks his right knee out there to keep his bike upright. He accelerates as quickly as he can, because he knows he is about 6 seconds from losing that yellow jersey, and he might get it back on the way down.
Phil, defending the yellow jersey, as you know, for one day is one thing, but Rees, that you see right there, wants to wear the yellow in Paris. He's racing down the mountain with the help of Jan Ullrich. Now the race summary brought to you by Visa. Well, Festina has shown why they are such a force in the mountains, with Brochard, Virenque, and Hervé leading the way in this first mountain stage. Really, their only test has come from Jan Ullrich, who has looked almost effortless pulling Bjarne Riis up to the front. But the real question, can Cedric Vasseur actually keep the yellow jersey? Check up on our Americans here. This is Bobby Julich of Team Cofidis, teammate of Lance Armstrong and Frankie Andreo. What's happening here is he's really learning the severity of the Tour de France for the very first time. He'll probably finish some 20 minutes behind the leader today. And here they are, Pantani, Virenque, and Ullrich. And coming into the shot, Laurent Brochard. He never expected to wear the polka dot jersey this long, but now that he's got it, why give it up?
There's the 3 kilometer sign.
The best thing for Brochard to do now would be just to get onto the slipstream of these riders here and attack straight away. That's the only way he can surprise Ullrich. He's trying to find a little bit of power, but I don't think there's any left.
3 kilometers to go, a little less. Ullrich looks over, Virenque looks over. He will see now the man that he wants to see. Brochard is back, and here he comes. The inevitable attack is going to come from them one-on-one now to try and rid themselves of Ullrich. They may not worry quite so much about Pantani.
Well, it was a good attempt, but in fact the road went across to the left-hand side. But Virenque now is actually slowing it down a little bit in the corner, I think hoping to put some pressure on Ullrich, but not far behind them is Bjarne Riis.
Riis off the mountain is determined to claw his way back. He's got to explain himself to his team, the youngster Jan Ullrich, tonight as to why he got dropped. Don't forget there, that little easing of the pace by Virenque. They want Ullrich to take up the chase. They'll follow Ullrich, and once he catches Brochard, they will attack him again. If Ullrich does not react, then Brochard will win the stage.
Well, Virenque is a superb player. He did a great job there. Going into that corner, he just touched on his brakes a little bit to let the gap open. He's trying to force Ullrich to chase because he knows they can't beat him man against man.
Well, what an amazing sport this cycling is, because here we have a man, Laurent Brochard. He's yo-yoed into the lead. He's been off the back. He's rejoined. He's taken the lead. And now he's back in the lead again, when a few moments ago his race looked finished for the day. He now is in with a real shout at victory.
Once on the ropes, now back on the attack. Laurent Brochard really wants this stage win. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Degree, the body heat-activated antiperspirant and deodorant, and by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. The tenacity of Laurent Brochard and Team Festina has guaranteed a Frenchman winning on Bastille Day.
He's finished 18th overall last year. Now he's had a most brilliant day out. He is going to win his first ever stage, and the team has been absolutely superb. It could have been him, it could have been Virenque, but Brochard has got it. He deserves it too. What a superb piece of team strategy today. Brochard wins this stage of the Tour de France. Now the sprint, and now you see the strength of Richard Virenque. I think Ullrich will finish him off, you know, just as a matter of course. He's a bit confused by the arrival of Pantani, though. So maybe he won't. He's boxed in, and Pantani just loses it to Virenque on the line. 14 seconds the gap. This will be the champion of Spain coming home, Jimenez. So he's slipped away from Bjarne Riis as well. And where is Bjarne Riis? Because we've now got 4 riders on the line. This is the 5th place rider, the champion of Spain. Bjarne Riis, the time is ticking down. When we hit about 2:50, something like that, it'll be the end for the yellow jersey. There is Bjarne Riis. Dufault brings home Escartine, and Riis around 41 seconds conceded. And we're going to wait a little time, I think, before we see. This is Abraham Olano coming in now. We're going to wait a little time before we see the arrival of the yellow jersey. Abraham Olano arriving just over a minute conceded to the day's winner, Laurent Brochard. At the end of a superb day of racing that in the end spread the field all over the mountains.
And no one can fault the teammate of Bjarne Riis, Jan Ullrich. He could have had the stage win and the yellow jersey today if he really wanted it. But today's stage dictated the relationship between these two and the priorities now for Team Telecom.
Well, look at the face on this young man. He is still going to be in yellow. He turns towards the finish. The magic time is 3 minutes 10 seconds. Cedric Vasseur, almost called him by his father's name, Alain, but Cedric Vasseur is going to save the race leader's yellow jersey by a handful of seconds, and good luck to him because he has ridden superbly today in the Pyrenees. He comes up to the line here. The yellow jersey, 2:57. He's in yellow again tomorrow.
Very tenacious effort by Laurent Brochard, finishing just ahead of his teammate Richard Virenque. Laurent Dufault, the 3rd Festina member, in the top 6. By the way, in this first mountain stage, very tough day, all the Americans did finish, including Bobby Julich, 22 minutes behind the leader. Frenchman Laurent Brochard, what a dream, a Frenchman to win on Bastille Day in the polka dot jersey. Overall, Cedric Vasseur, another day in the yellow, but it appears that Jan Ullrich could have that just about any time he wants it. Into Paris, well, Bjarne Riis still may have something to say about that. To use Frankie Andreo's own words, he did drop like a rock. From 11th, great first week, to 73rd now overall in the Tour de France. In all, 5 days in the yellow jersey as the leader of the Tour de France for Cedric Vasseur. This young man has captured the hearts of all of France. To this point, the Tour de France has traveled 1,197 miles. There are still 1,264 to go to Paris. Tomorrow, stage 10, another 157 miles from Luchon to the Principality of Andorra. You'll see our coverage on ESPN2 at 7:30 p.m. Eastern and on ESPN at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. Now for Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Be the toughest tour in 20 years. If a rider doesn't dominate, he gets dropped. On one team, 2 talents. The best of the Billy Goats ready to sacrifice one jersey for the other. Of the Pyrenees, along the border of Spain and into the Principality of Andorra. This is stage 10 of the 1997 Tour de France. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. Phil, it is being called by the real tour connoisseurs, yourself included, as one of the most magnificent mountain stages in the history of the Tour de France. When yesterday, Team Festina, the Frenchmen, the strongest climbing team in this year's tour, has 2 guys go 1-2 on Bastille Day. Plus, we saw the real declaration of power and now priorities between Bjarne Riis and Jan Ullrich.
Yes, well, I'm no longer an expert. After I told you yesterday that Cedric Vasseur would certainly lose his lead, of course he kept it. He rode brilliantly. He goes out today with that 13-second advantage. But today, he will lose his lead. Now, who will take it over? We've seen now there are a number of riders who have the form to win this year's Tour de France. There's also that problem of the in-battle between Jan Ullrich and Bjarne Riis. They don't even know now who is captain of that team.
There is talk that Riis may have had an off day. Well, we're going to find out quickly today in the first couple of climbs. It's going to shake things down a bit. No one can fault Jan Ullrich for the way Telecom's leadership is evolving. He's done everything to support Riis on the road and off. At 33, Reith is 10 years older than Ulrich, and no one older than 33 has ever won the Tour. Laurent Brochard won yesterday's mountain stage and is currently king of the mountains. He has the jersey to prove it. But he and Cedric Vasseur may lose their shirts only after yesterday's heroic defense by the 26-year-old Frenchman. Cedric Vasseur, one of the 179 cyclists who signed up for this stage today that actually takes us beyond the borders of France. Today's route is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Basically, an endless toboggan ride, to use the tour director's words. 157 miles up and down for 8 hours non-stop through the Pyrenees to the Principality of Andorra. 6 mountain climbs with varying degrees of difficulty. As the numerals decrease, the severity increases. The last 70 miles of climb and descent could determine this tour's future. A moment to remember the tour's past now. 2 years almost to the day after Fabio Casartelli crashed and lost his life on the Col des Portes d'Aspet. His family and friends, which included all the members of the peloton, stopped to remember 2 things. These athletes love what they do, and that Fabio died doing it. Once they got rolling again, Festina, the French climbers, picked up right where they left off. The current king of the mountains, Laurent Brochard, stayed on that throne. Next in line, Richard Virenque and Pascal Hervé rounded out the first family of climbers. The next mountain summit, 75 miles into this exhausting stage. This is the 3rd climb of the day, up the Col de Porte. Looks like an instant replay of climbs 1 and 2, but I promise you it's not. Brochard in first in the climber's jersey, followed by his Festina teammate Virenque. Paul Sherwen, what about a possible deal here? Is Virenque interested in another jersey maybe?
Well, there's certainly a deal, Adrian. They're on the same team. Brochard has had the King of the Mountains jersey since day 1. Virenque has won it 3 times in the past. I think he wants to see his friend and teammates stay in that jersey as long as possible. But in the back of his mind, I think he could also be thinking about the yellow.
Well, another point that needs to be made, we're only halfway home. These guys have a lot more mountains to climb.
Certainly, Adrian. You see, the last 40 miles, there are 3 major climbs, are very tough ones indeed. The important thing on a long stage like this is keeping your energy levels tanked up, especially on the flatter part of the course. Because on the hills at the end, you can't eat going up because you're looking for breath. You can't eat going down because you need all of your ability just to control the machine. If you don't eat and your energy levels go down, then you crack on the final climb.
Paul, something to consider as we take a break here. Of the 157 miles in today's stage, the riders will be climbing 94 of those. This is why they call us one of the toughest tours in 20 years. Coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. By the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. And by Fresca, the official soft drink of the U.S. cycling team. There's Laurent Brochard wearing the polka dot jersey as the points leader in the mountain climbing competition. Now, points are awarded at each climb, but here's what you get when you win these climbs. From Or Category, the most difficult, to Category 3, the least difficult today, you receive more points for winning the tougher climbs. Now approaching the summit of Den Valira at 8,000 feet, the highest point of this Tour de France, a couple of guys are struggling. As you see Laurent Jalabert, who is attacked and now has fallen back. Bjorn Ries having a tough time. At the yellow jersey, Cedric Vasseur struggling as well. Climbing better than we expected, American Kevin Livingston of Team Cofidis. At this point, Laurent Brochard has really fallen off the pace after a great ride yesterday. But this shows you how strong Festina really is as a climbing team. There's Laurent Dufaux and Richard Virenque. But the big news is that Bjorn Ries seems unable to keep up with any of these great climbers. Let's go to Paul Sherwen.
Marco Pantani coming across here, but one thing Ries has got to keep in the back of his mind now is the fact there's a very long descent down here into the town of Andorra, and there he may well be able to recuperate and pull back this time. But Virenque is riding like a man possessed. He knows today he can actually win the Tour de France. He can put Bjorn Ries into serious difficulty.
Well, this tour is turning out to be one to defy the experts. It's a marvellous tour. Rees clearly in trouble, but remember they say if you ride well in one of the mountain chains, then you don't ride well in the other. So the Alps are still to come, and bad days may come for the riders who appear so strong at the moment. Ulrich on the left looks the strong man, coolly taking a drink over there. And a big acceleration by Bjarne Riis. He's decided it's time to get across to that lead group if he can. As Paul has said, it's a long, long, long way down to the bottom of the Onvalira, so there is time to get back on the way down.
Well, he's let all the other riders jump across one at a time. You can see the lime green shorts there of Fernando Escartin. He's done it, and now Rees waited to see what the damage was that was being done. And look at the size of the gear that he's using, Phil, on that climb. He's used all of his power to come up to that group.
Well, Rees apparently strong enough to do what he did yesterday, come back up and rejoin this group, but his teammate Ulrich really seems to be the stronger of the two riders. Now let's update the standings in that mountain jersey competition that we outlined before. Laurent Brouchard through the third climb today on the Col de Port with 160 points, still wears the jersey, but Richard Verronk, his teammate, is leading this climb, so that lead of Brouchard's may only last a few more minutes. And keep an eye on Jan Ulrich, and he may be ready to make a big move. It'd have to be passing Richard Verronk and Laurent Dufaux over the next 33 miles and 2 remaining climbs. A lot of fatigue out there, Paul.
There certainly will be some sore bodies when they get to the top of those 2 climbs as well, but it must certainly today be the day for the Festina. But I wonder why Jan Ulrich went back to talk to his team manager there. He went back very easily indeed, had a quick word with Walter Godefroot there, probably to try and find out what the situation was with the team camp, how Bjarne Riis was doing, and what exactly he should do.
Well, the way he pedals back to that group there, he makes it look so easy. I mean, he pedals with the same relaxed style of the great Irishman Stephen Roach, who won the Tour de France in '87 and did the triple that year, the Tour of Italy and the world title. The only other man to have done the triple is Eddy Merckx. He did it in '73, I think it was. And the other half of Ulrich reminds me of Eddy Merckx. Just the absolute strength of the man. And there's never been a rider like Eddy Merckx. And I think we may be looking at Ulrich in the making here. He is so strong.
He doesn't show any emotion at all on the climb. He doesn't show any suffering at all in his face. He just looks around to see exactly what is happening with all of his opponents. And yesterday, his response to all of the attacks by Richard Verronk were quite remarkable. He's not a pure climber, but he has the strength and the suppleness to accelerate and respond to all these little attacks.
Well, it's a very nice little group. Francesco Casagrande of the Saeco team. That's the same team that Mario Cipollini rides for. Mario probably watching this on television today from somewhere in Italy. And there's young Hamilton sitting at the back, and he's riding very well. He must have come up pretty well. I said Tyler Hamilton here, Kevin Livingstone from the Cofidis team. Lance Armstrong, who has come here to watch the race today, also on the Cofidis team. We're pleased to see a fellow American has found the strength to cross the gap and hook up at the back. Kevin is a real talent. It's his first Tour de France, little overawed perhaps, but a man who in a couple of years could well be mixing it with the best. He's a very good climber, Paul.
He certainly is. He was spotted a couple of years ago riding the Tour of Austria when he was with the United States amateur team, and from there he won the highest stage of the event to the top of one of the big glaciers. So he is a great climber. He's been very well looked after over the last couple of years, and to be in this kind of a crowd, he really has done well.
Well, here's the sprint for the top, and Verronk gets it quite easily from Dufaux, and I think it was Casagrande taking it third over the line, so the points stay in the Festina camp. The king of the mountains of the Tour for the past 3 years, getting points there, and that's going to nose him pretty close to his teammate, Laurent Brouchard, who was unable to fight out the points there because he's a long way back, having punctured on this climb.
We want to welcome a special guest to our broadcast booth now. American Lance Armstrong, recovering from cancer treatment, has joined us here in the Pyrenees, and he and Phil are side by side analyzing things.
Lance, you must be pretty pleased by the way Kevin Livingstone came up on that climb. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it was very long, and he did a great job of hanging in there. But it doesn't surprise me.
Well, you know him very well, but I mean, he's been a little bit under pressure in this Tour. Why would he choose today to suddenly find the legs to come up? He didn't find them yesterday.
Well, he wasn't terrible yesterday. I don't know. Some guys climb better on the second day in the mountains. It's not uncommon.
Now, what do you think of Ulrich? We've seen him these last 2 days.
I think he's going to clobber him today. That's what I think.
Do you really do? Do you think he's going to ride away from us?
It's going to be ugly. It's going to be. I think so.
What about the position he is in? He openly says he tries to help Rees, and he obviously does, because you see it on the television. I mean, what a position for him to be in. Do you think he wants to stay back? Do you want to release all that energy?
He's a shy kid, having raced with him for a couple years, and I think he's sincere when he says he's here for the team and he's here for Telecom and here for Reese. But he's also a big champion. I'm sure lots of winning goes through his mind. It doesn't matter. I think he's going to win anyways.
Lance and Feld think of all the riders in this tour who waited and prayed for Indurain to retire, and now here comes this kid. Could be his big day when we return. By Jean-Philippe Dauja, he's now out in front of the main field about 1 minute. But what he faces, as well as the rest of the field, the Or category climb to Andorra. Now on the face of that final climb, look at the 26-year-old Frenchman, Cedric Vasseur, showing what the French call panache, a real tenacity, honoring the yellow jersey for a 5th day in a row. He just refuses to surrender to the Pyrenees. Take a break just for a moment to remind you about ESPN's 1997 British Open preview show from Royal Troon Golf Club in Troon, Ayrshire, Scotland, Wednesday night at 5:30 Eastern Time. Mike Tirico hosts with Curtis Strange and Jimmy Roberts. That's the British Open preview, 5:30 Eastern on ESPN. French cycling fans have a new hero, 26-year-old Cedric Vasseur, doing everything he can to defend the yellow jersey.
And now this is the big climb, the one to the finish, and no, Cedric Vasseur is not quite the first man on the road, but he is riding magnificently. He is not very far behind the leader, who is Jean-Philippe Dauja, and he is in front of everybody else in the Tour de France. Paul, magnificent.
Well, he's been drop Phil on every one of the last 3 climbs. He's fought his way back every time. He is certainly riding like a man who wants to keep hold of the yellow jersey. And what he did just at the bottom of the climb here, all of the big favourites were watching each other. So he said, right, I'm going to try and keep the yellow jersey.
A very, very sensible tactic indeed, and Cedric Vasseur is in fact second on the road right now, with the steep part of this climb up to the finish to come. The third rider we've caught glimpses of is Fincato. He went clear, and then this group here, and it looks as though Ulrich is now trying to make a move, and trying to join him too is one of the, I think it is in fact Fincato. No, it's not. It's Camazin. No, it's Casagrande who's come up there. Casagrande on the shoulder. Fincato has been caught. I think that's him just behind. So this select little group, and for the first time, Vasseur, who has followed, decided I'm fed up with this following game. He has come through. He hit them at the bottom of the climb and has gone clear. His plan is not to win, but to try and hold them off as long as possible. Sorry about the picture breakup. Is Jan Ulrich. He's still looking pretty cool, although he looks as though he's feeling the heat of the day at last with his zip undone. But this rider has so much power on the climb. Here comes the attack, or does it now? On the far side, Richard Virenque moves out to get a good look of the group. It's showdown time now, of course, because on the climb here there's no descent. The finishing line is at the top, and now Ulrich, who has followed Wheels for 2 days in defence of Rees, is now going to start to stretch them. Further up the climb, we have the Maillot Jaune. He's looking over his shoulder. They are coming slowly towards him. That's Fincato, who will be the first to reach him. Ulrich is now coming after them. Has there been a decision between him and Rees?
There must have been a decision. There must have been a serious talk last night. I think Jan Ulrich has decided now. I've been sitting around working for Rees for the last few days. You can now see just exactly how strong I am, and that's what Richard Virenque is trying to do.
Well, there's such a buzz gone up around the commentary position here. I don't think anybody expected him to do this, but in fact Jan Ulrich has sailed past the Maillot Jaune, Cedric Vasseur. He's now looking to take that jersey for himself. He looks over his shoulder, he sees who's with him. The answer is no one, and now he is going to head up towards the man who has led the race since the previous call, Jean-Philippe Dauja. So Jan Ulrich has declared his colours. He wants the lead.
Phil, just one more man to catch, and he'll win today's stage. More in a moment. For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. Jan Ulrich is taking charge of the 97 Tour de France. He had one man to beat, Jean-Philippe Dauja. He has done that and doesn't have far to go.
5 kilometers from the finish now for Jan Ulrich. And everybody else who have been kept in the dark all day yesterday as to the strength of this man now know he is every bit as strong as he has appeared on our television. Jan Ullrich pedalling towards the top in the great manner of Eddie Merckx, who won this Tour de France 5 times.
Well, I think, Phil, if he is at the head of affairs today, he owes it to one man. It's the man in the blue and white jersey here of Festina. Because on the third climb before the finish, the Port de Envillara, this man, Richard Virenque, attacked all the time. He's the one who softened up the opposition. And once it came to the final climb, Ullrich was still fresh. Well, he's certainly blowing the race apart right now, because the gap to the two chasers is 55 seconds. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds to Casagrande, but 2 minutes now is the gap to Bjarne Riis and Abraham Olano. So he's really put a dynamite underneath the Tour de France this afternoon. He's blowing everybody away.
Paul, as you know, no athlete should have to apologize for his level of ability and talent. Bjarne Riis certainly doesn't expect that from Jan Ullrich. All he can do is thank him for all of his support at this point. 4.5 minutes behind the leader, Ullrich now. This is Cedric Vasseur doing everything he can to hold on. But what a fantastic and heartfelt effort he's made over the last 2 days. Now today's race summary brought to you by VO2 Max Energy Bars. 23-year-old Jan Ullrich, in only his second tour, has ridden the first 10 days in a team support role by pacing 1996 winner Riis into the mountains. But now the young German is showing what everyone on the tour knows, that he certainly is the strongest man in this tour. Earlier today, Bernard Hinault said if any rider makes a final attack on the final mountain, you might see your tour winner. It's Jan Ullrich.
He's such a shy boy, it's hard to get anything out of him. He only speaks German, and he always likes other people to do the talking. That's why he's always preferred Bjarne Riis to lead the race. But now his strength has proved just too much. It has literally taken him away from the rest of the Tour de France today. He could wait no longer. Now he's going to drive all the way and claim every second he can. As this wonderful little rider from Germany, a man who I think is probably the best cyclist we have seen on the bike for many, many years. He's ridden all of them off his wheel on the climb today, and all the crowd know it. They know what they're seeing here. The commentators too. I won't forget the buzz when he attacked, because everybody has waited for it. So Jan Ullrich of Germany, the champion, is now set to win this stage of the Tour de France, and there's no doubt either he will go into the leader's yellow jersey. He looks down at his gears there, and this is a very, very steep part of the climb rather, but he's still conscious of the fact it's time to zip up the jersey and look smart for the television cameras. His championship of Germany racing jersey. He's out of the saddle, I think, for one of the first times of the whole climb here. As is 7 hours and 45 minutes, almost 8 hours in the saddle today. This will be the longest stage of the Tour de France for sure. And it'll be an awful lot longer for many, many riders who are a long way behind Jan Ullrich today. It wouldn't surprise me if the pace set by him has eliminated a number of them. He is the winner, to an enormous round of applause and whistles here. Jan Ullrich is home and awaits to see who comes in next.
It won't be Bjarne Riis, Phil, who's in 5th place, losing time in a stage where he expected to make up a lot of time. Doesn't appear he's going to defend his tour title. Marco Pantani, what a great comeback after a year and a half away from cycling, and a fantastic effort by Virenque 2 days in a row.
Pantani is carrying Richard Virenque to the line. It's going to be in excess of 1 minute, the time gap now, as Marco Pantani again has shown us he is back to his great climbing form, and there's plenty of mountains still to come in this year's Tour de France. This race is not decided yet. Pantani a minute 7, Virenque comes over in 3rd place.
And for Riis, still an admirable ride. He's in the top 5, but his chances of winning this tour are disappearing on our final climb today. Well, it may have been the moment when Paul Sherwen described that he dropped back to the team car, that he got the green light to go ahead and take charge of his team telecom and potentially the Tour de France. Overall, his 2nd stage win in the Tour. Americans have been turning in some great individual performances, and today it was Kevin Livingston's turn. He finished 15th in today's stage, 4 minutes 15 seconds behind Ullrich, who was a minute 8 seconds ahead of Marco Pantani, side by side with Richard Virenque. Bjarne Riis was 5th, 3:23 back. Kevin Livingston 15th, and Bobby Julich 23rd today. Cedric Vasseur, another honorable race. He wore the yellow jersey 5 days, but Jan Ullrich and the rest of that crowd up front were just too much for him. So So overall, a new leader of the 97 Tour de France. And how long will he be there? Jan Ullrich by 2 minutes 38 seconds over Richard Virenque and Abraham Milano. Bjarne Riis, his teammate, now 4:53 behind. Marco Pantani rounds out the top 5. The pure strength and style of Jan Ullrich. Today it actually devastated more experienced Tour de France riders. It was the way he did it, almost without emotion and without expending any effort, by winning today's stage and now leading the 97 Tour de France. Remember this moment. It could be the defining one of the 97 Tour. Riis behind the scenes, Ullrich right up front. So the Tour de France has now traveled 1,354 miles with 1,107 still to go. Tomorrow, stage 11 takes the cyclists from Andorra to the short town of Perpignan. Join ESPN 2 tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern and on ESPN at 2:30 a.m. Eastern for coverage of stage 11. For Cedric Vasseur, who put in a fantastic effort defending the yellow, for Phil Liggett, for Paul Sherwen, and our entire ESPN cycling team, and our new leader, Jan Ullrich, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. One particular team, the Tour de France is family. For a time, they did everything together. But now, their youngest boy has grown up. It's time to go off on his own. But Big Brother will always be around. From the small confines of Andorra, the Tour de France has a new leader as we leave the Pyrenees and return to the south of France. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, the days of the apprenticeship of 23-year-old Jan Ullrich have finally come to an end. With the blessing and literally the embrace of Bjarne Riis yesterday, he said, all right, young man, time to go out in the world and make your own way.
That's right, strength told in the end, and Ullrich rode away from his team leader. But you know, the Tour de France is about winning for the team. Who actually takes that final yellow jersey is only important to the actual rider himself. There's 10 years difference, though, between Jan Ullrich and Bjarne Riis, and there's still the Alps to come, and they are viciously hard. Stamina might be more important than youth when we get there.
You reminded Ullrich of one other thing as well. He said, no matter how successful your corporation becomes, we're still all in this company together. But watch out for hostile takeover attempts. Jan Ullrich, from silent partner to chairman of the board with strength and style. The 23-year-old German national champion. And of course, this promotion deserves a whole new wardrobe. And from now on, wherever Ullrich goes, Riis goes with him. But now Jan must defend the yellow jersey with the same honor and courage that Cedric Vasseur did, with that unexpected breakaway.
With 13 seconds from Ullrich, isn't enough for me to have the yellow jersey. So I think that I have no chance if everybody come together at the beginning of the hill. So I decided to attack because I had nothing to lose.
Another man with nothing to lose. Tyler Hamilton of the U.S. Postal Service getting hugs and kisses from friends and family. The American boys have been talking attack. Paul Sherwen previews the day.
How you feeling?
Well, certainly after the drama and excitement of the last couple of days, I would expect the big leaders of the Tour de France to take a back seat. Maybe give a chance to the lesser riders, men who've lost an awful lot of time in the mountains, to go out and look for a breakaway. The reason for that is in 2 days' time, when we go to the big time trial in Saint-Étienne, they have to come out again and show just exactly how good they are. So today, if you want a good tip, look out for a breakaway.
Well, in the lead group yesterday, we expected to see the Tour's favorite, Bjarne Riis, Abraham Milano, Marco Pantani, Laurent Jalabert. But one young man we didn't expect to see, American Kevin Livingston. Now, quoting Cyril Guimard, his Tour director.
He was happy. He said bien, not très bien. He said très bien is first place.
With his big American smile. So this morning, 178 cyclists said, drop the flag and let's get out of the Pyrenees and find out how our new leader is at defending the yellow jersey. Now today's route is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Stage 11, 119 miles from the Principality of Andorra down to Perpignan. After 2 mountain stages, this is mainly a day of descending through an area of deceiving flat stretches and very small passes. There's a major mountain in the first 15 miles, but after that, it's pretty much a downhill run into a day off tomorrow. Mother Nature made this map, and she figured these guys deserved a great day. Warm and sunny in the mid-90s by the finish, and a 20-mile-per-hour wind swirling through these caverns. 50 miles into today's stage, Eric Zabel of Team Telecom spearheaded a breakaway group, but they were caught 10 miles later. Then 4 men counterattacked, led by American George Hincapie. Now 38 miles to go to the finish. Paul Sherwen's prediction, right on, with a U.S. Postal rider directly involved. Phil?
Well, we're on the last little climb of the day now. This is only a 4th category hill, so it's not too tough, and it will take the riders to within about 40 miles of the finish. These are the 4 leaders. They caught up with the others and blew them all away, so they've been out in front since the feeding zone, more or less. And Gonchenkov, Wilfred Peters, George Hincapie of the U.S. Postal, and Philippe Gaumont. And there he is, just to the right of our picture, in the Cofidis team. The leader of the Ross Lotto team, setting the pace on the climb. And he's a very solid rider. He's the best placed of this group. He's 85th overall. Nobody, Paul, in this group is closer than 1 hour 6 minutes to the yellow jersey. So I don't expect there to be too big a reaction from him just yet.
Oh, well, I don't think so. They would really be pushed to go to the front and chase all day after a group of riders who are more than an hour behind. This is very often the situation you get after a big mountain stage. Lesser riders get the chance to go to the front and try and get a stage victory.
Even so, the pace is now high. The riders were about 15-20 minutes behind the slower schedule earlier on. They're pulling that back now because it does seem as though now the hills are behind them for the day. And remember, it's a rest day tomorrow. The sprinters are beginning to sense it might be their stage. And this is the TVM team of Jerome Blylavens, who I think are anxious to pull in those 4 riders.
Well, certainly, again, this is just one stage the sprinters have a chance of over the next week, really, because after the rest day, we've got the time trial, then we're back into the mountains again. So they have to work hard today and try and pull it all together.
And the world champion just passing through in the white there, Johan Museeuw. The red jersey was the Swiss champion, Oscar Kamazin. They're both on the MAP A team. And the MAP A team are driving for Nicola Minali, who's just got back to this bunch, by the way. He's had a flat tyre. He's come back. There's Jan Ulrich. First day in yellow for the young German. And I must say the colour suits him, and reports overnight that they are the best of friends, him and Bjarne Riis. And Bjarne Riis now is going to have to work to help this man win the Tour de France.
Good point, Phil. Riis's responsibility now is to guide Ulrich.
To compete overseas, you can't go it alone. You need to be part of a team. A world-class competitor that's fast and well-trained. A team that knows the territory around the world. Global delivery services from the U.S. Postal Service. If you're going places overseas, ride with us. No one delivers like the U.S. Postal Service.
Some mountain bikers get psyched by attaining spiritual oneness with nature. Some meditate to a higher power. Marla Streb gets psyched by running into a tree. This woman is serious. That's why we invented VO2 Max.
Our performance core is clinically shown to enhance recovery by supplying antioxidants to fight oxidative stress.
That felt good.
VO2 Max.
Are you serious?
ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Degree, the body heat-activated antiperspirant and deodorant. By the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. And by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. George Hincapie of Charlotte, North Carolina. Not a specialist climber or time trialist, but rather an all-around racer with a good turn of speed. He chases stage wins, which is what he's doing right here. Phil?
Well, that 4-man breakaway of Wilfred Peters, Alexander Gonchenkov, George Hincapie and Philippe Gaumont really has stirred this race up now, Paul. The field has split and there's a little bit of a sensation.
Well, certainly what happens on a stage like this, especially if there are some crosswinds, you get a little bit too relaxed, and that's what happened to Bjarne Riis. He's in the second group, about 30 seconds behind the front part of the main field, and they're closing down very rapidly on this lead group of 4.
Well, this is a little bit unlucky for the breakaway, with George here looking over his shoulder, because they had taken the gap up to around 2 minutes. It's come right down now because the main field has split. Bjarne Riis is in the second group. The telecom team back there are trying to put him back up with the leaders. The yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich is in the front group. This is the second group now. You can see the pink sleeve jersey there of telecom riders riding at the front to try and bring this race into contention. There's Riis just popping in on the right of our picture.
Well, this is what happens when you lose a little bit of control over the race. You tend to be sitting near the back, a little bit too relaxed maybe, and that's exactly what has happened to Bjarne Riis this afternoon. He's got a lot of teammates there, so there is a chance that they will get back into the front part of the main field.
A little bit too relaxed, I think, and he's paying for that mistake now with wasting a lot of energy here. They should get back, as Paul Sherwen says, but driving the main field are the white jerseys of Chris Boardman's GAN team, probably thinking of Frederic Moncassin and possibly the Australian Stuart O'Grady to get them down there for the sprint finish.
Most certainly, I think they do feel that Moncassin has a great chance of taking the stage victory, especially if they've reduced the numbers and it's not just a big, huge bunch coming down to the line. But that's a bad sign, I think, for the leading group of 4, because the speed in the main field at the moment is eating into their lead.
Paul, it's a lot easier to pick out Jan Ullrich down there, getting congratulations from riders in the peloton who really respect the fact that for 10 days he rode for the team. Now he has his reward. But up ahead, that 4-man break has lost the battle. That big headwind they're fighting certainly didn't help their cause.
And just as we look at the field here, they've just swept up those 4 riders so quickly. They came off that corner and wrapped around the 4 leaders. So Hincapie and Co have been dispatched back into this field. But look at the speed of this front group. They've all now realized that Bjarne Riis is in that second group, and it's not looking good because the gap is now 43 seconds to the second group. I've seen Ullrich sit up once or twice and look over the shoulders of the riders behind to see if that bunch is coming up. But Paul, you know, at first I thought it wasn't serious, but now I begin to think it is.
Well, in fact, if you just look over to the left of the pitch, you can see the second part of the main field. 1 or 2 riders disappearing from the front part of this peloton now that the group has been caught, and it could be a chance for Bjarne Riis's group to get back, because they're certainly chasing very hard indeed.
And there they are, the pink jerseys of Telecom. Well, they don't know who they're working for right now. Is it for Riis or is it for Ullrich? Right now it's for Riis, because they've got to get themselves and him back up to in front of that yellow neutral service car. This is a split which is really come at a time when the race wasn't supposed to break up at all. But, you know, that is the Tour de France this year. And, in fact, 2 riders, including one of Riis's team men, has ripped clean off the front of the group and are going across without him.
Well, that's a sign of panic. You don't do that when you're actually working for somebody in the group, and that was one of the telecom riders. It looked a little bit like Giovanni Lombardi. He was pushing himself just a little bit further, and now all he can hope is that the rest of the telecom riders get back up to him. But it looks now, Phil, as if a reasonable amount of normality is going to come into the main field, and they'll be back together once more. But not a good move by Riis.
Bjarne Riis showing a lack of concentration he wouldn't certainly have shown last year, while Ullrich already riding this race like a Tour leader. Let's bring this stage of the Tour de France in focus. Been a day of breakaways. With 21 miles to go, a 9-man break now led by Johan Museeuw, the world champion, leading the main field by about 20 seconds. Now let's rejoin Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen as the peloton takes up the chase.
The TVM are the ones who have missed out, along with the Rabobank. They've got the fast sprinters of Jerome Bly-Levens and Robbie McEwen. And so they put the men on the front now, being led by Eric Breukink, to try and do some work to bring back that breakaway. 19 seconds, so they're pegging them. The race was running about 20 minutes behind schedule after all of those climbs this morning, but now they are really moving, and they're pulling back all of that time lost.
There's Martin den Bakker, former Dutch national champion, on the front. All of these riders just thinking about one thing, pulling back this leading group of what is now 9 riders. And you can see in third position there, Johan Museeuw on the flatter stages looking a lot more comfortable.
Going through the vineyards now as we race through the peach groves as well today on our way out to the coast at Perpignan. The race finishing alongside a river here. And then it's the aeroplane trip tonight for the riders as they blast their way up to Saint-Étienne. Rest day tomorrow. You're not allowed to travel on a rest day. It has to be a complete rest day for the bike riders. That's why they have to fly at the end of today's stage. And then tomorrow, I'm sure they'll all be out around the time trial course, checking it out for the time trial to follow the day after tomorrow.
A little bit of tactical manoeuvring going on here. One of the riders just trying to take Eros Poli off the back there because he wouldn't work, and all he did was he just waited for the gap to be big enough and leapt across on his own. The man trying to take him out was Valentino Fuais from the Mapei GB squad.
Well, Paul, as their break continues, let's take time out to remind you of a program note. The NHRA Mopar Parts Mile High Nationals, Sunday evening at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN2. Get ready for some real high-octane speed. Last year, records fell, and they could fall again this year, so be sure to watch the NHRA Mopar Parts Mile High Nationals from Denver, Colorado, Sunday evening. Right back here in the south of France, that 9-man breakaway is fading.
And as they pass under the 20 kilometres to go banner there, the last survivors of that 9-man breakaway have been wiped out by the field. So the race has come all back together again, and with just about 12 miles to go, it looks as though the sprinters can start sharpening those legs now. The Rabobank team have done the job along with TVM. There was nobody else helped them. And the last 5 riders of the 9 to be caught were Poli, Alonso, Crepaldi, Sogrin, and the world champion Museo. So it looks like a sprint, Paul.
Looks as if it may well just come down to a sprint at the end, but you never know, Phil. On the run into Perpignan, it is quite tricky towards the end, which could give a man a chance to get clear of the charging pack.
Well, over the last half mile, the roads through the streets of the city centre are pretty narrow. There's not much room to manoeuvre, so you're going to certainly have to keep your men in the first half dozen if you want the winner today.
So another breakaway caught, but it's not over yet. Remember, Paul predicted this race would be won by a member of a breakaway. Back in a moment.
Hi. Oh, I'll have a Fresca.
Why? Are you ordering it because he has one?
No. No, I mean, well,
Can I bring you something else?
I can't just have a Fresca?
I'll come back. I'll come back later.
Crisp citrus Fresca. It's not for everyone. It's for you.
Excuse me. Could you get me a Fresca?
Nie mówię po angielsku.
For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. With 8 miles now left in stage 11, this is the main field, chasing a 3-man breakaway group led by Laurent Debienne, about 40 seconds ahead.
Well, these 3 riders have just gone out of the front of the bunch, and for some reason, Paul, when it looked as though it was going to be for the sprinters, Carlo Finco, Laurent Debienne, and Sergei Uchikov just went out of the bunch, and there was no reaction. They've now got 42 seconds in a matter of a mile.
Well, Phil, there have been so many attacks today since very early on with that attack that George Hincapie was in, that I think the bunch have got fed up with chasing and have decided to give these guys just a little bit of a lead. But I'm sure we'll see very shortly Telecom to come to the front for Eric Zabel.
Well, neither Finco nor Debian have ever won a stage of the Tour de France, but Sergei Uchikov certainly has. He might have won a stage of the Tour of Italy this year, but he hadn't let his enthusiasm run away with him. He came off a bend so quick, he went skidding off the corner into the crowd, and that was the end of that stage. But anyway, he's always to be relied upon to be in at the kill at one stage in the Tour de France, and he may well have chosen today to be it.
He's a very dangerous man when it comes towards the finish of a race, especially from a small group like this. If you remember back in 1995, he was away with Lance Armstrong, and Armstrong thought he had the stage victory won, but Uchikov just let him out a little bit too quickly.
That's right, I think that was down into Revel. And in fact, Lance Armstrong misjudging the strength of Sergei Uchikov. Well, the bunch have now straightened themselves out. It looks as though the GAN have volunteered to start the pacemaking, thinking, of course, of Frédéric Moncassin. This is their big workhorse, Gérard Rouet, who is now getting things, the most experienced man. He realises if they don't chase immediately, these 3 will certainly not come back.
Well, that's not the way to chase down a group of 3 riders towards the end of a race like that, just having one man at the front. You should work together as a team. That's the only way you can do it.
And Debian on France and the Cofidis team looking for a little bit of a success here now, which would do their morale the world of good. There's Uchikov too, gritting his teeth. Good finisher. And the main field now, they're saying it's 47 seconds. The gap is still edging away.
Well, they really do need to organise themselves at the front, and Cofidis certainly need a victory because of the loss of Tony Rominger in this Tour de France. They really haven't had a great deal to shout about. So if they could get a win here from Laurent Debian, I think that would make the sponsors of the team just a little bit more happy.
All right, here's our opportunity to review today's Stage 11 with the race summary, brought to you today by Visa. The day began with Jan Ullrich in the yellow jersey, and after an early six-man breakaway attempt, a four-man group counterattacked with American George Hincapie of U.S. Postal Service. Their 2-minute 30-second lead was eliminated then at the 90-mile mark. Now, with just over 6 miles to go, there's really no threat to Ullrich's yellow jersey, but 3 men are chasing the stage victory. These riders represent Cofidis, MG Technogym, and Pulte in that order, and to this point, none of those teams have a stage win.
But these boys are absolutely burying themselves now. They are going at around about 54 kilometers an hour. They are picking up a good strong wind, and Uchikov knows now that this is total commitment. If they are caught, then they'll count all of the riders by them, and they'll just hang on the tail.
All they want to do now is just to get into the streets of Perpignan, because out on this long straight road they'll have the wind right into their faces. Once they get into the town, they'll start to get a little bit of shelter from that wind, and then they may well just survive to the finish.
So we've got 3 men against a big headwind and the entire field 45 seconds behind. Can they hold on to the finish line? We'll find out in just a moment. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Visa, proud sponsor of USA Cycling. It's everywhere you want to be. That 3-man group that broke away with just over 8 miles to go is now approaching the finish. Phil?
Under the 2K into the narrow streets now of Perpignan. This is about the width the road will stay all the way up to the line. We bounce over a road junction here and continue the charge for the line.
Allows the chance they have. They have to keep working, though, because 2 kilometers to go. The gap is still just 40 seconds, so the main field not having the impetus to pull them back. But in a very short while, they'll see the red kite indicating 1 kilometer to go, and Uchikov is starting to look very nervous indeed.
Well, there's Richard Virenque just being passed there by the yellow jersey, the top 2 in the Tour de France. About 4 men back from the front as we go under the 2 kilometers to go banner. Now the Telecom have got the men to the front. They'll be happy, I think, if Zabel gets 4th today.
35 seconds as they went under the 2 kilometer banner there. There's the banner they're looking for, though. The kites, the red kite, the flamme rouge, indicating 1 kilometer left. Now you see that Uchikov in the green jersey has tried to keep to the back, but there's an attack going. Finko's decided he's going to go, but Uchikov is very attentive indeed. Now's the time for Debian to go if he has anything left in his legs.
Well, Uchikov is taking control, but not with the same speed now. He's waiting for somebody else to make a move. That's why he's taken the race across to the crowd line, forcing the riders to attack on one side only, the side he knows they'll come on the right. Debian looks to me as though he's just waiting, and I don't quite know why, because he's lying off the back. He's waiting to attack, and I think we've cut away at the wrong time there, because I think when we go back, and there it is, Debian has gone through on the outside, but it was a fake. He's been brought back.
His only chance to win was to outfox these 2 riders. They all know that Uchikov is the man with the best sprint when it comes down to the end. Uchikov is hugging the barriers now to make sure that if any of these riders attack him, it's only going to be on one side, which is why he keeps looking over to the left-hand side of the screen, because that's where they'll come when they start.
Well, everybody wants to win a stage of the Tour de France. Only one rider, the man on the front, Uchikov, has ever done that from these 3 now. Debian, he's trying to fake it so that somebody will start the lead out for the line, and they are not having any of it. They are so desperate to get victory, they're scared to move. Now Finko is having a go. He's giving it just about everything, and he's looking at the finishing banner, but Sergei Uchikov has got his measure, I think. Uchikov could be on for win number 2 here. Debian is out of it, as Sergei Uchikov of the Pulse. And a little bit of a hook there, which may not be too good for the judges. And there'll be a protest by, I think, Debian. It wasn't a great one, but it was a hook. Let's go back to the race now, as MG starts to go for the line. Fabio Baldato, but Nicola Manoli also coming. Here comes Zabel, the Express in full cry again, looking for 4th place. Moncassin taking it on. Moncassin and Zabel, but Zabel will take it on the line.
Sergei Uchikov of Team Pulte, the first to cross the line, but now there is some controversy. Officials are gathering at the finish line to take another look. Let's do the same.
And just look at this sprint now. You see a little bit of a hook there coming from Uchikov. Now, was it intentional or not? But he holds his man close onto the barriers. And in fact, Debian is going to try his luck here with a protest.
And Phil, after lodging that protest, the officials agree. Uchikov did interfere with Debian, so Laurent Debian wins stage 11. Uchikov given third position. In the field sprint in that second group, Frankie Andreo actually took fifth in that group, 8th overall in today's stage 11. Now, Uchikov in yellow really upset about the reversal. It's like holding in football. If you're going to call it every play, do so. But if you called that in every sprint, you'd never have a winner. Overall in the 97 Tour now, the top 5 leaders, all pre-race favorites. There are no surprises. Ulrich won, then Virenque, Olano, Rees in 4th position, then Marco Pantani. Throughout stage 11 today, no real challenge to the yellow jersey. Tomorrow is a day off. Then stage 12, the first individual time trial of this Tour de France. It is a specialty for Jan Ullrich. He won the last time trial in the 96 Tour de France. So tomorrow is an off day, but a very crucial preparation day for all the riders in the Tour as they get ready for the individual time trial. We'll tell you all about it and show you what they've been through thus far in a Tour de France special on ESPN2 at 7:30 Eastern and on ESPN at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. Our coverage continues of the 97 Tour de France. For Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. You just might find his picture. Tyler Hamilton from Marblehead, Massachusetts, riding for the U.S. Postal Service. Now ready to take his turn on this, the most significant day of the 97 Tour de France. This is the individual time trial. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. So why is this day so important? Well, because before Jan Ullrich can solidify himself as the leader of the Tour de France, he needs to prove that he is the clear-cut leader, first of all, as Von Team Telecom. Now, publicly, Phil, Bjarne Riis and Ullrich say that they are the best of friends, but there is an internal power struggle here.
Yes, there is, because you want to be the leader of the team. But we shouldn't confuse here the situation between Ullrich and Riis as that of Greg LeMond and Bernardino 11 years ago, because they actually finished the Tour and they didn't like each other. These two are the best of friends. But, you know, in the race of truth, you go out, you do your own thing. Nobody can complain on the team now if Bjarne Riis does gain time over Ullrich. But, you know, the top 6 riders overall in this event, they can ride the time trial, they can climb mountains. This will be a great stage.
Out on the course already, American George Hincapie of U.S. Postal Service. In his second tour, he's not a time trial specialist, but he'll turn a good speed, hopefully good enough to keep U.S. Postal in the top 10 of the overall team classification. Let's look at the route brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. A 34-mile time trial course. The important points, the time checkpoints at 7.8 and 16.5 miles in. On the descent back into Saint-Étienne, you can gain 20 or lose 30 seconds. This is Frankie Andreo, captain of the French team Cofidis. He's trying to turn a time that'll keep his team motivated. Frankie in his 6th Tour de France. A week ago today, he was in the 11th position overall, but once we hit the mountains, he dropped down to about number 73. Frankie keeping his team together. At the finish line, George Hincapie, a native of North Carolina. The lead time at this point, 1 hour, 22 minutes, 46 seconds. And George crosses the finish line at 1:27.47. That's the best American time so far. Back out on the road, some interesting developments here, Phil.
Well, this is going to be a big surprise for Chris Boardman. He'll find it hard to swallow, but Frank Vandenbroek is catching him for 2 minutes. This has never happened to Chris before in the years he's been a professional bike rider, and clearly the pain in his back from that crash in the Pyrenees is affecting his performance. He was first at the first check, but since then Vandenbroek has been the leader at every check, and he's gone by him.
Now in the start house, American Marty Jemison from Salt Lake City at age 32 in his first Tour individual time trial, but he knows what to expect.
It's a long, gradual uphill, so you might be able to find a good rhythm there. And at the top, when you think it's over, they say it's not over. The rest of a lot of the race has a up and down, like 1 kilometer climbs with 1 kilometer descents. So they reckon that's going to be pretty difficult just to maintain a rhythm through that. And then the last 10K are actually downhill.
Vandenbroek and Boardman have maintained their rhythm very well, and here we are at the finish line. Vandenbroek and Boardman even. It's going to be Vandenbroek crossing the finish line first. Keep your eye on the clock, and in a time of 1:21.09, he now takes the lead in the individual time trial. Jemison now out on the road. What a big day for him. One of 6 Americans who started and are still in the 97 Tour de France. Of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by VO2 Max Sports Performance Nutrition. Are you serious? By Visa, a proud supporter of USA Cycling. It's everywhere you want to be. By the United States Postal Service, around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. And by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Next to time trial, Vyacheslav Ekimov, the Russian leader of the American team U.S. Postal Service. He is an excellent time trialist. Out on the road now, Tyler Hamilton, Ekimov's teammate.
And indeed, Tyler Hamilton showed us a little bit of form towards the end of the 2 days in the Pyrenees. Now, can he produce a good ride in the time trial? Because people are saying when he gets to the Alps, he will play a much bigger part in this year's Tour de France. He looks good at the moment. Hamilton riding very, very smoothly as he cuts the trail towards the first big climb of the day. No rocking and rolling at all here. He's keeping a very sensible pace. He's not going to win the Tour, but he wants to stay with it. And as we swing back to the finish, here's the arrival of the other American, Frankie Andreu. There's the time to beat. He's not going to do that. He's going to be about 4 minutes off the pace, but Frankie has put up a very good performance today. 32nd at the moment.
Bobby Julich, 25 years old from Breckenridge, Colorado, in his first Tour individual time trial, Phil.
Well, now this is Marty Jemison out on the course, getting to grips with his first Tour de France and finding what it's like to ride the time trial. He is looking better and better as this Tour gets longer. Jemison looking over his shoulder there, but there's nobody coming up behind him at all. He is riding very quickly and very smoothly as he winds away through the streets of Saint-Étienne. But let's get back to the finish. Not too far away, but behind Jemison, the arrival now of Tyler Hamilton. Still it's Frank Vandenbroek's time, the surviving passage of time. And it's a very good ride by Hamilton. 8th at the moment, 1:23.18.
Now back on the road, Bobby Julich. And if there's any American who could beat Hamilton's time, it's Bobby, Paul.
Well, he has to put in a good performance today if he wants to stay high up in the overall rankings. And you can see, as many other riders in the early part of this course, he's using a fairly standard machine. Interesting to note, though, he is using these new experimental Michelin tires. Now, the compound on these is very hard indeed. I think a big risk to use them in a time trial like this because on the far side of the course, Adrian, it is very wet and very slippery indeed.
Well, Paul, another American who took very few chances but looked strong, if not cautious, throughout the 34 miles. Marty Jemison is going to come across with a time of 1:27.20. Now, Kevin Livingston, ready to go. The highest placed American here in France. 33rd overall, 24 years old, from Austin, Texas, riding for Cofidis. Björn Rees, defending Tour de France champion. He may not be Telecom's leader right now, but he still has a very important place on his team.
Björn is an intelligent man. It took him 10 years of racing as a domestique on small teams that weren't even teams, to reach the level he has now. He's a realist. He knows that anything can still happen. The hardest days of the Tour are yet to come. 3 days of the Alps. Everything could still change. But he knows very well that Ulrich is the strongest of the peloton.
Now, Godefroot also claims that this course is well suited for a time trialist climber, the speed of Abraham Olano. Now, remember those two bikes we analyzed yesterday? Well, it looks like Olano has picked the more traditional road racer with the simple addition of an aerodynamic, solid disc rear wheel. But Lance Armstrong's cancer and other members' bad crashes leave them the bad luck boys of the 97 Tour. The only bright spot is the performance of the Americans, captained by Frankie Andreu. Cofidis is a company that sells fast approval credit. Now, Phil Liggett is atop the Col in the middle of some very bad weather.
And there is a very tired Kevin Livingstone as he goes over the top of the climb in terrible conditions here. There's a lot of people here saying that next week in the Alps, this man we are going to talk about a lot, and I really hope so. Well, here's Vyacheslav Yekimov coming home for the US Postal Service's team. He too is conceding over 2 minutes to Van den Broek, so there's another surprise.
Well, he's not exactly on his own terrain here. That climb at the start really must have made him suffer an awful lot. He has got the power to pull it back over the end, but again, he's gone off in bad climatic conditions.
So Vyacheslav Yekimov coming home, and it's going to be a time which will keep him in the top 10, I think. No, it won't. 16th place now for Yekimov. 1 hour, 23 minutes, 40 seconds. Pantani is the 5th last man to start, and I know that there are many, many people love this man, and they want to see him return to the great climber he was. He had a serious accident almost 2 years ago now. He's recovered from it, and he showed us in the Pyrenees he will be a force in this year's Tour de France. He's not a great time trial rider normally, but of course today we have a mountain in the middle, and he's a great hill climber. Now, a chance to have a look at Bobby Julich, who's taken a little time finding his legs here, the American on the Cofidis team. He was telling me a couple of days ago that it was a bit of a shock when he went into the Pyrenees, Paul, after all those small hills, to climb something like the Col de Tourmalet, but his time is not a bad one.
Bill, certainly not bad at all. Keep an eye on Julich's time just above Frank Van den Broek, who is currently leading. He picked up a lot of time on the descent. 1:24.34 is Bobby Julich's time, second only to Tyler Hamilton from the United States, who went 1:23.08. Now the pressure is on. This man needs to make up a lot of time.
And this is Bjorn Rees, Paul, the concentration. I wonder what's going through his mind now with his young teammates still to start some 12 minutes behind him.
As he sets off there, Phil, down the starting ramp, he must be thinking this is going to be a very important time trial for me.
Now, Cedric Vasseur out on the course. No news yet from here at the finishing line as to how well he is going. He certainly looks good as he makes his way out. He's in the sun at the moment, but that's the way the weather's going here this afternoon. 1 minute sun, next minute you're in rain, next minute you're in fog, and then you run back into dry conditions again. And so Cedric Vasseur, the big crowd here, enjoying the sight of the Frenchman who's made a big impression on this year's Tour de France. And Abraham Olano making his departure now. Third last to go, and saying that he's not too sure that this course suits him.
But Phil, it is very well suited for the strongest of mountain climbers, and there may be no stronger mountain climber than Richard Virenque. He's up next. The Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule. Log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports.
And this is the face now of Richard Virenque before he gets the final countdown. 3 times the King of the Mountains. Looking now to challenge Jan Ullrich in the Alps. He reckons, Paul, he's going to attack Ullrich.
I think he will. He'll attack him all of the way. But today what he has to do is try and limit the amount of time he's going to lose. He starts the day 2 minutes 38 seconds behind Jan Ullrich. And he told me yesterday that if he only loses 2 minutes in this time trial, he will feel as if he's done a good performance.
Well, he's not a great time trialist, but he can climb hills very, very well indeed. That might be in his favour today as he starts. Enormous cheer from the crowd there. They rate Richard Virenque. He's such an entertaining cyclist, always attacking, as we've seen during those 2 days in the Pyrenees. Here's the arrival of the US Postal Service's Minot, the Danish member of the team, and he's also putting a good time. The team are coming in and packing well here, and it's going to feature them well in the overall in the team competition, but nobody getting near Frank Van den Broek at all. That 1 hour 21 minute ride beginning to look rather special now, and I think the only men who can get near him right now will be possibly Ries, Olano, Virenque and Ullrich.
This is Peter Meinert Nielsen, the Dane who rides for U.S. Postal Service, one of 6 nationalities represented on a team of 9 men. Now, all the eyes of the cycling world are on this man who could define the individual time trial.
Jan Ullrich makes ready for his stage in the Tour de France, the time trial. 55 kilometers, 33 miles. And if he does do a good ride here, Paul, if he does win, and then an awful lot of people are going to feel the tour is finished, aren't they?
They certainly will, apart from Richard Virenque, who will still attack him anyway. But the advantage that this man has now is knowing that he's starting last man. He will have the information of the times being produced out on the course, and as he rolls down the starting ramp, he's facing the most important time trial of his career.
So all 175 riders have made their start. And if he looked over his shoulder, he could have seen the finishing line, by the way. It's about 500 yards behind where they start here. But now he's out round this big major roundabout here, disappears round the back of a few hotels, and then he'll be out on the course and heading up towards the climb of the Croix de Chauberey. Now, back to Bjarne Riis out on the course here. It's an important time trial for him today. He's free as a bird. If he's got the strength to chase down his young team leader, then nobody will try to stop him. And they could go to the Alps as joint leaders again of the team.
Well, most certainly, I would like to see what he decides to do, but now that the weather is changing, he may well go through with his plan of taking that second machine for the second half of the time trial course here. But today, he's on his own terrain. He's riding basically against himself. He has no opponents, only Bjarne Riis. And a few days ago, he was talking confidently, saying, the only opposition I have in this Tour de France is Bjarne Riis. Now he has to ride against himself.
Now, as I speak, just up on our screen, Bjarne Riis, you've got it too, has gone through 14 minutes and 35 seconds. Best time by 11 seconds there. So Riis is starting to feel good. Now, the rival here of Kevin Livingstone, Cofidis. It'll be interesting to see what Kevin has done. It looks as though he's really not made too big an effort here today as he comes up towards the finish. He looks like he may have fallen, actually. He's got a hole in his shorts.
He's got a hole in his shoulder as well, Phil, so he's obviously taken one too many risks on the descent there. And look, he was riding at an excellent time to begin with, and now he's well outside 1 hour and 27 minutes. So I think Kevin pushed it once too much in the corners.
So he, of course, got the worst of the weather. He was up there in the fog and mist. He looks a little bit hurt. His leg is bleeding as well. And Olano has now come through. He's disposed Riis at the top. Olano is the best time of 14 minutes and 29 seconds now. So he is riding well.
Well, there's confirmation, 14:29. Riis at 6 seconds and Boardman at 17 seconds. So Abraham Olano is showing that he is in good form. They said yesterday this man is going to walk away from the Tour de France. Some even thought that he may well abandon, but I don't think he's got any thoughts of that at the moment as he goes through there. The first time check with the fastest time.
Now with Ulrich, Virenque, Olano, and Riis all on the road, the best minutes of this time trial are still to come. Races out of Saint-Étienne toward the first time checkpoint. We know Bjarne Riis's split time of 14:35 was fastest until Olano and Virenque checked in 7 seconds faster. Ulrich wants to beat their 14:29 split.
Well, this is Olano, joint leader at the moment with Richard Virenque, with still just one rider left to go through that first check, and that is Jan Ullrich. From the pictures we've been seeing, it looks to us, Paul, as though he is flying.
He's looking very good indeed, taking an awful lot of risks out on the course, but the important thing about a 55-kilometer time trial is what you have to do is spread that effort over the whole course. You can't start too quickly and die towards the end, which is exactly what happened to Boardman. He had for a long time the fastest time at kilometer 12.5, and he faded towards the end.
So we now are looking at Abraham Olano, who used to wear the rainbow jersey of a world road race champion. He won it very early on in his career, and now he's had to live with that reputation and build on it. People are saying he's a much better stage race rider than a single day rider. He's still to prove that largely, but he is a strong rider, and it looks as though he might be riding himself into the Tour de France. You know, today this time trial could be a coming together of all of these top names. They really do believe that they can fight this one right through to the bitter end this year. Now, back with the maillot jaune of the Tour, Jan Ullrich. It must be very lonely down there for him. He's closing down the race today. He is obviously going quickly. We've no idea how quickly yet till he gets over to that 12.5-kilometer point. He's certainly wobbling a bit there, Paul, as he lines up for these corners.
Very strange indeed. He may well have taken a risk of having some very light wheels on indeed, which is why he's losing a little bit of control going into these corners. You can see his bike moving all over the place. Quite strange to see that, because normally this man is very smooth when he's riding a time trial. He doesn't move the top half of his body, but it could be the pressure, and in a few seconds time we should get his time at the first time check.
Well, we saw the white line there. He's now gone through the 12.5-kilometre checkpoint. We'll just await for the time of Jan Ullrich and see where he features now in what is becoming a race of seconds, certainly at the first check. Ullrich has now gone through, and it looks to me as though he's trying exceptionally hard. This is the man, of course, he's on one-on-one with Bjarne Riis, his team captain, who's now 4th in the Tour de France. Riis has gone further on now. He's beginning the climb of the Col de la Croix de Chauberey, and he looks as though he's climbing pretty quickly as well. So, as we watch Bjarne Riis here, I can tell you Jan Ullrich is the best time at 12.5 kilometres. There it is. Ullrich, 14 minutes, 22 seconds. Olano and Berenk at 7. We are in for a great finish.
Phil, Riis is closing in on the second time checkpoint, which is at the top of this mountain. Now remember that super modified bike that we unveiled yesterday? The game plan is that he'll make a switch.
Well, Riis looking very comfortable indeed at the moment. You can see he's climbed up quite a lot already, sitting comfortably in the saddle, but for a strange reason he seems to be twitching the top part of his body slightly to the right. He may not be too comfortable on his machine. Looking forward to reaching the top of this climb to change over and get on the faster aerodynamic machine to take him down to the finish line. Fairly standard equipment for him too, but he is riding these very light carbon fiber wheels, which I think could be the problem that Jan Ullrich is having further down the slopes, in the fact that they're taking away a small amount of maneuverability.
There's the situation at the 12.5-kilometre check, about 7.5 miles. Everybody through there now with Jan Ullrich best time. Olano, Berenk, Riis are the top 4. And then Chris Boorman, who has come in with a very poor time, he was 5th best at that point. Pantani 6th. So the big hitters are right up, fighting it out amongst one another right now. Well, here's Ullrich on the climb now, and he looks to be moving just as quickly as he was at the start, as he uses all of the road to try and make the shortest approach to the top of the col. He's still in his superposition style here, just on those aerodynamic bars, lying as low as he can, keeping his rhythm going. But again, Paul, his bike more or less the same as he would use on the road races.
Fairly standard position for him, apart from the fact that he does have those clip-ons on at the front. He's looking a little bit laboured though here, because he is rolling the top half of his body a little bit, which we haven't seen him doing over the big Pyrenean stages. But today he's under an awful lot of pressure. He has to produce a very good time trial if he wants to confirm his place at the top of Team Telecom.
Now Marco Pantani here, he's got a puncture, or is this just the bike change? I think it's more serious than that. Off comes the bike.
This may well be a plan of his. He put his hand up there, changes the machine, and that's quite a quick check indeed. That was prepared. I think the mechanic was almost ready and waiting for that time check. He's gone now onto a low-profile machine, so Marco Pantani is going to come through, I think, with the best time. Still ticking over there, but what a great move by him.
Well, we saw it on the cameras there. Pantani snatches the bike, 45.08, best time. He's gone over the top of the hill. He's now taken a bike with higher gears, ready for the descent. And it looks as though this man is taking the Tour de France very seriously indeed.
Phil, Marco Pantani hasn't raced in the mountains for 2 years, but with this time check, he looks like he never left. Well, just before our tour coverage on Saturday, settle in for Major League Soccer on ESPN2 as the DC United takes on the Kansas City checkpoint. Richard Virac trying to prove here that he is the complete tour rider. Olano racing to confirm his status as a contender for the 97 Tour de France title. Now, his racer profile is brought to you by Fresca. Abraham Olano, the 27-year-old Miguel Indurain lookalike, has inherited the hopes of the Spanish cycling fans. In his 4th tour, the former world road racing champion has lost 15 pounds in 3 years following a draconian training program with the goal of becoming a better climber. A power time trialist, he is currently 3rd overall in this Tour de France. Now at the summit of the Croix de Chauberey, one of the fans' favorites, Bjarne Riis, the defending Tour de France champion.
And this now is Bjarne Riis on the climb. It looks to me as though he's come well up onto Marco Pantani. I don't know if you can hear a huge round of applause going up at the finishing line here, but they're watching, and most of them are Danish spectators, watching the finish on a large screen, and they've just seen the time go on the screen there of Bjarne Riis. Little bit further down the climb is Abraham Olano. He started 3 minutes behind Riis. He was quicker than him at the 12.5 kilometre point. And I apologise for the picture breakup, but it's to do with the atmospherics out on the course, as we now switch 3 minutes further back down the road to Richard Virenque, and behind Virenque, of course, is Jan Ullrich. Well, Bjarne Riis making his way up to the top of the climb. I hope we get back in time to see him go over the top, because he was running Marco Pantani's time very close indeed.
Well, in fact, Phil, as we look here at Richard Virenque, he sat down for almost the first time. He's been fighting with that machine all the way up this climb. He knows this is where he has to build up any advantage he can, because once we start the fast 40-mile-an-hour descent to the finish line, that's when he'll lose time to the men with the big power.
Well, here we are with Riis. He was 14 seconds quicker than Pantani at the last time check. He's going to have improved on that here. So the Tour de France's defending champion is beginning to look rather good again now as he comes up this climb. An awful lot of power is coming out. Pantani has had a great climb, though, and the clock hasn't stopped yet.
Well, it certainly hasn't. This is around about the point where Pantani changed his bike a little while ago, and Riis is trying to get inside the time of Marco Pantani. Let's not forget, though, Pantani was doing this on the climb, and this is where he is at his best. But Bjarne Riis is concentrated, looking for the power, trying to get himself up to the top of the climb, and I think he may well be going out a little bit behind the climber.
I think you might be right, actually, because he's not there yet. We're getting a good slow-motion image here of Bjarne Riis. But what we'd like to see is when the clock actually stopped at the top of the climb, to let us know exactly. But I think Paul Sherwen is right. I think he has gone behind the time of Marco Pantani, and there now is confirmation of that.
And he too is going for a very planned bike check. There the mechanic is out of the window already, getting the bike unstrapped. And this is actually not too well planned. In fact, Riis wasn't ready for the mechanic to come up there. There is the low-profile machine, the one that has arrived overnight, and it is quite remarkable.
Well, it certainly is, and a big push here from the mechanic. If he gives it too much of a push, he'll find he'll penalise Riis for that as he gets going again. But look at that, 45-46, I think it was, for Bjarne Riis. He has fallen behind, and he's still got problems. He made it almost look casual.
Well, it was very casual indeed. No panic. He's now looking to try and put his bid on into that bottom behind. Because of the frame structure here, he can't actually put it on the frame in front of him, so he's got to put it in that clip behind, and I think he's lost a little bit of time there. He can only hope that his speed on the descent will make up for that.
Well, a 14-second advantage over Pantani has been reversed completely now to a 38-second deficit as we go back to Jan Ullrich, who is still lower down the climb. I wonder if he's got a bike change planned at the summit as well.
Well, it's a very risky thing to do, because you do get the advantage of moving onto an aerodynamic machine, but if you get the change wrong, you can lose up to 40 seconds in a bad change. He may well not want to take that risk.
Now the climber has got himself into the saddle now, Richard Virenque, and settled in to try and keep his rhythm. It'll be most interesting to see what time Virenque comes up to the summit in. Pantani is still the best time there now. Marco Pantani setting the mark of 45 minutes and 8 seconds for the 26 kilometres. And that's around 16 miles. Here now is the man who looks like Miguel Indurain, but is in fact Abraham Olano, on the same team, of course, that great 5-time winner. He is now coming up towards the top of the Chambouret. And this is going to be interesting, Paul, because Olano was the best time at 12.5 kilometres.
Well, he was the best time when he came through there, but he was just beaten by 7 seconds when Jan Ullrich came through. So this is the important part of the course for these riders who cannot climb. They have to try and keep themselves up there with the leaders, and if Olano can go through in a time similar of Marco Pantani, well, that will prove that he certainly is in good condition.
Well, he always looks to me as if he's smiling a lot, but of course he isn't indeed. He's feeling the pressures of the climb, and he's concentrating, and he's trying to get himself into a high position in the Tour de France. Third this morning in the start house from the leaderboard, and now it looks as though he really is going to challenge by the time we get back to the finish in Saint-Étienne. The police try to get out of the way. We try to find where he is. There he is, and there's the time. Pantani, the best time, 45.08, and it's going to stay that way. Pantani, the climber, has had a great ride up the mountain. Olano, too, has lost time.
Well, it just goes to show just exactly how good Marco Pantani is. He goes through 31 seconds in arrears of the climber, but don't forget Pantani was on his own terrain there. Now this big man will gain advantage from his aerodynamic position and from his weight on the descent.
And immediately Alano is getting into his high-powered position here now as he will push on the descent and try to use, as Paul says, his body weight to make it go down that little bit quicker. He'll have to take some risks, though, because he's lost quite a few seconds to little Marco Pantani, who will have a lot of support from everybody because he is such a popular rider. 32 seconds, his deficit. He was the first man at 12.5 kilometres covered. He's now fourth on the road. Two riders left to pass up through the summit. Here's one of them, Richard Berenc, who looks to have had a good climb just by looking at him. He hasn't made many mistakes. He's been in and out of the saddle up this last part of the climb. And the crowd here are going to carry him along on a corridor of noise for sure.
Well, they certainly want him to put in a good performance. They really have ridden well all the way up this climb. Virenque has been fighting with his machine, keeping his speed as high as possible on these slopes. But it's interesting, Phil, to note that, in fact, Alano went over the top of the climb 6 seconds faster than Bjarne Riis, so he has done a good performance.
Meanwhile, Abraham Olano is on the descent, plunging back into Saint-Étienne, saving time with that carbon fiber disc wheel.
This is going to see an interesting choice of material here, because you can see Olano is taking these corners very well indeed, with the last man on the climb wearing the yellow jersey, wearing number 8 from Team Telecom, Jan Ullrich, going right up through the crowd. But Virenque is well up there.
Virenque is excellent. Richard Berenc, but again, you see, he's conceded time to Pantani. He goes over fourth and knocks Olano down a notch, 45.30, 9 seconds better than Olano on the climb.
So, Phil, with that time check of 45.30, that now puts Virenque second overall behind Marco Pantani. Trade in his bike for a more aerodynamic one.
We're about to see one of those bikes come off the roof of this car now, because this is what the leaders have been doing as they've come up. They've changed to these streamline machines, and they're going to use them to their best advantage on the descent. So this is Ullrich now, and he's gone through in the best time, 43 minutes, 24 seconds. He's kept the pressure up, and he is going so far away from the others. Jan Ullrich now is, look at the face of this man. He knows what is happening here. He could be laying the win of the Tour de France right here and now. He has gone through in a tremendous time at the top of the leaderboard. He has absolutely annihilated the time of Marco Pantani, who was the best in 45 minutes and 8 seconds. And in fact, Virenque has broken the 44-minute barrier.
What a tremendous ride by Jan Ullrich in the yellow jersey up over the summit. Now for Ullrich, it's all downhill. Can he intimidate Richard Virenque? At this moment, about 2 minutes in between the two. Ullrich would love to catch Virenque and pass him into the finish line.
Ullrich steadying himself for this sharp left-hand bend, puts himself immediately into the aerodynamic position to get the most out of it. The course goes off to our right there, and I think, Paul, that Virenque has only just gone out of sight.
I think I just saw the team car that would be behind him there, so Jan Ullrich will very shortly have him right in his sights, and that is a great incentive to know that you're about to catch your 3-minute man. He'll be able to push himself just that little bit harder.
He's not just your 3-minute man, but as leader of the Tour de France, he's catching the second man in the race, which means he's putting them all a long way behind him overall.
So Virenque riding the time trial of his life, but Abraham Olano doing a great job on the descent, saved a lot of strength and brought back 30 seconds. Really did a great job plunging back into Saint-Étienne. Now closing in on Virenque, Jan Ullrich.
Well, here is Virenque just through our picture, looking back in the distance. There is the entourage right behind the maillot jaune of the Tour de France. There is only a couple of 100 yards between them now as we head up towards that 41-kilometer checkpoint, and it's going to tell us that, in fact, Richard Virenque is only going to be a few seconds to the advantage over Jan Ullrich, who in the next 14 kilometers down to the finish is going to pass, and then will he leave behind the man who lies second in the Tour de France. Comes round tight on the apex of this corner. And there you can see now the clear figure of Richard Virenque. He's just around the bend, and Ullrich is after him. Ullrich is trying to finish him off in one hit before the 41-kilometer point.
That's quite remarkable, Phil, because all of the other riders that we've been talking about have all had a time of 1:04. When Ulrich comes through in 1:01:31, you realise he's doing an unbelievable ride.
And that was his time as he's gone through 1 hour, 1 minute and 31 seconds for Jan Ullrich. And just a few seconds behind now Richard Virenque, whose time we haven't been given. Yes, he's just come up. In fact, he's 7 seconds. He is actually 2 minutes and 53 seconds behind Jan Ullrich in overall time right now.
Well, here are the race directors here coming to separate off the motorbike cameraman that has been following Richard Virenque, just to keep the gap clean in between these two riders, because here is the yellow jersey man now, Phil. He's just about to ride up to the back wheel of Richard Virenque, and he's going to blow straight by him.
So the catch has come at around about 42.5 kilometers, leaving an awful long way to go for more time to be gained by the man in yellow. This is the hard part now, closing the actual gap. Virenque knows he's coming. This wasn't the plan of Virenque at all. He thought he might lose 2 minutes, not 3. And he's just on 3 now, as Jan Ullrich must be feeling that today he is going to win the Tour de France. He goes into the Alps now with a massive lead over everyone.
Over absolutely everyone, 3 minutes over the major contenders. But I don't think Virenque has done a bad ride today, because he's done almost the same ride as Bjarne Riis and Abraham Olano, specialists of the time trial. He's just being beaten by the man who is the greatest rider in this year's Tour de France at the moment, the man in yellow, Jan Ullrich.
You nearly said Bjarne Riis. That was the old Tour de France. Now we're talking about the new boy on the block. That is Jan Ullrich. Here it comes, the catch. Ullrich looks over his shoulder. Goodness knows why. The whole Tour de France is in front of him. The man who is second in the race is in front of him. And in about 5 seconds' time, he's going to be behind him. He's bridged the gap of 3 minutes now. I would love to see the face of a Richard Virenque as this rider comes through. I'm not sure he knows which side to go. He was going the inside. Now he's gone the outside. He goes over the top. An enormous crowd cheers here at the finishing line. He goes right round Richard Virenque. No reaction from Virenque. And now Jan Ullrich goes forward. He is now 3 minutes and 3 seconds ahead on the road.
This is the perfect opportunity to update our jersey classification, brought to you by Visa. Well, with 2 of the 3 jerseys represented right here, Richard Virenque, who wears the polka dot mountain jersey as the best climber in the Tour, and Jan Ullrich, who wears the yellow jersey as the overall leader of the Tour de France, the only one you don't see is the green sprinters jersey, and that's worn by Eric Zabel, who finished today's individual time trial course in a time of 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 33 seconds. We'll be back for Ullrich's finish in just a moment. Richard Virenque is currently over the top, chasing down Marco Pantani into the final stretches of the individual time trial. While Pantani himself, after being away from cycling for a year and a half, has exploded back onto the scene.
And here he comes, and he's going to set maybe the best time if he can sprint for the line. Casagrande has come down that mountain very quickly indeed. Marco Pantani, though, is just about going to get best time at this point. This has been a superb performance by Marco Pantani. He sprints for the line. He's going to get the best time. So little Marco really is back. As he comes up to the line now, he'll be just outside 1 hour, 20 minutes. And inside Casagrande, best time for Marco Pantani, and a huge cheer. Well, here's Richard Virenque. He must be a little bit confused now, because gone by him has gone the German Express, Jan Ullrich. He is now out of sight of Richard, and he's off on the scent with the highest gear on his bicycle now, pushing the speeds up to round about, I would think here, 70 kilometers an hour, Paul.
Let's update this important day with the race summary. The mountain time trial of this Tour confirmed the return of Marco Pantani, who led the first time check until Riis, Olano, Virenque, and Jan Ullrich, in that order, bettered his time. At the top of the mountain, Pantani is pulling back time, leading all of his rivals except Ullrich, who's taken 1:44 out of the Italian.
As we go down the mountain now, it is Ullrich who is riding this course extremely well. He is taking just 1 or 2 little risks. Let's hope he doesn't overcook it. He's fortunate in one way, as all of the leaders of the Tour are. These roads have dried out. Although the clouds are coming in again now, they should be okay for the descent down to the finish. Just gone through the last time check there. That'll be at 48.5 kilometers. And it's only going to tell us what we already know as we go back to the finish, to a cheer of the Dane arriving. Bjarne Riis coming up now. now. It looks like he will replace Marco Pantani as leader on the board. We know it's all going to change soon, but let's give Rees his moment of glory here as he comes up to the home straight now, still sprinting. That familiar wide open mouth as he gets as much air in as he can. He sprints all the way up to the line. It just shows you the quality of Pantani's ride. Rees will only just beat it. 1 hour, 19 minutes and 32 seconds for him. 34 seconds to the good.
Well, Phil, Ulrich is taking all kinds of risks on this final descent. He's really pushing it right to the limit. He knows he has to take the risks. He wants to get as much time as possible on this time trial here. He's keeping very close into the apex, cutting all of the corners. He's using the time trial the same way as he goes up the mountains. He's going right into the bends there, making sure that he takes the shortest distance around this course.
How prudent was that bicycle change by Bjarne Riis? He may have lost 15 seconds at the second time check at the summit. Meanwhile, Jan Ullrich, his teammate and potential new leader, is still on the road.
Well, Ulrich has shown us only too often in the last few days. He is a champion, he is a winner, and he wants to win the Tour de France now. We know now, there is no doubt about that. Bjarne Riis is going to have to help him do it in the Alps as well. There's the situation at the moment. Ulrich, 1 hour, 9 minutes 51. This is the last check before the finish. 3 minutes quicker than Riis, who has just finished with the best time at the moment. This is a massive beating of the field of the quality in time trials of Miguel Indurain, of Bernardino, of Eddy Merckx, and of Jacques Anquetil.
But it's quite remarkable. This man is certainly head and shoulders above everybody else, because looking at the other four riders up there, they are so close. This is what the overall standings would look like if the race stopped now. Ulrich would lead Brevenk by 5 minutes and 47 seconds, and his own teammate Riis by 7 minutes.
Well, he's left nothing to the imagination, has he? At 4 kilometres to go now, Ulrich is still gaining over everybody. He is taking plenty of risks down here. This is really a tricky descent coming down here. We know it well. It drops right into the main street in Saint-Étienne, where they turn right and sprint up to the finish. Richard Virenque is racing all the way. He's living with the rest better than he's ever done before, and yet he is still seeing Ulrich ride him and everybody else into oblivion today. 1 kilometre to go now for Abraham Olano.
Well, Olano has done a very good ride indeed. He's doing around about the same time as Bjarne Riis all the way along this course, so it's going to be interesting to see just exactly what his finish time is. At the last time check, he was in fact just 9 seconds adrift of the time of Bjarne Riis as they turn now into the Cor Foriel, and then it's a straight up climb to the finish line and a very tough finish indeed.
So, Abraham Olano racing up towards the finish now. Just a few seconds separating him and Riis. Not so many kilometres to go. Who has come down the mountain the best? Is it Riis or is it Olano? We're going to find out the answer to that very shortly now, as the big Abraham Olano comes up towards the finishing line. The best time is Riis at 1:19.32. Olano knows it's close and he's going to sprint it out all the way to the line here. Again, a solid performance, and look how close it is. Olano might pip Riis on the line here with a good finish, and I think he's going to do it. Abraham Olano sprinting all the way to the line. It is going to be desperately close. I think we're talking about who gets second on the stage, and Abraham Olano is just going to fail as he comes up to the line. The crowd are cheering because he's failed, because most here are Danish. Olano comes over in second place at the moment. 1:19.38 for him, 6 seconds off Bjarne Riis.
With only 2 racers left on the road, Riis has given his all. He currently leads this individual time trial.
Into the closing stages of this tremendous time trial today, with the rider who is rewriting the records books on this stage of the Tour de France.
But still, Phil, he knows he's got so much of a lead and he's taking all kinds of risks. He nearly clipped the curb just down there, and the crowd that cheered there when Olano beaten was in fact a Danish crowd, and it'd be interesting to see just how quiet they are when this man from Germany comes across the line. He's from the same team, the Deutsches Telekom team, but what a remarkable ride he's putting in at the moment.
Well, I'm willing to bet they in fact do cheer Jan Ullrich all the way across the line, because the Danes are great sportsmen and they recognise the strength of this man who's only 23 years of age. But you know, it's been a much better descent by Virenque. He's clawed his way back behind Jan Ullrich for the finish, and that's why we like this man. He never gives up.
Well, he's fighting all the way to the line. He had, in fact, the possibility of seeing Bjarne Riis away up the road there. Now he's got Ullrich there right in front of him. He's using Jan Jan Ullrich as a mouse, like a cat. He's trying to catch him. He's pacing himself just to try and make sure that he can keep on the podium in Paris.
Well, there's the gap between the two of them, and providing you are attacking the rider in front, which Virenque is doing right now, he can go right up to him. It's his prerogative. He is coming back. He's proved that. There's the kilometre right ahead of Jan Ullrich. We can't go closer now to Ullrich. Oh, having said that, here we are up behind him, so we must be able to do so. So Ullrich is going in towards the right-hand turn to the finish, and Virenque is coming back at him. But let's not forget, he is 3 minutes behind him on the start order.
Most certainly, he's lost 3 minutes at least this afternoon, but what a great ride by the man who is not on his own terrain. He is not one of the big time trialists of the world. He's a very good climber indeed, but he's used all of his courage today to pull himself back to the man who is flying around this 55-kilometre course. And the crowd, I think, looking on now, realise that this man, Jan Ullrich, is doing the most magnificent time trial performance of this year.
And those Danes are cheering on Ullrich. They are banging on the boards. They are, in fact, making more noise for Ullrich now than they did for Bjarne Riis. And as he comes up towards the finish now, this time is going to be sensational. Look at that. 1 hour, 16 minutes. It's not going to be much more than that now. Virenque continues to come back at him up towards the finish. But Jan Ullrich today has extended his lead, not by seconds, but by minutes in the Tour de France. This has been a most emphatic time trial. He won his first stage last year. It was a time trial. He's already won one stage this year. He gained time then for yellow. He wins another stage now. He gains even more time. He increases yellow. 1:16.24 for Jan Ullrich. That is a tremendous time as he comes across the line to take his second stage win of the Tour de France.
Well, when you take a look at the results of today's individual time trial, you can see that this says a lot about how well Jan Ullrich can climb. He went to that summit in 29 minutes. Pantani, as well as he climbed today, took another minute and a half, and we haven't even gotten to the French Alps. You know what this picture says? It says a lot about fatigue levels. Jan Ullrich not only caught and passed Richard Virenque. Virenque can barely stand up, and look how fresh Jan Ullrich looks as he walks away to take another yellow jersey. Well, Jan Ullrich hasn't won the Tour de France yet, but now the comparisons begin to Indurain, Bernard Hinault, Eddy Merckx, and the great Jacques Anquetil, who won his first Tour at age 23. Jan Ullrich, the German national champion. Right now, he is dominating the 97 Tour de France. It isn't over. We have a long way to go yet, including the French Alps. But his 5-minute, 42-second lead over Richard Virenque is as much as Miguel Indurain ever won an entire Tour by. Jan Ullrich in the yellow jersey has a better handle on the Tour at this point than he does on that stuffed animal. So now the Tour de France has traveled 1,508 miles through stage 12 with 953 still to go. Tomorrow the Tour goes from Saint-Étienne to L'Alpe d'Huez in the World Championship for the climbers. Join ESPN2 tomorrow at 10:30 Eastern and ESPN at 12:30 a.m. Eastern for our 1-hour coverage. So now for Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. After L'Alpe d'Huez, everybody wants to be Marco Pantani. These are the same people who poked fun at the little Italian. But now respect replaces ridicule. He is Man Mountain. It's stage 14 of the Tour de France. No time to recover from L'Alpe d'Huez. The French Alps have just begun. But what a weekend it has become. 4 of our 6 Americans saw L'Alpe d'Huez for the first time. 500,000 people, the Super Bowl of cycling, and then some. Colorado's Bobby Julich and Kevin Livingston from Texas, Cofidis teammates contributing to a Tour tradition. Livingston climbed L'Alpe d'Huez, finishing 24th, only 3 places behind Bobby Julich. Marty Jemison of U.S. Postal Service sacrificed for the team.
Had to give up a wheel for Peter at the bottom. Peter flat out at the bottom.
That's Peter Meinert Nielsen, his Danish teammate.
I actually had a really good time. I enjoyed it. Felt good at the bottom and hit the first part of the col, then the first like 20 or 30 guys. But Peter was just behind me and he flatted. And he's ahead of me in GC, so I had to give up our rear wheel. And then, so I was like the last guy when I got back on the bike. And I just bridged up a couple of groups and ended up with George and Eki and stayed in that group. And actually had really good legs and was able to enjoy it and take in the scenery. I had a good time. That didn't hurt me. And I enjoyed it.
His teammate, Meinert Nielsen, finished 31st in the same group as Kevin Livingston. Tyler Hamilton from Marblehead, Massachusetts, the so-called freckled-faced mascot of U.S. Postal. He was next to finish.
It was pretty amazing. There were so many people on the climb. It was long, that's for sure. I counted every switchback. It started from 21 and counted down, so it kind of helped motivate me.
George Hincapie and Frankie Andreu finished out the American effort on L'Alpe d'Huez, but the French Alps have just begun. Hello, everyone. I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, Phil Liggett and I are still celebrating one of the most magnificent days in the history of the Tour de France. Phil, you've covered this great event for 25 years now, but yesterday's climb to L'Alpe d'Huez, the one to remember.
It really was something very, very special. I've seen all the finishes at Alpe d'Huez except the one that Fausto Coppi won back in 1952, and certainly yesterday was not one to miss. They say 500,000 people still on that slope, and you wouldn't disagree with them. They were having a great party. What they witnessed was the arrival of Marco Pantani. He danced up that climb, and he brought himself back from injury to once again being a great bike rider.
And now today we begin the last week of the 97 Tour de France, the climb to Courchevel. Another opportunity for Richard Virenque and Marco Pantani, in that order, to take some time out of Jan Ullrich. Today's course to Courchevel was carved out 1,000,000 years ago, but the Tour comes here today for the very first time. Now the Festina team comes in brutally aggressive with the goal of eliminating Telecom riders. They've already dropped Udo Boltz, but Rees is still with Jan Ullrich. Paul Sherwen, bring us up to date.
Well, Tocznik is there as well, and he's actually looking quite comfortable, but still, it makes 8 against 3, so when we go on to the next climb, the Col de Madeleine, he's going to find himself put under a lot of pressure.
As the Australian Neil Stevens, who made a lot of the running up this hill for Festina. We expect to see that polka dot jersey of the King of the Mountains leader, Richard Virenque, sprint forwards very shortly to take the big points here at the top of this first category climb. And by the way, 2 non-starters this morning, Luc Leblanc of the Polti team and Francesco Frattini of the Batik team from Italy, reducing the field by 2 riders.
The interesting thing is that all the major favourites are in this group at the moment, Phil, but I think the plan is definitely to do something special on the Col de Madeleine and try and put Ullrich into difficulty. He was under difficulty yesterday on the final slopes of the Alpe d'Huez when the repetitive attacks of Marco Pantani just put him a little bit into the red zone, so he sat up and finished at his own pace.
And Virenque might feel that because of the 3 mountains today, he's got a better chance with a succession of climbs rather than just one power climb to the finish to get his own back on young Jan Ullrich. Well, this group now is going clear of the chase group. But Oscar Kamersin, the Swiss champion who started today quite well up overall in 6th place. He's been dropped by this group, surprisingly, and he's not part of this front group, as the tempo is kept up all the way to the line. Pascal Hervé is the man doing the pacemaking now. As they start to line up for the sprint to the finish, you see Richard Virenque moving up. Ullrich is keeping a close eye on him, but he doesn't really want the points for the King of the Mountains. He just wants to make sure that Ullrich doesn't try to slip away.
Well, that's the kind of thing that Richard Virenque might do as he goes for the King of the Mountains at the top here. Just try and open up a little gap and take advantage of it on the descent. But Ullrich in the yellow there, very attentive.
So the orders, they approach the top of the Col du Glandon. Is Pascal Hervé, Ullrich, the man in red is Casagrande, Laurent Dufaux is in 3rd place as they sprint the line. Easy enough for Richard Virenque. Now they reach out to zip up and put some warm clothing on for the cold descent back down, and once they're down the bottom, they're going to do it all again because they'll then have to go on to the Col de la Madeleine. So the Festina clearly out today to take on Jan Ullrich.
The Tour today on these roads for the first time, as a matter of fact. There are 3 major climbs in today's race route, brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. In the profile of today's stage 14, 92 miles from Bourg-d'Oisans to Courchevel. 53 miles of mountain climbs. They are severe, equally placed throughout the stage. Really the shortest stage of the 97 Tour, but it is one of the hardest. There are 2 Category 1 climbs and an Or category. These are the 2 most difficult classifications. Now this is Jan Ullrich on the Col du Glandon. Vire and the whole Festina team is picking up time, and we'll show you why. If Jan Ullrich has any weakness, it would seem to be on these descents. He has to be a better judge of these high-speed turns. Let's see if anyone can take advantage of this as we pick up the call with Phil and Paul.
Well, just as we thought, the Festinas have put home a great attack here. They've kept the pressure on the descent of the Col du Glandon. They've got 4 men in the lead now. The only other man up there with him is Francesco Casagrande of the Seiko team. So Richard Varennes, Dufault, Hervé and Laurent Brochard are driving this descent, and it's highlighted, I think, Paul, the weakness of Jan Ullrich. He can't go down.
Well, it's quite amazing. I've never seen a rider of his caliber have such a hard time on the descent. He seems to be taking all of the wrong lines around these corners. He comes into them at a very high speed. He tries to cut off the apex, but when he comes out of it, he overcooks the corners each time.
Well, once or twice, we've really expected him to fall down because he's made such a mess of this descent. He is now dropped by 12 seconds from that group being driven on by the Festina riders. And unfortunately, our camera isn't up there because it's trapped here behind Ullrich. And about 25 seconds behind is his teammate Bjarne Riis in a group with Abraham Olano. And he's a little bit confused whether to wait for them to catch him up or to keep on going down by himself.
I think he's panicking a little bit at the moment. He really should sit up and wait for Riis, because then the 2 of them could work together. It's a long way to the bottom of the Col de la Madeleine, but I feel maybe one of his problems is the choice of material.
Well, in fact, with the latest time check now, he's lost 22 seconds because he keeps on going round these corners in totally the wrong angles. And that group of 5, and there they are, absolutely flying down. In fact, it's the 4 Festinas setting the pace. The man tacked on the back there in the red jersey is Casagrande. Well, it's taken a few days, but I think they finally discovered the Achilles heels of Jan Ullrich.
Phil, if Festina is going to take any time out of Ullrich's lead or anyone else, they have to do it today or tomorrow. These are their last chances. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln, by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. And by Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. Marco Pantani, 3 minutes behind the leaders, feeling the effects of the last 2 days. First the individual time trial, and then his ascent up L'Alpe d'Huez yesterday. Up ahead, Bjarne Riis is working for the young man who once worked for him. Jan Ullrich and Riis now chasing Richard Varennes up the Col de la Madeleine.
He knows they're coming. He knows they're not very far behind. And he's a little bit between the devil and deep blue sea now, because he's got the big climb still to come. And if he's thinking of a stage when he's never had one in the Alps before, then he might wait for this group to latch on and try again on the climb up to Courchevel. If it's up to the crowd, Paul, they'll drag him to the top the way they're cheering him here.
Well, he did actually say to me the other day that when he was riding that time trial, he felt as if the whole of France was pushing him along, and I think that's what he's hoping for today, that he would get pushed over the top of this climb and held by the French people all the way to the finish. But behind, Jan Ullrich is doing a very good job now in pegging back the leader of the King of the Mountains very, very slowly and very surely.
And Richard is the man who gets the most letters here on the tour, which comes to the tour mailbox. And all of them from French supporters, and every day you can rely he gets himself in front of those television cameras. Heading up now towards the summit of this big col, the Col de la Madeleine, one of the most famous cols in the Alps in any Tour de France when it's used. And now the big descent plunging down to the valley, and then it'll be on to the final climb of the day. More points in the bag, and these are the big points on the Or category climbs, as he now makes the King of the Mountains jersey seemingly his for another year. Looks over his shoulder, He's over the top, the clock starts, and let's see what sort of a gap he's got. He's a terrific descender, but he might well decide to take it easy on the way down now, because this man, it's been a very, very tough last few kilometres since the Glandon. He's had to chase ever since the last call. He's still a little bit behind, but not by a lot. It looks to be just on that 20-second mark as Bjarne Riis goes through on the inside, and with them too, that great Spanish climber Escartin.
Well, Tuesday, ESPN goes outside the lines with a look at Latin Americans in Major League Baseball, including the problems of cultural assimilation and what teams are doing to help the Latin athlete adjust. They also get a look at Roberto Clemente, the player and the person. So don't miss the latest installment of the Emmy Award-winning Outside the Lines series hosted by Bob Lee. That's Tuesday night at 7:30 Eastern, Outside the Lines on ESPN. Now plunging down the hill, Richard Virenque.
Well, as they start the way down, Paul, just look at the way Virenque descends. He descends so well, and in fact, I think he's put Ulrich in trouble again, along with Riis and Escartin.
Certainly knows how to take his lines around these corners. You see the way he sets himself up coming into the corner there, Phil. Goes over to the right-hand side of the road, then sweeps into the apex, looking for the straightest line around these corners so he doesn't lose any momentum.
Well, what he has lost now, of course, is all of his teammates on the way up the big col. Now he's going to have to run the last one by himself if he's going to win the stage and gain time. But just look at Ulrich here as well. Ulrich also, again, is not happy on these way downs. He goes far too wide on the bends.
He's very lucky, really, to have Bjarne Riis with him, because Bjarne Riis is picking the better lines around these corners, which is why I think Jan Ulrich has dropped into second position now, just to let his teammate pick the lines around these corners.
And Escartin all of the time sitting there at the back watching all of the moves, and possibly if they do pick up the race leader, then he might be the stage winner today. Back over the top of the mountain though, and here comes the little man Marco Pantani, the winner yesterday. Far from happy on this succession of mountains today as he goes over the top, but just about 4 minutes behind the leader. He's an awful lot of work to do yet, and I'm not sure he can do it.
Richard Virenque descending the mountain with the same style and strength he has when he goes up. He'll be back. Welcome back to stage 14 of the Tour de France. With 12 miles to go to the finish, all the leaders are back together, including the yellow jersey of Jan Ulrich. But this fight between Festina and Telecom continues. There's Laurent Dufault with his teammate Virenque. Riis and Ulrich battling, along with Escartin of Team Kelma. Richard Virenque was out on his own for 50 miles, but moments ago, Bjarne Riis, with unbelievable power, shut him down. It shocked Virenque, with Jan Ulrich in the yellow jersey right on his wheel. This is tough for Virenque. He's getting double-teamed by the defending champion of Tour de France and Jan Ulrich, who's setting himself up for another stage win, Paul.
I think he's actually trying to set it up for Bjarne Riis, because Riis has been accelerating consistently over the last few kilometres, and I think really what the yellow jersey is trying to do now is pull a little bit of sting out of the tail of Richard Virenque.
Well, there's been one attack after another. The latest one has come from Ulrich. Riis has attacked. Dufault has gone off the back. Escartin has been responsible for 2 attacks, appears to have dropped behind for the moment at least. And now this climb simply goes on and on. We're just inside 20 kilometres to go to the finish. And it now looks as though advantage is swinging back to the Telecom, because they've got 2 players here. And Laurent Dufault has been dropped. And is Riis in trouble again, I wonder?
It looks very much as if he is. He's dropped off there by about 10 or 15 yards, and he has been dropped by the acceleration of his own teammate. He's worked like a Trojan all day, and now he's been blown out.
Well, this is amazing. Riis has been a superb teammate today for Jan Ulrich. He's paced him right back into this race sensibly and steadily. He's brought Ulrich up to the front with a lot of strength left quite clearly in those legs. And Ulrich now will wonder if, in fact, Richard Virenque, after 80 kilometres out in front, has used all his energy up as well. But I've got a feeling he hasn't.
Well, he's responded to all their attacks very well indeed. And I think he actually sat up when he got to the bottom of the descent of the Col de la Madeleine, because he realised there was still 40 kilometres to go, and he didn't want to do them all on his own.
Well, Riis will see the slowing of the pace at the front. He'll jump on that and take the opportunity to ride back up to those 2 leaders if he can. And it looks as though he's going to have a bit of work to do, because this climb gradually goes up the valley through Vide-les-Bains, and then it swings right, and it gets very, very difficult. And that's what's happening right now. This hairpin right bend is very steep from here on now. It climbs through all the many different levels of Courchevel, through the different heights. You go through Courchevel 1550. Now, what's wrong? I think he slipped his gears there, Paul.
A slight problem there as he tried to get himself into a reasonable gear for the start of this climb here, and he just backpedaled a little bit to control it and make sure that the chain didn't come off there. But in fact, it's now Richard Virenque who's leading at the front of this group of 2 riders.
Virenque has his yellow shadow sat right on his wheel, as both riders checking out to see if there's any reaction from behind. This has become a one-on-one Tour de France now. The riders in first and second place overall. Virenque today having increased his lead in the King of the Mountains competition with maximum points so far over the Col du Glandon and the Col de la Madeleine. Rees has come back because they've slowed the pace.
Phil, remember the podium in Paris last year at this time? There you have it. Only the order has changed. With little more than 3 miles to go to the summit of Courchevel, stage 14 has come down to this: Virenque versus Ullrich.
And now the riders are approaching 5 kilometers to go, and still the 2 of them are together, and no sign of each or other one attacking, Paul. It looks as though they're going to tempo their way to the line here.
Well, they have tried to attack each other several times over the last few kilometers, but I feel they're both around about the same level of fitness at the moment, the same level of fatigue as well, because every time one attacked, the other responded almost as quickly. Interesting to see, though, for the last few kilometers, it's always been Richard Virenque who's been at the front setting the pace, and the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich has been content just to sit there in second position, just keeping an eye on the Frenchman, waiting to see if there's any chance of him attacking him one final time.
Well, Ullrich was 6 minutes 22 seconds in hand over Virenque. All of the attacking must come from the Frenchman. I know that Richard Virenque would dearly love to win this stage, but I don't think that Ullrich can resist having a shot at the line if he sees it coming at him.
Phil, back behind a valiant Bjorn Rees, virtual 3rd place in the Tour right now. He spent today defending the yellow jersey. Now, let's take a look at today's race summary brought to you by Degree. Team Festina came in fighting on stage 14, eliminating all of the telecom riders except the yellow jersey on the first climb and then dropping Ullrich on the descent. Rees rescued the isolated yellow jersey and paced Ullrich through the mountains back up to an attacking Richard Virenque. A battle then ensued on the final mountain as Rees, Ullrich, and Virenque attacked and counterattacked. Now, with 1/2 mile to go to the final summit, Rees has dropped and Virenque is leading Ullrich.
Virenque has set the pace virtually all of the way up here, and the only man that could control Virenque and his accelerations on the lower slopes was Ullrich, and Ullrich even tried himself to drop Virenque without success.
It was amazing 1-2 that happened at the bottom of the climb. First Virenque attacked and then Ullrich attacked, but neither one of these riders could get rid of the other, and they ended up, I think they came to some sort of a truce and decided, well, we'll ride to the summit together, and now we're going to fight it out.
500 meters to go, and still Richard Virenque leads his way up this mountain. 4.5 hours has ticked by since they left the start this morning. At Bourg-d'Oisans, they've crossed the 2 big mountains in the Alps, and now they're heading up this climb to the finish here. We're almost up to the peak heights, still sprinkled with snow. And Ullrich not doing anything about coming yet. Virenque certainly doesn't trust him as he looks over his shoulder there. And Ullrich is going to see the finish very, very shortly. 300 meters to go now. Richard Virenque continues to ride towards the line. Jan Ullrich just stares forth. Looks down once more now as Virenque moves him across towards the barriers. Our right, now it's our left as we go behind.
And all the time, Virenque looking back there just to see if there's going to be any reaction at all coming from Ullrich, but still no emotion on his face. Richard now starting to look very nervous indeed, waiting for some kind of reaction as Ullrich gets out of the saddle.
Well, for a minute there, I was feeling as though he was going to give it to Virenque, but I'm not so sure now. As Richard Virenque kicks for the line, he looks over his shoulder, and he's won it! He took it as easy as you like, and Ullrich was quite content to follow him to the top because he knew he wasn't going to take a second away from him.
In 6 Tours de France, Virenque has never won a stage in the French Alps until today. Cycling royalty, king of the mountains. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Visa, a proud supporter of USA Cycling. It's everywhere you want to be. And by the United States Postal Service, around the country and around the world. No one delivers like the USPS.
And another man who's had a great day today is Laurent Dufaux. He too has yo-yoed up to the leaders and gone back. He's just come back up to Bjarne Riis and he's taken him on the line. So Laurent Dufaux gets 4th and Bjarne Riis gets 5th, but he should be up to 3rd overall tonight.
Phil, here comes the autobus. The non-climbers who agree on a union pace get into a big group and all finish together, ensuring that they can all race tomorrow, forcing the judges to extend the time limit. Today, Marco Pantani paid for his great efforts in the individual time trial and L'Alpe d'Huez. He'll lose 3 minutes overall. Today, Bjarne Riis taught Jan Ullrich how to win the Tour de France. The defending champion really rode like a very complete pro. And an American had a great day as well.
I don't know, I just got in a good group and went my tempo all day. Never really suffered all that bad. I knew I couldn't win today, so, you know, maybe save the legs a little bit. Finish the race in good condition.
Unless he wins tomorrow, this will be Richard Virenque's biggest day of the Tour de France. He wins his first ever French Alps stage in the polka dot jersey. Ullrich right on his wheel. Bjarne Riis was 5th. Pantani lost 3 minutes, and American Bobby Julich finished in the top 20. The autobus cruises into Courchevel en masse. The sheer numbers force the judges to extend the time limit. They'll all start tomorrow. For Richard Virenque, the Frenchman, it just doesn't get any better than this. Winning the stage the way he did in the Alps for the very first time. A year ago today, the 3 men currently in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place of this tour were standing on the podium in Paris. Marco Pantani still in contention for 3rd place. Abraham Milano is fading. American Bobby Julich makes the top 25. His Cofidis teammate Kevin Livingston 32nd overall. Now, if Jan Ullrich can make it one more day through the French Alps, it's pretty much downhill all the way into Paris. He's dominating the Tour de France. So the Super Bowl of cycling has now traveled 1,727 miles, with 734 still to go. Tomorrow, stage 15 from Courchevel to Morzine. It's 130 miles that runs right into our show tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN2 and at 12:30 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. So we close one of the greatest weekends in Tour de France history. For Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN. The heart of the Tour de France isn't always the yellow jersey. Richard Virenque is a climber at heart, and now he's a hero. The Americans have desire in their blood. 6 started, and they're all still here. Together, they just keep pumping toward Paris. We guarantee another dramatic day as the 97 Tour de France races north through the French Alps and into the last big Alpine stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Adrian Karsten. Well, Jan Ullrich may well win this 97 Tour de France, but it isn't going to be without a fight from Festina. Yesterday, Richard Virenque, the Frenchman, proved why he is cycling royalty. The king of the mountains won his first ever stage in the French Alps with that climb to Courchevel. Virenque is such a hero around here. People love him so much, including an 80-year-old woman who wrote him a letter, told him why he is such an inspiration, and she sent along this little 4-leaf clover, which he rode with yesterday to his stage win. The only problem is that it may take more than a little good luck charm to beat Jan Ullrich. After Virenque won the stage yesterday, 20% of the field had formed the autobus, a union pace and a union boss.
We're probably going to be out of the time limit, but we're sticking together. We figure the numbers will make the difference and they won't kick us out. So we'll see what happens.
What happened was that the judges had no choice but to extend the time limit for elimination by about 5.5 minutes. That kept our American contingent intact with high hopes.
You know, these next 2 days are going to offer some opportunities for guys like me that have good legs right now and are really motivated. So I'm looking forward till today and tomorrow, just for hopefully getting a top placing or maybe even a stage win. That'd be fantastic.
Bobby, that would be one pretty picture. We'd be very happy to add to all of our others today as we roll through one of the most beautiful regions of France. Stage 15, Courchevel to Morzine. Now, today's route is brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. The longest and most grueling alpine stage today. We start in the Savoie region of France, and what follows is literally a day of ups and downs. Through 6 mountain climbs of varying severity, it's 130 miles and 6 hours in the saddle. The final 15 miles, as we enter Morzine, the climb and the descent will probably decide the outcome today. Some interesting developments in today's stage. Here's Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen.
Well, thanks, Adrian. Well, I think at last this race is about to begin today. We've had that long breakaway by Laurent Jalabert, which has lasted for 50 miles. And now on this big climb, he's back in the pack. And Andrea Perron is making the pace, Paul.
Certainly, in second position there is Laurent Dufaux, but in the red jersey and the red helmet on the right-hand side is Bobby Julich riding for the French Cofidis team.
And in fact, Julich has been riding extremely well in the Alps. It happens so often that if you ride bad in the Pyrenees, you come good in the Alps. Julich will ride well here now because he's going to get confidence coming up towards the top of the Col with riders of this quality.
Well, most certainly. Let's not forget, Phil, he was 9th overall in the Tour of Spain last year, his first major 3-week tour. So to ride like this in the company of the men that are in this group, men like Bjarne Riis, Jan Ullrich and Richard Virenque, he certainly must be on top of the world.
Laurent Dufaux there with the black tops for his jersey, looking over to see where Virenque is, his teammate, because today Richard Virenque is making the King of the Mountains title his for yet another year. He's won it for 3 already. But look at the style of Julich here now. He is absolutely stamping on those pedals. A huge crowd on the Colombier yet again.
Well, this climb is almost 5,500 feet when you get to the summit, and Bobby Julich is certainly riding with the top riders in the world. But it is good to see the US riders on the Cofidis team at the front getting a lot of publicity for their French team.
Well, it's good to see at this stage of the Tour, because if you're coming good at this stage of the Tour, it means you're not getting tired and you are going to have a fine finish in Paris. Julich is going to have a good result in this year's Tour de France now. Now he's got company in the quality of Richard Virenque alongside him. Virenque wants the win here. He's had seconds all day so far. This win will give him the King of the Mountains in this year's Tour de France. And keeping a close eye on him is the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich. Julich, though, is not dropping away. He's going to go with Virenque as he starts the sprint for the top of the climb. He gets second over the climb. Virenque gets it. So Paul, Richard Virenque 4 times now the King of the Mountains of this Tour.
Well, that is quite historic for him. 4 times on the run. It's only been won 6 times before, but to win it 4 straight times is quite magnificent.
All right, well, the riders are regrouping now for the long descent down to the bottom, and then it's the big climb of the Col de Jouplan. We'll take a break.
ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by VO2 Max Sports Performance Nutrition. Are you serious? By Fresca, the official soft drink of the U.S. cycling team. And by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. This is about the only mountain the cyclists don't have to climb today. This is Mont Blanc, visible from France, Italy, and Switzerland. Stage 15 now has reached the 106-mile point as we rejoin Phil.
Well, we've just started the climb of the Côte de Châtillon, and the attack came immediately from Andrea Perron, and he's been joined by Kevin Livingstone as we look here at the beautiful peak of Mont Blanc. Still bathed in snow, but it is beautiful blue sky above it today. Now, the Côte de Châtillon, Paul, it's only 3rd class, but in fact, you've raced over this climb. It's quite a tough little climb, isn't it?
It's very tough indeed, especially when you've done something like 90 or 100 miles. But it's a good launch pad for riders like these to try and get clear before the Jouplan. Andrea Perron at the front here, riding just ahead of Kevin Livingstone. I had a feeling that either Livingstone or Julich were going to try something today.
Well, Julic was right amongst the head of the field as they went over the top of the Col de la Colombière. He was given second place there, and not very much further down was Livingstone. So clearly today they are looking for a move. It's the last big chance in the Alps, of course, and there has been a rumour spreading around the Tour this year, this last week anyway, that Livingstone was going to come out of his shell and attack. Back to the main field here, number 3 Udo Bolts. There is Tocznik, the champion of Austria. These riders, the Telecom boys, looking after the interest, of course, of this man, Jan Ullrich. And no big attacks coming against Ullrich at all, because the field are waiting for their arrival on the Col de Jouplin. Once over the top of the Côte de Châtillon, they then go up towards the town of Taninge, and then they go in to the start of the climb of the Jouplin, and it's all uphill then until they get right to the high point of the day, and then they plunge down into Morzine. Now, it's good to see Livingstone. He's had to make his move early, Paul, as has Perron, because they want a little bit of time before they get onto the big one.
Most certainly, if they can get about 1 or 2 minutes before the bottom of the Col de Jouplin, they would have a very good chance of staying clear all the way to the finish. It's good to see Kevin Livingstone up here at the Tour de France, because it was in great form early on in the year and then crashed in Milan-San Remo and broke his collarbone. Had to go home to Austin, Texas to recuperate and come back fighting for the month of July.
And Andrea Perron on the Motorola team, like Livingstone last year. And Perron himself, in fact, has a house in the USA in Steamboat Springs, so he's a little bit of an Anglophile as he dances up the climb here, which is on good roads. It twists around a little bit. But if they can, Paul says that they can get a couple of minutes now as they head out towards the Jouplin.
Well, Phil, their pace right now allows us to remind all of our viewers of a program note. That is tomorrow night on ESPN. Bob Lee goes outside the lines with a look at Latin American baseball players in the major leagues and a look at who didn't make the majors. It's the story of the Dominican community of ex-minor leaguers who live in the Spanish Harlem area of New York City. Outside the lines tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern. Stage 15, another day for the mountain climbers to blow their horn. And here comes the autobus. If they don't make the elimination time today, they'll be out of the Tour de France. We'll be back. It's already been a big day on the Tour de France for 2 Americans. Bobby Julich has been climbing with the best of them, Pantani, Virenque, and Ullrich included. And his teammate Kevin Livingstone attacked and led the race for 11 miles, but now the main field has hunted him down.
Well, we're on to the lower slopes now of the Col de Jouplin, and the breakaway made the climb. Perron leading Livingstone here, but this forward group of some 40 riders that have been clear since the climbs out in the mountains today are now bearing down on Livingstone and Perron. And so it's going to be more or less 42 riders in a minute, Paul.
Well, the pressure was on all the way down the valley. They had to ride 10 miles at the head of affairs, but it's all the time Festina were making in the tempo, and now we've actually come onto the climb. The Telecom team of Jan Ullrich have taken over, and as we look now, they're just catching the 2 leaders.
And there's Livingstone pulled off to our right as the Telecom team come through, led by Udo Bolts and Bjarne Riise. Sorry about the little bit of picture breakup we're experiencing out on the course. But you can see the bright yellow jersey there of Jan Ullrich being brought into a very, very safe and prominent situation here on the Jouplin. And he's in 3rd place, and we haven't seen Virenque come forward yet.
Well, Virenque was riding in very close to the front for quite a long time there. In fact, Hervé, his teammate, was setting the pace. I think Virenque is just over to the left-hand side of the picture there, riding behind Bjarne Riise.
But back behind the leaders, Kevin Livingstone's moment of glory has come to an end for today, but his Cofidis teammate is still in the thick of it. 25-year-old Bobby Julich of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, has been considered a talented stage racer ever since his amateur days. A rough beginning to his professional career finally smoothed out when he finished 9th overall in the 96 Tour of Spain, and then confirmed that performance with an 11th place in the World Championships. Now in the French Cofidis team, the young American has blossomed. He has won 2 pro races and is riding a strong, steady tour. Julich is young and his potential enormous. Phil, he's had a fantastic day all the way up here to Jouplin.
Well, Adrian, we're about a mile up the climb at the moment. Some 15 riders have now gone clear. We've seen the departure from the wrong end of this group by poor Kevin Livingstone, but we can tell you now that his teammate Bobby Julich is looking very good and is in this group. And I'm just thinking if that was Pantani who just slipped through on the inside of our picture there, and in fact it was his teammate Conti who's just trying to open up one or two gaps here. Alano is beginning to yo-yo again, Paul.
A tough climb here for a man like Abraham Alano because it's very steep indeed. It's over 6 miles long, and at the most steep point it's around about 12%, but it is an average of 8.7% all the way up, so these bigger riders are certainly going to have a hard time.
So Alano is in trouble. Well, I'm pretty sure that Bobby Julich is still in front of Alano, and that group looks to be down now to about 10 riders.
Well, Bobby Julich putting in a great performance today. He tried to attack earlier on in the day on the Col de la Colombière, and then his teammate Kevin Livingstone went out, so he really could come up, and you can see him riding there with the red helmet alongside Marco Pantani, so he's in some very illustrious company.
And tactics have changed, whereas we've seen the Festina dictate affairs in the Alps and the Pyrenees. Now the Telecom have decided it's time to take control themselves and conduct their own pace up this mountain. So they've got Boltz and Bjarne Riis setting the pace. The yellow jersey in third place, nice and safe. We've got Casagrande down there. You can see the only red crash helmet in that group belongs to the American Bobby Julich. He has got himself in a good move today.
For instant access to the Tour de France, including daily updates, photos, features, and a complete television schedule, log on to ESPN Sports Zone at ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. This has become a very significant day for the future of American cycling as Bobby Julich continues to climb with the biggest names in the sport. Richard Virenque, Jan Ullrich, Bjarne Riis, and here comes Marco Pantani.
And welcome back to the slopes of the Col de Jouplan, and as you join us, an immediate attack here from Marco Pantani. We are about 5.5 kilometers from the summit, and this group of some 10 riders were climbing extremely well together. Then all of a sudden, you've just seen it, Pantani has shot out of the group, and now he's going for everything or broke.
Well, he had said overnight he was suffering a little bit from a sore throat, but that doesn't seem to be bothering him too much this afternoon. Now, this is a very good finish for Pantani because we do have this very savage climb, and then it plummets straight down to the finish, where if he can go over the top with about a 30-second advantage, he could find himself winning another stage.
Well, it's really, Paul, it's his last chance, isn't it, to win a stage in the Tour, because it's the end of the big climbs now as we move into the undulations of the region of the Alsace, which start a little later in the week. We go into Switzerland tomorrow, and now it's splitting up again.
Well, Boltz had done his turn at the front. He's actually starting to go out of the back of this group, as is Francesco Casagrande. So the work now being done at the front by Bjarne Riis in the pink jersey. Now he has to try and nurse the yellow jersey safely over the climb. He won't be too worried about the position of Marco Pantani because he's more than 11 minutes behind, but he is a threat to Bjarne Riis's third place.
And for that reason, Riis will be very concerned about the attack here at Pantani. The battles for third place in the Tour de France and fifth place in the Tour de France are hot today.
Phil, this unexpected attack by Pantani has taken us all by surprise. He's suffering a sore throat as a result of bronchitis. We expect him to drop out today. Another big surprise, the American.
Bobby Julich, I did catch a glimpse of his face, Paul. He is certainly suffering, but he's riding a very tight wheel, and he's allowing no gaps to open.
Well, anybody who's in this group at the moment is certainly suffering an awful lot, but I'm sure Bobby's morale will be pushed up by the fact that he's riding with some of the greats of this year's Tour de France, and it will give him a lot of morale for the future and realise that he can come back and possibly put in a top 10 performance in the Tour de France if he can ride like this in the mountains.
Riis looked over his shoulder there, and then he looked at Jan Ullrich.
The roads of the Tour de France are really a two-way street. It's give and take. Last year, Jan Ullrich gave Bjarne Riis everything he had. Riis took the yellow jersey. Now it's Riis who has to give something back. Those are the rules of this road. In the High Savoie region, today the Tour leaves the French Alps and races into Switzerland. This is stage 16 of the 1997 Tour de France. Hello, everyone. With Phil Liggett, I'm Adrian Karsten. Here at the start line this morning in Morzine, a couple names keep popping up in some of the conversations we've overheard. Greg LeMond, Lance Armstrong, Now, granted, these two Americans are not racing in the Tour de France, obviously, but the influence of their generations is genuine. With what we saw yesterday, Americans' influence in the Tour de France is here to stay.
That's absolutely right, Adrian. In fact, at the start in Rouen more than 2.5 weeks ago, 198 riders went to the line, and only 6 of those were Americans. Now more than 50 have abandoned this tour, and there are still 6 Americans in the race. Now the roads get easier. You can't say the Tour de France gets any easier, but the roads get a little less hilly and a little more flat on the way to Switzerland today. You know, Bobby Julich yesterday was superb. Clearly the Americans are going through this tour getting stronger, not weaker. And I'm expecting a stage win now.
And because of that fact, he says, yes, the deeper I go in, the better I feel. He may make some more noise today.
Absolutely.
Bobby Julich had the ride of his life. He spent the entire day climbing with the best in the business. His 6th place finish now has him 19th in the overall standings.
I think these next few stages before the time trial and before the Champs-Élysées favors riders that have the good legs and have the morale. And my morale has never been better. I am so happy to be where I am and so grateful to be riding the way I am. If the chance is there, I'm going to take it for sure.
Marco Pantani took it yesterday, his 2nd stage win in 3 days. The trick for the telecom team now is to get Jan Ullrich to Paris the same way Ullrich got Bjarne Riis to Paris last year, in yellow. Richard Virenque, the king of the mountains. Marco Pantani, Eric Zabel, the sport's best sprinter, and Ullrich, the leader of the tour, lead 148 riders out of Morzine. Now today's route brought to you by the all-new Navigator from Liggett. In stage 16, the tour leaves its native country and travels into Switzerland for the first time since 1990. Now the middle third of this mountain stage is going to be the most challenging. For 55 miles, the riders will be climbing and descending before the gradual slope into Fribourg. The Col de la Croix is the largest and steepest climb of the day, the last Category 1 climb of this tour. Frankie Andreu, the most experienced American here in his 6th tour, told us this morning that he sees all the Yanks making it to Paris. Remember, he almost won that final stage in 1994. ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by Visa, a proud supporter of USA Cycling. It's everywhere you want to be. By Degree, the body heat activated antiperspirant and deodorant. And by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln. Our coverage of stage 16 into Switzerland continues now with the most challenging section of today's course. It started at about the 30-mile mark when 7 men broke away on the Pas de Morzine, led by Mappe's Frank Vandenbroek. Their lead on the field, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Now on the 2nd climb, there's a major shakeup in the order of the tour leaders.
Well, this is a big surprise, Paul, as we climb up the slopes of the Col de la Croix here, approaching around the 50 miles point. Marco Pantani driving a group, Richard Virenque on his wheel, the yellow jersey Jan Ullrich, and the man missing him further down the line is Bjarne Riis.
Well, that's a major surprise because this climb is not as hard as I think anybody would expect it to be, but Bjarne Riis couldn't follow the pace, and it was the Mercatone Uno team at the front in the light blue jerseys of Marco Pantani that set the pace.
Well, Pantani probably feeling that his time is running out to consolidate the 3rd place he got yesterday, and he has seen his chance. Riis is in all sorts of trouble, about 1.5 minutes behind in a group. Ahead of this group by some 3 minutes is a group of 7 riders, and none of them are important to the overall yellow jersey of the race. This is without doubt the part of the race that we are most interested in, and Pantani doing all of the pacemaking here as Richard Virenque sits on the shoulder of the little Italian, keeping an eye on him. 2nd and 3rd and 1st in the Tour de France in that group. Now back with the leaders here, and the man in the green stripes is Kepi Gonzalez, the little climber who delivered a stage win last year in the Tour de France on the flat, and there aren't many Colombians can claim for that. We really would have expected him to feature well in the Alps. He didn't do so, although he tried, and now here on the Col de la Croix, maybe he's going to be the man for the day.
There's still an awful long way to go, 90 kilometers, which is around about 56 miles. An interesting man in this group in the light blue, just 2nd from the back, is Frank Vandenbroek, the youngest rider in the race this year, and he is looking to try and confirm that he will be Belgium's next great.
Well, Vandenbroek, a Plumelec, almost got his stage win in his first tour. As he came up the hill there, he was pipped on the line by Eric Zabel. And I have to confess, I thought, even though we have these hills as we leave today into Switzerland, wait a minute now, we've got going backwards here. Rees is further down the line and looks to be losing contact even with the next group.
Well, this is remarkable, Phil. I can't expect that. I was really amazed to see him suffering like that and taking a drink on the climb. That is going to give him 20 seconds if the commissaires saw that. But the amazing thing is that Marco Pantani has gone out there and put him under an awful lot of pressure.
Well, surely there's something wrong with Bjarne Riis today, because yesterday Pantani almost didn't start. He complained of a sore throat, but his manager persuaded him to ride, and of course he won the stage, and he's looking as though he's well recovered from his problem. But I'm wondering if this morning Bjarne Riis has got himself a little bit of a sickness problem as well.
It can always happen in the mountains, especially if you do take a drink from the side of the road, as we look down on a big welcome here in Switzerland for the Tour de France.
And the Alps still reminding the riders where they've been on their right shoulder there. Marco Pantani, always inspired by these huge pieces of granite as he now climbs up this col. It's a first category climb, this, and clearly has put Bjarne Riis in big difficulty here. The winner of the Tour de France last year, beaten after about 10 days by his team youngster Jan Ullrich, and since then has really been a powerhouse alongside Ullrich to make sure he stayed near the action. But today he looks in terrible trouble, and Pantani, chasing Virenque up the climb towards the summit, is the man who is now consolidating at the moment third place overall in the race.
Our first day in the Swiss Alps, Richard Virenque, the king of the mountains, has clinched his 4th consecutive climber's title, but he has to make it to Paris to claim that jersey. Now, no one has ever done that, including Federico Bahamontes, the Eagle of Toledo, who won 6 polka dot jerseys, his last 3 in a row. Julio Jimenez, also of Spain, did what Virenque has already done, won 3 consecutively. And Lucien van Imp of Belgium is tied with Bahamontes for the most King of the Mountain titles with 6. By the way, Richard Virenque is also assuring himself of 2nd place overall in the Tour de France. Now on the Col de la Croix, the Frenchman is leading Marco Pantani up the mountain.
And as we look down from the helicopter now of Richard Virenque taking up the pace, making up towards the summit of the Col de la Croix, he will get the prime again at the top, followed by Marco Pantani. These two, though, have just gone clear. In fact, the 146 behind the 7 leaders. But this is where the interest lies again, because there is the Maillot Jaune Ullrich. And in the last kilometre of the climb, Ullrich himself looks to be in trouble as well.
Well, in fact, he's letting these riders accelerate over the top of the climb, and he is in great difficulty at the moment because he can't follow the wheels. 2 riders have gone away from the front of the group here. One of those is Casagrande. He was on his wheel, but couldn't stay with him.
Well, we've seen these past couple of days in the Alps that Ullrich is not happy on the way down, and again Virenque, who is a brilliant descender, so too is Pantani. He came off the Col de Jouplan yesterday at over 60 miles an hour to actually increase his lead over the chasers on the way into the finish in Morzine. So they can both descend. Ullrich, we know, is not good at this. Now we're with the 2 descenders, and I emphasize we are chasing 7 riders out front: Garmendia, Gonzalez, Erlo, Muro and Tochnig, and Pierrebon and Vandenbroek. They are the leaders, but none are affecting the destiny of the Maillot Jaune, but these 2 could.
Well, they certainly could. That really is a remarkable piece of riding by Richard Virenque and Marco Pantani. Virenque actually said this morning, the Tour de France is over for me, I've got no more possibilities of attacking. Then all of a sudden one has presented itself.
Well, this has been a beautiful road to climb out of France and into Switzerland. It's been very narrow, very twisting. The view simply sensational, and quite clearly the warm weather has inspired still riders in the Tour de France to attack. So we're on the way down, and Jan Ullrich has a real problem on his hands at the moment. So that's the situation as we see the 2 men who are causing concern to the Maillot Jaune and the number 1 Bjarne Riis. Richard Virenque and Marco Pantani will not give up this Tour de France yet. We'll take a break.
In stage 16 of the Tour de France moments ago, these 2 men, Stéphane Hulot and his former teammate Aitor Garmendia of the original 6-man breakaway, were finally reeled in by the boys from Banesto and Mercatoni Uno. Their intention is to destroy Bjarne Riis and advance their own leaders, Abraham Olano and Marco Pantani. Their efforts adding to the change in generations unfolding as we watch. Now, back on the road with Phil Liggett.
Well, a year on from the demise of Miguel Indurain, remember that Riis always wanted to stand on the podium alongside him, having beaten Miguel Indurain. That didn't happen last year as Miguel dropped away outside the top 10. Well, Jan Ullrich wanted to stand on the podium too in Paris alongside his team leader, Bjarne Riis, and that looks like going through the window today now, because he is conceding nearly 5 minutes to Pantani, which will put him over 6.5 behind if he finished the race right now, and there's no way that Riis will claw that back in the time trial on Saturday at Disneyland.
I think Marco Pantani is going to be a very happy man, and strangely enough, he was almost on the point of not starting the stage a couple of days ago, and he went on to actually not only win it, but put himself up into 3rd place in the overall standings.
This is the Riis group, and Riis has dropped away from the front line. There he is now, tucked in about 6th or 7th man down. We're trying to pick him out. Here comes the camera on him. He's getting a little bit annoyed too by the attention that's being paid to him by the motorcycle camera, who is going right into the race line here to get shots of him. The riders have been complaining about it, but there is the face of the man who is kicking himself all around Switzerland today because he has made a huge mistake. We were convinced he must be ill, but it certainly is not the case.
Well, those are not definitely the looks of the big days of Bjarne Riis. He was certainly suffering an awful lot there. Must be going through a kind of purgatory for him to be locked in this group behind with riders who won't help him, because they know that the situation is that he has to catch this group up if he's to retain his 3rd place in the overall standings, and it really is a ganging up.
A champion of Spain now, Jimenez setting the pace at the front. Then Seberg comes through, while 2 team captains sit in the middle of this group thinking of consolidation today. There's Frank van den Broek. He's been tailman ever since he was caught in that breakaway that started all the action today. I bet he won't be sitting there as we get down into Fribourg, which is not too far away now. All good roads, Paul, just a couple of slight climbs that won't worry these guys.
Well, there's actually a very nice climb around about 3 kilometers before the finish. For one of these riders, if they're feeling strong enough, that would make a very good launch pad, because once you go over the top of that climb, it plunges right down into the center of the city, just about 2 miles to go. You see, this is the big problem with coming into cities these days. These directional islands, riders have to be very alert indeed, and the man almost caught out there was Jan Ullrich.
Yes, he was the only one to go the wrong side. He does do things the hard way, I have to say that for little Jan, or as a big Jan really, as he now sits there in that position, about 10th down, watching everything. He's done nothing since he came up to this group. He too at one stage had to chase Richard Virenque down the mountain, but he got back up to him and Pantani, and since then he sat here just watching the way things are going. He must be feeling very upset though that Riis is still way down the road.
So it's become a very bad day for Bjarne Riis, the defending champion, as the boys from Banesto and Roberto Conti of Mercatoni Uno doing a very solid job of keeping Marco Pantani in 3rd place overall. ESPN.com. Then click on the ESPN Studios link. Or join ABC Sports on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. Bjarne Riis has been blown away by the boys from Banesto and Mercatoni Uno, racing for time, while others in this group are racing for a stage win, Phil.
Well, the Banesto boys are driving for Abraham Olano, and now under the 5 kilometers to go banner. That's 3 miles from the finish. This is a beautiful run into the city. Just a little bit of a strange hook in the course as they go under the railway station before they line up in the main street in Fribourg for a very straight finish. It is an absolute delight for a good sprint finisher. But Zabel is not here.
Zabel is not here. In fact, it's going to be a very strange sprint, because none of these riders really are renowned for their sprint. They're much more of the mountain men, the men who would normally look to try and win from a group of 5 or 6. And with 23 riders in this leading group now, it will be interesting to see just exactly what sort of tactics they adopt for the final 100 meters.
Before that final sprint, here is the race summary brought to you by the United States Postal Service. The word attack defined the 16th stage. 7 men, led by Frank van den Broek, gained 7 minutes on the field. They were joined by 15 others after Marco Pantani forced up the Col de la Croix, thus destroying the field and Bjarne Riis's podium hopes. Now, at 3 kilometers to go, the Banesto team is leading the 22-rider-strong yellow jersey group.
There's the little climb starting now. It's just a short rise, but the Banestos are keeping control at the front along with Mercatoni Uno. Frank van den Broek, Paul, is showing no signs of moving away from that back position.
Sitting a long way back, he must realize that if he wants to have a chance of a crack at the victory here, he must start to move a little bit further up to the front. But this is the group of climbers, so the speed not as high as it is in the big bunch sprint. So van den Broek could make a very quick move to the front on the final descent.
And so Benesto sharing a game with Mercatoni Uno, and Conti in second place here has been equally magnificent today. He's looked like a man who's been suffering all sorts of pain out there, and yet he's kept the pressure on at the front. There's Marco Pantani sitting there at the back, and alongside him is Christophe Escartine, rather, sitting there just watching things go by. Escartine is the second of those green riders. The other one is Jaime Gonzalez, but we always call him Kepi. He was in that original breakaway today, but he's come back into this group. I'm a little bit surprised they haven't helped out the other teams, actually, because they've got reason to help Escartine as well.
I think they were just happy to sit at the back and let these two teams do all of the work, and they've been doing an excellent job indeed of keeping the pace up so high that in fact nobody managed to attack over that little climb there, where I thought if somebody was feeling good they might try and leap out of the pack here to steal a victory.
Pace being set now by Manuel Beltran for Benesto. Now we've gone back to Beat Zeeberg, Beltran, Pierrebon. These riders are going to pace as far as they can to the line. I wonder if Ulrich, the maillot jaune, will attempt to win this sprint. As Paul showing his head, he does pack a tremendous sprint finish, but he very, very rarely uses it. He's a stage race rider looking for time. He doesn't see much point in just taking places on stages, but this is for the win, and you never know.
Well, I think one man has taken his wheel there, because moving up in the line there was Frank Vandenbroek, putting himself nice and comfortably behind the wheel of Jan Ullrich. So it may well be that they've seen the telltale signs that Ullrich is preparing himself for the sprint, which is why the young rider from Belgium, riding on the Mappé squad, has moved himself up to what he thinks is going to be the ideal wheel.
Ullrich's second Tour de France. He's had a second, and now it looks like he's going to have a win in his 2 visits. Well, Frank Vandenbroek's riding his first Tour de France. He's being talked about as the rising star of Belgium, and he certainly gets some good wins. Under the 2 kilometres to go, Benno. Still the Benesto boys keeping in charge. Now they dive downhill shortly. They make a sweeping right-hand bend turn through a small bridge, really, under the mainline railway station. It is quite a nasty junction, and then they'll be on to a super-wide boulevard for the finish.
I'm amazed, Phil, that nobody's actually tried to jump out of this group, because this is an ideal situation with just about a kilometre and a half to go to get a small lead and hold it up to the finish. One man looking for the win there on the far side. In the pink jersey is Udo Boltz. He comes from not too far away from here, but there's the attack. That's Kepi Gonzalez.
Well, Kepi, remember, was the first kilometre to win a flat stage of the Tour de France last year. That surprised everyone, and now it looks like he surprised everyone again. He must have known this bend, because this is it. It's a very nasty corner. Got to keep right under the bridge, and it's because we've gone under the bridge we've lost the picture for the moment. He'll pop out. There he is, and he's still clear, but it's an awful, awful long way up this road now. In fact, it's a kilometre. So now he lines up for the finish, but they're trying to jump onto him here. Now he's been caught and brought back, as all of a sudden the Festina riders start to come into the picture as well. No sign yet of the other riders wanting to take over at the front, though. Richard Virenque all of a sudden is here again. The mountain climber looking possibly for a win. Laurent Dufaux is in this group. And I wonder if indeed we will see Virenque try for this one.
Well, he may well just try and steal a flat stage victory as well, but up into 6th position is the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich. He's on the wheel of Christophe Mangin of France. He was a winner of earlier this year in the 3 days of La Panne, but Vandenbroek is there as well.
And so now we have the Mengan starting to lead out in the white here now, and Richard Virenque grits his teeth and tries to get onto his wheel now. Boltz is going away from it. Even Pantani's on the far left of our screen, but it looks like Christophe Mengan is going to come clear from Le Français du Jeu. He gets it on the line, and Vandenbroek gets second, Virenque will get third, and Pierrebon will take the 4th. And now the clock has started, and everybody is waiting to see what time Bjarne Riis will arrive. Here he is at the moment, and he's still a long way out on the course.
ESPN's coverage of the 1997 Tour de France is brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the USPS. And by the all-new Navigator from Lincoln.
Well, there's the long line of riders. riders, which contains Bjarne Riis. He has already slipped 2 places overall because the time has elapsed. It is over 5 minutes now since Christophe Menga crossed the finishing line. So Bjarne Riis could well be conceding also the next place, that of Casagrande, who finished 6th today in that big sprint. And Casagrande 5 minutes 19 seconds behind Bjarne Riis at the start today. And now it looks as though Bjarne Riis is going to lose the best part of 6 minutes. 5 minutes 30 seconds has now been passed on the clock here. So in fact he has conceded 3 places overall, Bjarne Riis, today. And as the big bunch comes up towards the line now, containing Bjarne Riis, he will slip 3 places overall. Fernando Escartin, Abraham Olano and Francesco Casagrande have all gained time on him today. And Casagrande was 5 minutes 19 seconds behind. And look at the clock on the right, because he has picked up 6 minutes on Bjarne Riis. This has been a disastrous day. Over 2 weeks of the Tour de France, he has looked so solid, and in just one short ride into Switzerland, he has lost all that time.
So Christophe Mongeon, the 28-year-old French national cyclocross champion, is now the champion of stage 16, his first ever. Vandenbroek, Virenque were 2nd and 3rd. Bobby Julich had some bad luck today.
Some days you're the hammer, the other days you're the nail. It was really active from the start today. And then I flatted at exactly the wrong time, right before that Category 3 when that break went off the road, up the road. And then after that, I mean, I thought we got into a pretty good group on that climb, but man, they put 4 minutes on us, and then another 2 through the valley. So, you know, I think that they were pretty anxious to get Riis out of the picture because the guy was suffering today. So was I. I mean, I wasn't suffering that bad, but we did definitely do a huge effort yesterday. I had the ride of my life and paid the price today. I was a little tired.
Costly day for Bjarne Riis as well. He finished over 6 minutes behind in today's stage, which drops him to 7th place overall. Get used to hearing the names Ulrich, Virenque, and Pantani in that order. American Bobby Julich is now at number 20, then Kevin Livingston, his Cofidis teammate. Bjarne Riis cracked today as dramatically as Miguel Indurain did last year. It's a tough way for a champion to go out. And a child shall lead them. But Jan Ulrich is growing up pretty fast in the yellow jersey. So now the Tour de France has traveled 1,970 miles with 491 to go through stage 16. Tomorrow, stage 17 takes the tour from Fribourg, Switzerland, back to France with a finish in Colmar. Join ESPN 2 tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern Time and ESPN at 2:30 a.m. Eastern for complete coverage of the Tour de France. Another dramatic day. The torch has now been passed from Miguel Indurain to Bjarne Riis and on to a new generation of Tour champions. For Phil Liggett and Paul Sherwen and our entire ESPN cycling team, I'm Adrian Karsten. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in